back on May 8th, 2023, I finished every single mainline Final Fantasy game in under 58 days. Why would I do such an insane feat? Simple. There was a Steam sale back in December, and I decided to pull the trigger and finally get the entire Final Fantasy mainline franchise because I really wanted to play those games before 16 dropped. And two, I wanted an excuse to play Final Fantasy XIV, and this was the only way I could justify spending 264 hours on an MMO. And now that you're caught up, hi, welcome, my name's Young Falcon, and enjoy my massive ramblings on the entire Final Fantasy mainline franchise. Final Fantasy I opens in a world soon to be overrun by monsters and natural disasters. The seas rage, earth decays, air grows foul, and the world is rapidly descending into chaos. Enter our 4 heroes of light carrying the 4 dark crystals. We have the warrior, Young, the thief, IRS, the black mage, Vivi, and lastly, my white mage, Chap. Upon discussing with the king, we learn an evil plot conjured by the villain Garland. The man's kidnapped the princess, and to prove to the king we're the true warriors of light, it's up to us to save his beloved Princess Sarah. So we post haste towards the world map to farm some mobs, goblins, feral wolves, and with that, the combat's pretty fun in my opinion. Let's talk about the gameplay for a little bit. Now, on the surface, Final Fantasy I looks a bit, well, average, right? Your team on the left, box enemies on the right, with turn-based gameplay. And I mean, you're not wrong, but it's in that simplicity where Final Fantasy I thrives in my opinion. Remember viewers, this game came out in 1987 and looks like this. At a time where most RPGs were in first person or were text adventure based, seeing your party physically hold new weapons and use new magic was a big deal for the time. Furthermore, the game looks and feels great. And no, that's not just because we're on Pixel Remaster. I can imagine for the time it was a really big deal being able to see a lot of these cool animations and stuff play out and really feel the power level of your party getting stronger and stronger as the game goes on. Now, as for gameplay, it's pretty standard. You start by equipping your team with weapons you get from various towns, new swords, staffs, magic. Those purchases go a long way in furthering your skills as an adventurer. The fights themselves are great fun. You got the GOAT Black Mage handling crowd control with spells that become massive AoEs at the cost of the spell doing a little bit less damage than a single target hit. Our warriors out here dealing raw, hard-hitting damage with the single attacks. Your thief can steal items to top up your potion count, and it feels borderline essential in the early game because I like to save gil for the new gear. And of course, you have your white mage who heals everyone, both with an AoE heal for a lessened effect or a single target heal that gives the targeted person a lot more HP back. The system is really fun once things get going and rewards what I'll be calling in these games the steamroll team effect, aka you build up 2 party members in your party to complement each other in order to absolutely obliterate the opposition. So like the black mage and white mage working hand in hand with each other throughout the journey because they do so much crowd control with the whole keeping our team refreshed and ready while the black mage deals a ton of damage. As I explore deeper into FF1, you'll see how simple yet fun the combat can get, so just let it cook. Right then, after getting 2 levels, we enter the Chaos Shrine, only to quickly get mollywopped by a Gigaswarm as I flee, clinging onto a sliver of my life. We refill out the town, hit the grind once more by slaying the goblins, more wolves, and anything else that stands in our way, and we eventually get strong enough to head back into the Chaos Shrine. So we waltz in, we catch this homie Garland lacking. The first boss, I ain't gonna lie, he a little weak. Black Mage was struggling for a little bit, but ultimately we come out on top. A momentous victory indeed. We save Princess Sarah, earn the king's trust, he rebuilds a bridge that leads into the grander world of Final Fantasy I. Excited, I make haste towards the bridge and our grand quest is only starting. There's so many villages that need our help, lives that will be changed, and an evil that needs defeating. Welcome to the world of Final Fantasy I. FF1's opening is kinda great. I couldn't imagine the emotions that coursed through players back in the 80s upon playing it for the first time. This opening right here feels like the foundation the entire franchise will be building off of. A simple epic tale on the surface, but within those adventures is some of the best, most captivating spectacles and writing you'll ever see. We press on past the bridge into Matoya's cave where this old lady named, Matoya is there. She's looking for her crystal eye, so we set out to find it. Narrowly avoiding death from a slew of random encounters, I stumble into Provakia. As we explore the sights of this port town, we set our eyes upon a pirate named Bikey and his crew. He compliments my cannonballs as still, and then proceeds to set his lackeys on me. Thankfully, we rested up beforehand, so I got Black Mage to do what he does best, and it's put them pirates to sleep, literally. We then deck them with attacks, end the fight. Bikey apologizes for making a fuss, and we get a free ship out of this. Nice, now we can travel the sea. NPCs. This is when I learned that not even the seas are safe from Final Fantasy I's random encounters, as I battled a ton of foul beasts, including franchise staples like the Sahigans. We find new land and arrive at Elfheim, and it's right back to sleuthin'. Among talking with NPCs, we learn of an evil elf named Astos who broke into the castle, ransacked the treasures, and while doing all that, somehow cursed the prince with eternal slumber. Not like a dead slumber, by the way, no, like a sleepy slumber. Just wanted to clear that up. Okay, bumbling around a forest, my party sees a western keep. We take a peep, and the door tells us we need a mystic key. So I have to backtrack and listen. This game's a bit old school, okay? And my silly, goofy self got lost for a good like 40 minutes or something, looking for a cave, rubbing up against every single mountain, expecting some secret opening to pop up. But no, it was a literal hole in the ground. I can't complain too much about that circumstance because boy oh boy was my team strong after all the random encounters that we took on. So we entered the marsh cave and it was kind of a breeze. And now it's a good time to talk about Final Fantasy's gameplay a bit more. So unlike new shiny FF games where everyone has an MP bar that your spells pull from, Final Fantasy I has MP numbers. Each level you gain gives you 1 or 2 numbers according to your levels, so you may start with say 4 level 1 spells to use, and then when you're level 5 or whenever you're higher, you get up to 8 level 1 spells to use. The system is definitely strange. It does kind of help prevent, I guess, spamming your super strong spells off the bat, and it makes you think a little bit more tactically about when to approach what spell to use in certain situations, but I do feel like it limits being able to use your big magic to just kind of get through the game a bit quicker. Sometimes you don't want to sit there spamming Blizzard 1, but you're kind of forced into doing it because you want to save Blizzara for an enemy that might be weak to it and definitely needs that magic used in a dungeon. So while unique, I definitely see what they were going for. It's kind of why the Black Mage is so fun to play in this game. The crowd control aspect along with the resource management of your attacks is kind of fun to play around with and gives every fight the sense of survival and gives me a huge dopamine rush when I'm saving for bigger spells until the end of a battle. So yeah, all in all, while simple, combat is pretty fun in Final Fantasy I, and magic is easily the most unique system that the game has to offer. Okay, Mr. Nice Guy's done. We gotta talk about some of the other aspects of Final Fantasy I's gameplay, because boy oh boy, do dungeons make me very angry. There are so many doors and times in dungeons that lead directly to nothing, just walls, barely any treasure, or a treasure chest that opens up and you get more enemies. And since the encounter rate is very high, it gets extraordinarily frustrating going through dungeons. Now, FF1 has the unique case of it not really being difficult getting through dungeons, just kind of tedious, because when you're at a higher level, because you're doing so much farming, you're doing so much grinding, there's so many encounters, your levels are going to be pretty high throughout the course of the game, you just get to the point where it starts getting a little boring and tedious, and you just want to make your way through a dungeon because there's so many encounters. I mean, like, there are times where you'll walk a step forward, half a step forward, and you're running into an enemy right after you just finish a giant mob fight. Like, it gets a little egregious at points. And then you have dungeons that are full of various traps and whatnot, and if you walk across them, you take a huge hit to health, and it gets a little bit repetitive is all. When you're entering dungeons, just make sure you stock up on potions, find ethers in chests, and buy them at a store, or else your goose is cooked throughout this playthrough. Oh, and now that the rant's over, look, we're at the bottom of the dungeon, and this treasure room's looking real special. Couple of demons defending the item we need, no biggie. Couple Thandaras here, throwing some giant sword swings, and we'll make quick work of the group. Crown in our hands, our heads held high, we head back to the Western Keep and give the king his crown, in which we learn the king of Elfheim is Astos, the king of the Dark Elves, and Astos wants to use the Crystal Eye and crown to become the true elf king. So we destroy Astos. He's pretty, he got worked. We get the crystal eye from him and we give it back to Matoya, which grants us a jolt tonic. Later, talking to some other guy, we get a mystic key, and this allows us to progress and backtrack to previous dungeons for extra armor and equipment, which is a nice little touch. And with that, my preamble is basically done. My journey with Final Fantasy I really clicks into place here. This NES cartridge from '88 opens up into an impressive non-linear JRPG, which I was not expecting in the slightest, as from this point forward, you can tackle dungeons in any order you see fit. My party and I talk with some dwarves and solve an explosive problem, the explosion of which resulting in an open canal that allows us to explore the world map more freely. We help save various townspeople, and each town has its own unique mini plot. Sure, they're nothing crazy. Usually, hey, this town has an old ancient cave somewhere. Insert cardinal direction here. Can you look into it for us? And you go in, take out the big bad, and keep it pushing. I also want to hammer in the point once again that this game's non-linear, which means I almost missed out on getting class upgrades from franchise staple Summon Bahamut, who in this game isn't a summon, but rather just kind of an NPC you interact with, but the game is like really fun surprisingly. It's dope to progress through the game, gaining new magic and weapons at every town I stopped at, feeling like my party was gradually growing stronger and stronger with every fight and challenge we helped the villagers take on. And thanks to its non-linear structure, right before the final dungeon, I was granted that boon that gave me advanced jobs from the aforementioned Bahamut, which was an epic moment. My warrior turned into a knight who can use white magic. Black and white mages grew older and wiser as wizards, and my thief is now a ninja, capable of all new techniques and power levels. It was a surprisingly great time. Minus one teensy tiny dungeon. I did say we're gonna return to it. It's Mount Gold. Goodness gracious, what a pain in the rear. This dungeon not only has my dreaded dead ends, but it also has lava all over the floor that when walked upon makes your party take damage, which means I had to stock up on so many ethers and potions just to get by. The amount of gil farming needed for this dungeon alone should be criminal, and had me considering the crime of gil laundering just to get by. Truly, the one moment of the game that had me look like Oh, right. So one of the towns had us getting an airship, which is like a franchise classic at this point. That was a pretty awesome moment, and it made backtracking through earlier areas with our new gear a heck of a lot easier. Right then, our crystals powered, town folk saved, and new classes in my possession, we make our final steps towards murking chaos. We enter the ominous Mirage Tower that's smack dab in the middle of the desert. It's a pretty standard dungeon with a desert temple theme until we hit a warp pad and whoa, now that's a welcome surprise. FF1 takes a futuristic shift in atmosphere. We're in this shiny blue crystal-like tower. The flying fortress is definitely one of my favorite areas in the game because it's just so wildly different from the rest of what FF1 offers. I love the eerie vibe this locale has. But further adds to this feeling is the monsters you encounter in this area. And you even stumble across a random enemy named Warmech. Scrambling away, I bump into the wind crystal and we get it to fight the fiend Tiamon. And what a nail-biter this fight was. Barely squeaked out against the big old dragon Vela, but alas, he fell just like the rest. We grab the wind crystal and make our final preparations for chaos. This means backtracking to the dwarves, because with all that adventuring I was on, I got new materials to make weapons. Boom, new weapons, boom, new armor. Now we climb the Chaos Shrine. The Chaos Shrine is where FF1's real struggle begins. Almost every nook and cranny of this dungeon wants you dead. Deader than a doornail, bro. Chimeras are coming out of the gosh darn treasure chest. There's a lengthy boss gauntlet with the likes of the Leash, Marlith, Kraken, Tiamat, and it's hard. You're gonna need a ton of elixirs, ethers, and high potions if you want to make it out of here alive. And after many hard-fought, bloody battles, we arrive. We enter the chambers of a mysterious knight. A knight who seems to know of our adventure. He claims we've defeated him over 2,000 years ago. It's none other than the GOAT Jack Garland, baby! Yeah! Woohoo! Jack Garland! The king of Stranger of Paradise! Yes, sir! Sorry. He goes on to say that the four great forces sent him back through time. Wait a minute. Could it be? Yeah, the four fiends from the future sent Garland back into the past so he could be reborn in a timeline in the present. Throughout this journey, I found what I'll be dubbing pillars, or get ready, crystals of Final Fantasy. These are narrative elements or themes that I think every single Final Fantasy follows, and the first 4 games of the franchise are the building blocks of these narrative elements. Time and the memories associated with the passing of it are the focal plot twist of Final Fantasy I. So just put a pin in this for now. We'll promise we'll all come together in due time. But we won't let that happen. Chaos hits us with everything. Honestly, a little too much because we end up dying our first go around. But I come back stronger, and this time with a lot of no all to have the damage of spells, protect shields up, and me passing out haste like crazy, we end up kicking Chaos's butt. Our ending text basically says we saved the day and stopped the endless 2,000-year struggle while restoring peace to the land and also severing Chaos's time loop. Cue credits, and that's the end of Final Fantasy I. Overall, FF1's a pretty entertaining first journey. It introduces us to a lot of franchise firsts, non-linear quest design, fantastic music, the job system, although basic, works great, and the story, IMO, ain't half bad. It's a great first step and a fun little weekend game. Plugging it into my tier list here, I'm gonna rank it squarely in B. Final Fantasy II. This game I have absolutely little to no knowledge on prior to me playing it for the marathon. The only thing I knew was considered to be the black sheep of Final Fantasy, and I'm here to find out why. Upon booting up, we're greeted with a quite big change already. Final Fantasy II has character names. Like, these guys are established characters in this world. That's a pretty big deal for NES standards, IMO, so I'm gonna leave the names as is. We have Farion, Guy, Maria, and Leon. A village who's known a long-lived peace is suddenly disrupted by an empire who wants world domination. A rebel army forms to combat said empire, but it's ultimately powerless against their might, forcing them to run away from their homeland and retreat to Altair. Meanwhile, our group of heroes during their escape from the empire lost their parents. Orphaned by the war and with Maria's brother missing after a skirmish with the empire, Farion, Guy, and Maria wake up in the rebels' castle with two goals in mind: dismantle tyranny and the empire once and for all, and find their brother for Maria, Leon. Family is one of Final Fantasy's largest storytelling motifs, whether it be the strained relationship with one's father, the family you found via an adventure, or the loss of someone dear like a character's parent or grandfather. Family and its ties to the franchise run extremely deep. Once again, hold on to this point for me as we'll be revisiting it throughout the entire franchise. We pick up by talking to Princess Hilda. She pleads with us not to go after the Empire, warning that fighting headstrong against them is reckless. We're also assumed to be too young to fight in this war, but Maria begs to join, to find Leon, to avenge our parents. We know that even if they return home, what home do they head back towards? The Empire took everything from the party, but the least they could do is serve up some justice. Hilda allows us to stay here in Altair, but does not permit us to join the ranks. However, that doesn't mean we can't investigate the city of Flynn for more information on Leon. Hilda also teaches us the gimmick of Final Fantasy II, a keyword system. With the password Wild Rose, we're able to talk to Minwu, a healer who cured us of our wounds after the previous skirmish, and he gives out some nice early game advice, and with that we're off to explore the world of Final Fantasy II. So yeah, we gotta talk about one of the elephants in the room when it comes to Final Fantasy II's gameplay. The job system is completely removed. Yup, in its place is a new skill system, the likes of which I'll cover soon when we get deeper into the combat. I'm only bringing this up because of the sheer shock I felt entering the spell shop. When you buy any spell, whether it be black or white magic, your entire party can learn it. This extends to weapons as well. Anyone can learn anything, and this creates for some interesting gameplay decisions, we'll say. So yeah, we go into the world, I'm boxing baddies, and I'm boxing, and that's when it hits me that everything is tied to your skills. So your traditional level ups are restricted to how long and how often you're using your various weapons and magic. For example, if I have a level 15 on swords with Farion and I want to swap over to a spear, I'm gonna have to regrind this spear level up all over again so I can master that weapon type. That also makes grinding other weapons kind of useless because you just want to stick with what's strong and what's good throughout the playthrough, and if you swap over, you're essentially nerfing yourself, which isn't fun. Furthermore, some weapon types are next to useless because of how little skill points they can gain. Things like staffs and daggers, you can't earn many skill points unless you're bonking monsters with a health pool the size of the Eiffel Tower, because that's the only way you're going to get hit points enough to level them up. This essentially forces players into this linear way of playing, forcing them to only use axes, bows, swords, maybe your fist if you want to cheese the system, and with a little help of dark arts, you can make a ridiculously broken magic build considering everyone can magic and level it up by attacking each other and attacking the enemies. And with that, we have basically how I broke Final Fantasy II gameplay wise. The farm I had was utterly deplorable. I would attack myself with black magic, have a person healing with white magic, spamming protect, build insanely high levels, that by the halfway point of the game, we were essentially two-shotting to three-shotting everything in a dungeon. Which, oh yeah, by the way, the dungeons are truly some of the worst design we'll see in the entire franchise, but hold with me, let me finish the synopsis, we're gonna get there. The group arrives at Fynn and looks around for a man named Scott. We give out some keywords to some randoms, sneak into an underground area, and find Scott lying down gravely wounded. Before he crosses to the Great Beyond, he leaves us two parting messages. One, he warns us of Count Borgen's betrayal and asks us to encourage his brother Gordon to join the rebels and get over his fears. And right before he croaks, a secret parts his lips. Don't let Princess Rosa know I love her. Okay. Scott passes on and we get his ring to give to Princess Rosa. We give it to Princess Rosa and she in turn trusts us with the task to take down the Empire and save Leon, as Minwu joins our party and we get a baller healer. We retrieve the mithril by helping an elderly fella named Joseph and rescuing his daughter from the clutches of the Empire. A quick boom bam pow to the mines, we save some lives and get the mithril we need. Cut to us meeting the blacksmith Tobal and getting our mithril smelted down into all sorts of gnarly gear. Upon reaching a clearing, we arrive at the Dreadnought's landing site, a huge Empire airship. It quickly jets off and nukes 4 of the cities, one of which being Altair. Geez, they are not playing around. Despite the bombing, our secret base is safe, of course. However, the people in these aforementioned cities are not. We also get to meet Sid, an airship expert who wants to help us take down the Empire's dreadnought ship. Farron and company gather an item called the Sunfire to make the dreadnought go kaboom. And things are going great, a little too well. Until boom, the huge twist happens. The Dark Knight that's been lurking in the shadows, making his voice known in the engine room. And Maria says that voice is a little familiar. It's Leon. The Dark Knight is Leon. It's Maria's brother. Why is he fighting for the Empire? Why betray his friends? How dare he betray his own sister? Spoiler warning, I'ma warn you now. Don't ask me. I don't know. The game doesn't really get into it. They just kind of drop this twist and pretend nothing's wrong. So put a pin in it for later. Heads are held high as they return to Altair, and the king is dead. His parting words were a three-way plan to decimate the Empire once and for all. Minwu is in Mysidia to get the Ultima, the ultimate magic. Hey, another FF motif. And we set out to get aid of... No, it can't be. Yes, sir, the Dragoons, baby, let's go. I love the Lancer/Dragoon class in Final Fantasy. They have some of the rawest armor design and some of the best story building in Final Fantasy as a franchise. I can't wait to see what they're cooking, and they're all dead, all of them. The Dragoons are dead, and only one Reverend remains. This poor soul was poisoned by the Empire, and with their dying breath, it trusts an egg with our party. Throw the egg into the spring below, and it hastens the baby's growing process. Defeated, the party heads back to Altair, where in a moment of weakness, Farion succumbs to the temptations of lust and tries to sleep with Princess Hilda, who's actually not the real Princess Hilda, it's Lallamia Queen. I have no words. Look, the real princess, she's in some Colosseum joint or something like that, I don't know. We fight Behemoth for the first time in the Colosseum, that's a W. Sadly, he goes down like a puppy because FF2 is busted. So we save Princess Hilda, get swallowed by a Leviathan, and the last remaining Dragoon, Ricard Highwind, is there. Yippee! I can't believe my goat's there. We grab the ultimate spell, which Minwu sacrifices himself for, infiltrate the Cyclone, murk the Empire, and beat FF2. Is what I would say, but we got 3 more hours of padding to get through. The Dark Knight, who is, please be shocked, Leon, crowned himself new emperor. Sid dies after some attacks and succumbs to his wounds. He gives us the airship, and we fly over to Leon to talk some sense into him, and it's revealed, and bear with me, the Emperor is alive. He has fought tooth and nail out of hell to completely overrun the world with hellfire. This fella is the most metal villain in Final Fantasy. Oh yeah, and my precious first Dragoon, Ricard, gets murked trying to box the Emperor. Castle Pandemonium towers in front of us. The new Lord of Hell sits upon his throne, and our party must vanquish pure evil with the help of Leon, as he's now on our side. So we do a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and with a couple of magic uses, he's dead. We take him out, and we return home. The world is saved, and credits start a-rolling. And that's Final Fantasy II, everyone. Now that the game's plot's out the way, let me just, get this off my chest. The dungeon design in Final Fantasy II is abhorrent. Just look at this map for me. Look at how many rooms lead to nothing, with no chests, no bonuses for the player. It's just the encounter rate feels even higher than Final Fantasy I. You'll really have to get used to hearing. And it gets old pretty fast. Plus, there's the fact that most of the dungeons layout-wise aren't even that interesting this time around. Minus 2 towards the end of the game, the Leviathan and the Cyclone. The rest feel all like a standard Final Fantasy mosh pit. Literally some RPG Maker design, which I know isn't technically fair because the reason RPG Maker exists is because of Final Fantasy technically, but my point still stands. All of those gripes pale in comparison, however, to my biggest complaint in any JRPG, taking away my party members. I cannot stand when my party members get shadow roamed or switch in and out of the game so often. Doubly so when you spend gil on equipment and accessories for them. Sometimes it's okay for narrative reasons, I understand that. Or if a game properly is designed and balanced around it, like a roguelike, a Darkest Dungeon type, XCOM, things like that. But in games where I would love to say have a healer like Minwu, it gets old really fast when homeboy is chilling with the group for an hour, we reach a destination, and he suddenly has to bounce for some other old guy that I don't even want to use, only for that old fella to get clapped and leaving us with 3 party members members. Like, there's gotta be either a better way to write this thing, or maybe put them in reserves for later use. And I get it, it's an NES game, limitations, they're trying to be a grander story, but the death count in Final Fantasy II is absurdly high, and it's at the point where I can't even get attached to any of these characters. I kind of find it hard pressed to feel like anyone did. I am quickly understanding why Final Fantasy II is known as the black sheep of the franchise. Okay, mini rant done, let me wrap up. Final Fantasy II is what I would like to call a relatively mixed bag, dare I say almost bad. It introduces so many franchise staples, right? Cid, Chocobo, the Empire, or a government industrial complex hell-bent on making the living void a living place, opening up gameplay even more with creative and flexible builds. FF2 gets a lot right in theory. However, just like Icarus, its ambition flew too close to the sun and those wings get snuffed out. The mold-inducing dungeon design, the story that has some really bland characters and a lackluster last-minute twist, the lack of a consistent party, which makes gameplay feel restrictive, and lastly, the game, due to these flaws, feels a bit fast. Like, it doesn't have enough time dedicated to flesh out these characters, villains, or world. Final Fantasy II's OST is as fantastic as ever. The battle theme in particular goes insane. I just wish I didn't have to hear it so often. And there's plenty of field bangers that got stuck in my head, like the easily recognizable Rebel Castle. If I were to put Final Fantasy II on a tier list, it'd be right here. An experience I can recommend if you're curious on the past of Final Fantasy, or if you're someone trying to beat them all like myself. Aside from that, I feel like it's okay to kind of skip this one or watch a playthrough on it. This was my first Final Fantasy. Well, not the NES version, the DS version. I've garnered some fond memories of this brutally hard game, and I can't wait to re-experience it in a new, semi-authentic way via the Pixel remaster. We're back to basics with Final Fantasy III. No canon names, unless you play the DS version. We get 4 Onion Knights. The names are Shara Calls, Sir Stainmore, Echo Zubat, and lastly, our main protagonist of the story, Hip Hop Henry. Tremors toward the land asunder as crystals of the world's light are swallowed into the depths, and monsters emerge from the cracks and chasms. With an overwhelming darkness looming on the horizon, 4 random warriors of light are chosen to be the bearers of the crystal. Our orphans, whilst exploring, fall into a sinkhole with a pack of goblins appearing before them. I beat them down to the best of the NES battle themes blaring in my headphones, and we send them packing. Moving through the dungeon, that's when I come across the best quality of life change in FF history. By drinking water, we get to recover HP and MP in between dungeons now. Refreshed and recharged, we forge ahead into the crystalline room. We talk to the wind crystal. Essentially, the balance is disturbed by darkness overcoming light. So she infuses us 4, Charla, Sir Stainmore, Echo Zubat, and Hip Hop Henry with the blessing of the light. We've been chosen to bear this burden, and if our party messes up, it could set the motion of the end of the world. As new jobs are given to us, Shara on Warrior, Sir Stainmore on Monk, Echo Zoo on Black Mage, and lastly, my goat, Hip Hop Henry as a Red Mage. Now with the pieces in play, let me tell you a story about Hip Hop Henry and their motley crew. With the Village of Ol's blessing, Hip Hop Henry's journey begins across eternal winds. The party travels to gather info. First stop is Kazis, a literal ghost town. Every citizen has been transformed into a ghost via a curse the Jinn put on them. Our party continues exploring and we learn that it's not just Kazis, but seemingly the entire region has been reduced to a ghastly form, thanks to information from King Sasune. So our first objective of Final Fantasy III arrives. Take out the Jinn, seal them away with the Mithril Ring, and find Princess Sarah to restore everyone's form while setting the kingdom back to normal. The party enters the sealed cave, and here's where we get a taste of Final Fantasy III's combat. We're back to basics in Final Fantasy III. We get XP for our level and our job level. Jobs offer unique traits. Monks using bare hands can deal more damage. Warriors have a high attack stat, etc. New this time, however, is the ability to switch between jobs during downtime. Sure, you have to level up each job individually, but your base level and HP stat carry over from job to job, which makes swapping to newer jobs a heck of a lot easier. That creativity, player freedom we discussed with Final Fantasy II, this is almost what it looks like. Now, I can build a team that truly fits whatever playstyle I want to run, and I think that's pretty neat. To be fair, the designers do kind of abuse this gimmick in later dungeons. Some feel like puzzles where I'm forced to swap my entire party over to certain job classes to get by difficult bosses, or even enter certain dungeons and worlds. Like for example, we were fighting Garuda with her devastating wind attacks that if under leveled by 1 or 2 can straight up one-shot my team. So I kind of had to switch my team over to Lancer for the most part so we could jump past the wind attack and land our blows. I just feel like it warrants a mention because this game isn't all sunshine and rainbows. There's a couple of segments that feel like they still feed into that feeling of railroading me down a certain playstyle or path, and since I'm a fan all of creativity and letting me have full freedom in how I want to build certain characters out, I think it's worth mentioning. Roles make a welcome return with some quality of life changes. Members in the back who deal physical damage still dish out heavy hitting attacks, not as much as if they're in the front, but it comes through clutch during encounters where you may get ambushed, forcing your formation to get all topsy-turvy. And of course, on ambush, you could always click the formation button and switch everyone back into place where they should be, depending on each given encounter. So there's a lot of quality of life stuff to make some of the more frustrating segments that were in previous Final Fantasies just that much more easier to digest. All in all, combat feels really good. I can't emphasize enough how nice it is to have full control of my team in every turn-based encounter. It makes running through this particular version of Final Fantasy III a straight blast, for the most part. The gameplay evolves more as crystals are found, the job combinations reach the 20s, and again, for a Famicom game, that is insanely impressive. If you play Final Fantasy III, just have fun and experiment with builds. Strongly suggest you make a team that feels right to you or whatever narrative you have in your head for your named party, and don't try to follow guides online, as I feel like it might devalue a little bit of the adventure for this particular experience. Upon defeating the Jinn, we free them of their curse and restore the townspeople to their fleshy corporeal forms. Before leaving Costas, Sid rushes up to the four heroes and he's proud of the effort that we've put in to save the region, upgrading our airship to smash through a boulder blocking our way. Sadly, because of the power our ship uses, it renders it useless. Days after the crash, we stumble across a mountaintop where a wyvern is taking watch overhead. This does not bode well as the dragon swoops down in an effort to feed us to her offspring. Thankfully, Desk, a dragoon with memory loss, grants us the spell Mini so we can shrink and get out of the dragon's nest. Our crew discovered the village of the ancients. The townsfolk here go on and on about the balance of light and dark. When the time is right, 4 young heroes of light and dark are chosen, 4 warriors of darkness chosen to save the world from the wrath of light. But with the balance shifting once more, it's up to our team to bring the light. Right, so these old folk go on and on about the wrath of light and how even its catastrophic flood of power can overtake the world in this overbearing form of light energy, if you will. And that's interesting because usually in every game, you know, you need light. Light is like the ultimate W, you know what I mean? Beats the darkness type stuff. But here they make it an emphasis, a huge deal to show that you need balance between light and dark. And to me, that establishes one of Final Fantasy's core themes. Final Fantasy III really hammers in the themes of faith, whether it be faith in your friends, with your party that you formed, the townspeople putting their faith in the warriors of light, and the townspeople themselves putting their faith into the concept of light versus dark itself, showing that you need faith in both sides. We need that mixture of the good and bad to remind ourselves all the joy that the good can bring. Some characters will sacrifice themselves to show how much faith they have in your team, like Desk. This is an overarching tenet throughout the entirety of the Final Fantasy franchise, so once again, hold on to this for me. And on the topic of faith, during our stream playthrough, we realized that one of our characters is struggling with faith within themselves, and that's none other than Hip Hop Henry. Starting as a red mage, they are torn between 2 worlds. They want to assist and heal the team, keep them buffed and well maintained, but also feel weak when it comes to dealing damage towards enemies, torn between this fusion of a black mage and a white mage abilities. Deep down, they know in their heart, they just want to be a supporter, not a fighter. No longer torn between 2 worlds, Hip Hop Henry opts to fully support their team by swapping to the Bard class. Now armed with nothing but full party buffs and enemy debuffs, our team is inspired by Hip Hop Henry's transition and also decides to switch classes. Charlotte into the Dark Knight, Sir Stainmore into a black belt, and lastly Echo Zubat, staying as black mage, but our whole party feels better. The Bard's giving out buffs across the board, Black Belt can now charge and use a kick as an AoE that does a ton of damage towards enemies, and our Knight is a pretty great tank. Emboldened, our crew marches on and helps more villages, run into some goofy copycats of us, we explore a manor of gold, find 2 immortal magic students, the ruler of dreams Uni, and Doga, the ruler of great magics of the world, both of which are immortal, by the way. They inform us who the man behind the true evil bringing the darkness is, one of their former allies. It's none other than Zonde. And if you're wondering what Zonde got from his time as a student, he was gifted with mortality. I was not expecting FF3 on the Famicom to tackle the themes of our finite time on this planet, but glad to see Final Fantasy III tackle another franchise staple. So we gotta wake up Doga's good friend, Uni, from her slumber in the dream world, and that's a whole quest in of itself. After some battling and aforementioned lore, we make tracks for the last big dungeon. In order for us to enter Eureka, the stopgap into the Crystal Tower, Doga and Uni must initiate battle between us, the party, so our energy from battling can charge up the Eureka key, allowing us to enter. It's a slobber knocker of a fight, let me tell ya. Our bard, Hip Hop Henry, singing solemnly through tears and persistence to damage buff and heal our team. Sir Stainmore, stoic yet remorseful as he's landing devastating attacks on Doga and Uni, our good friends that have carried us throughout this journey. Shara and Echo Zubat, knowing what must be done, delivering devastating levels of damage to these two immortal gone mortal wizards. When all is said and done, our party emerges victorious and our key is made. And even with their physical bodies fading away, their spirits live on, helping and guiding us throughout the journey. On the way out, Hip Hop Henry has an announcement for the team. Thinking back to the adventure, the people they've lost, the lives they've saved, and those watching over them above, they croak through tears, recounting tales of the past, that no matter what happens, be it defeat or triumph, she's happy that it's with her friends. Ears perk up in the group as the confidence in Hip Hop Henry's voice was clear as day. A blinding blue light encompasses Hip Hop Henry, and she makes one last job switch. A devout, the ultimate healer, to keep her friends safe and buffed from all sorts of foul beasts that they'll encounter in the Crystal Tower, believing in each other every step of the way, having faith side by side. And now they're ready to face the Crystal Tower. Alright, time to get real for a second here. You're about to hear me have some overall positive thoughts about the Crystal Tower. Listen, we came in at the pretty level of 60 to 61 by the time I entered. Secondly, the Pixel Remaster version fixes a lot of the confusing maze sections of the Crystal Tower by giving you a map to outline where you're going. And lastly, even though they can be lazy at times, I kind of didn't mind the boss rush gauntlet that was the Crystal Tower. And it's for these reasons that I found this particular area to be a really fun and fairly challenging last segment. Yes, I am 100% aware of the garbage random encounters, the confusingly laid out maze, and don't even mention the job fatigue system that's in the DS version of Final Fantasy III. Trust me, I get it. The NES and DS version, or the PSP 3D version of this game, truly is one of the hardest dungeons in all of Final Fantasy. It can easily knock this game from being a 9 or 8 or wherever you have it placed all the way down to the bottom of the barrel. However, I'm judging the game by modern times, and modern times we have the Switch and PS4 along with the PC and mobile versions of the Pixel Remaster, and it makes Final Fantasy III, while challenging still, a little bit of an easier time. There's XP boost, you can turn off encounters, and you can do whatever you need to do to make this game feel that much more accessible for you. However, that doesn't stop the Crystal Tower from feeling exhausting. It's a spiraling tower that's chock full of some of the most frustrating random encounters in the game, but at the same time has pretty good endgame loot laying in chests, making the journey feel worth it. To be fair, those random enemies we encounter fall all the same to our blades and magic. Our heroes reach the end of the line and encounter a mirror. One glimpse at their reflection paralyzes the whole party, and worms get ready to feast upon our flesh. Until we get the ultimate friends are my power scene, as every major person we've encountered comes together to stop the Wyverns from attacking, breaking the mirror's curse. Carving a path through, we encounter the bane of all of our troubles, Xande the Mortal. Xande is no more. His reign of terror decimated thanks to our warriors of light. But the fight ain't done. Fused with Xande's vengeful spirit and is gathering the last of the dark energy as it's getting ready to unleash a flood of not light, but darkness. Ready to box the cloud of darkness, spawns in and gives the party that work, annihilating our band of heroes. They may have gotten bopped good, but nothing beats a good old pep talk from our friends. Even Doga and Uni in spirit give us the last of their power to go forth and conquer the world of darkness as they ascend to the heavens and we proceed to help the ground below. Not too much of note happens here, minus another boss rush that our heroes go through, and running into the warriors of darkness. There were one of 4 warriors of darkness 1,000 years ago, and they managed to stop the wrath of light. Now it's their turn to return the favor and help our party stop the wrath of darkness for the sake of saving both of our worlds. Now that we have the warrior of darkness on board with even taking down their own cloud of darkness, it's time for the final confrontation. Let's see if the cloud of darkness can catch this work. Oh boy, and just like that, Final Fantasy III is beaten, and the outro scroll is a touching one, as it refers to the intro scroll at the start of the game and ending with an uplifting message. Find your last remaining spark of light, a light that shines brightly where all else is dark. The light of hope. And therein lies why I love Final Fantasy III so gosh darn much. Sure, we still might have the characters dying off too quickly and not getting much development, and some characters just straight up cheat death, but I think it's all intentional, not necessarily lazy. It's because your group holds on to faith that my party could defeat Zonde and save the world, and powered by the faith of your friends and your comrades around you that cheered the party on throughout the game, and most importantly, powered by the hope of my stream that no matter how hard the game would get, we'd power through to the end. And to me, that's what Final Fantasy is about. Despite its shortcomings, I still love this game to bits. It's got arguably my favorite OST of the franchise with bangers like Eternal Wind, the Cloud of Darkness battle theme, and I mean easily the best of the NES or Famicom battle themes. Its art style is also super charming this time around. Really detailed enemy sprites, especially for Famicom standards, and it gives off massive Saturday morning cartoon vibes with its more colorful, vibrant appearance. Oh, and how could I forget to mention the awesome job system? They nailed it, and I wish they stuck with it a little bit longer throughout the franchise. Yeah, Final Fantasy III is just kind of the perfect comfort game. Great to boot up and run through, and it can last you around 14 hours if you're doing a rushed-esque playthrough like myself. It's 100% the game I would tell you to go play first if you're even remotely interested in Final Fantasy. Just make sure you're playing the handy-dandy pixel remaster version. Whew. 3 games done and 12 to go. Now, usually I'd end it here and tell y'all I'll see you for part 2, but this time, that ain't happening. I saw those Twitch analytics after the marathon, and most of you did not experience the 58-day adventure my stream and I went on. This is a marathon session now. Grab a snack, tucker yourself in for the long haul. Up next is the SNES trilogy, featuring a game that I've never played before. We'll return after these messages. We've arrived at the SNES Final Fantasy games, and I feel like most gamers have experience with these titles. Final Fantasy IV and VI are essentially the blueprints for the JRPG genre, and heck, even I've beaten those two. However, there is one game many people refer to as the underrated one, if you will, that of which being Final Fantasy V, a game I've heard nothing about. I came into this particular entry mega blind. Alas, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. We gotta talk about Final Fantasy IV first, one game I've been itching to return to since this marathon started. This time around, I'll be playing the pixel remaster version and not the 3D remaster for the DS to shake things up a bit and keep in line with the visuals of this video. Final Fantasy IV has no preamble intro. We start right up on an airship playing as Captain Cecil Harvey, commander of the Red Wing Army, and they've recently came back from a slaughtering of Mysidians as ordered by the High King of Baron. And as you can see, Cecil and crew are quite shaken up about this situation. He tries to rationalize it in his head as the Mysidians' very existence and the possession of the crystal threatens Baron's nation greatly, but there's no time to reflect. Monsters stomp on board, and that's pretty new. Final Fantasy IV introduces the 6-game-long mechanic Active Time Battle, or the ATB system for short, a new battle system that's quite unique. The long and short of it is, instead of waiting turn by turn for everyone to do an action, the game's moving on a constantly ticking clock, basically meaning there's a bit more strategy when it comes to activating certain actions. There's no you go, then the enemy goes. It's a free-for-all depending on whoever speed goes first. Oh, and with the new system, we go back to basics to boot. Jobs are completely gone in Final Fantasy IV. We are now back to locked classes that rotate throughout the game. I've made it pretty clear that I'm not the biggest fan of my party members up and leaving or staying back for the sake of plot and me not having access to a certain kit that I really enjoy for an certain amount of time here. I prefer the flexibility that the job-based gameplay gives me, but hey, if Final Fantasy IV has a narrative they want to tell in this gameplay format, then so be it. In all fairness, it does add to the narrative of the characters celebrating their individuality, and that's very hard to do in a job-based format. So again, I get it, I just prefer the more freeform system is all. As for the presentation of Final Fantasy IV, it's a pretty big step forward from the NES titles, and it feels like we've entered a new era. The opening gameplay set piece with full-on cutscenes and fleets of airships and characters that are moving around and living in this fleshed out world, each offering their own point of views and motivations on what's going on. This game feels like a true next step that Final Fantasy was trying to establish since Final Fantasy 2, and it starts great. And that music, man, the OST is goated. So many iconic tracks that I even play on repeat to this day. Banger battle theme, one of my favorite boss themes, and of course one of my favorite character tracks in the franchise being Theme of Love. It's all excellent stuff. So Cecil arrives at Castle Baron with regret in his voice, alerting Baigen, the king's second-hand man, that the Mysidians have been slaughtered and with little resistance. Baigen alerts the king of Cecil's actions, but detects the regret in Cecil's voice, and he states that he might not be loyal to the Empire for much longer. Cecil, like a good little soldier, goes and gives the king the crystal, but in doing so, expresses his frustration and regret with recent orders. The king blows off Cecil and tells him that homie is stripped of his command from the Red Rings, charging him with the duty of slaying the Phantom Beast in the Mist Valley. Cecil is tormented, man. Stripped of his rank, his men in disarray as they lack a strong leader, and his comrades are all let down. It's pretty heavy stuff. Cecil confides in his girlfriend, best friend, Rosa, and they share a touching heart-to-heart, lifting some of his spirits. Sadly, the king's orders are absolute, and Cecil must slay the Dragon of the Mist and deliver a package into the village. Kain, a longtime Dragoon brother-in-arms, elects himself to join on the journey. They enter the Valley of the Mist and were warned repeatedly by the Mist Dragon in Idolun to stay back, to not enter further. Cecil and Kain, however, do not care and force themselves in the Mist Village, and So the package Cecil had was a bomb ring that destroys homes and kills many civilians. Outraged, Cecil curses the king and does whatever it'll take to drive that mad king out of Baron. On the way out, they encounter a girl named Rydia, whose mother was the Mist Dragon that Cecil and Kain slayed. She's clearly shaken up about the fact that these two men just murked her mother and an entire village, and summons Titans, splitting them and sealing off the entrance to the village. Cecil takes Rydia to a nearby inn in the desert so they can rest up, and during the night, Baldane and his crew attack Cecil since they want the last of the Mist tribe dead, and Cecil handles them with ease. Rydia, seeing how Cecil is honest in his resolve to change his actions for the better, decides to accompany him on his quest to unite kingdoms to take down Baron. See, I told you all it was gonna come together. Self-acceptance, one of the biggest Final Fantasy motifs that we're going to see a bunch throughout the rest of the franchise, and we've completed our 4 pillars of storytelling that Final Fantasy will use for the next 11 plus games. Cecil learns to accept himself, that he doesn't have to abide by the king's rules, that deep down he knows he's a good person despite his Dark Knight attire, and accepting that part of yourself, the good and the bad, even if you've made grave mistakes, is important. It's the only way you can learn and grow. Even if you spend your whole life repenting for your past sins, what matters is Cecil's putting in the effort to change that. And I think that's a very important lesson to take away, and the FF franchise encapsulates that beautifully, both through its villains and its protagonists. The following day, Cecil learns that Rosa is slumbered with desert fever in a nearby village. Cecil sets out to find a cure and comes across this goofy old fella named Tella. And let me just say, Tella definitely not invited to the cookout, my boy. Like, this homie's pressed because his grown daughter ran off with the love of her life, some bard dude or whatever, then proceeds to spend most of his time at your party being annoying, rude, and then seeking out vengeance and being a hypocrite while doing so. I am not the biggest fan of Tella, and you'll see why shortly. Despite everything, Tella ends up joining Cecil's party, and they rush out of the cave, and oh goodness gracious, I can't believe it. The Baron army swoops by and bombs the kingdom, snatching the fire crystal in the process. Tella rushing in, fearing the worst, and he's right. Tella's daughter was in this kingdom and she's gone. Tella launches into a flurry of attacks on this nameless bard, who himself is struck by grief seeing how he just lost the love of his life, his family, and his castle, considering the fact that he's the Prince of Damacian. Edward's his name, and he relates to our heroes that a new commander by the name of JOBLESS is the one who did this treacherous act. And then you have Anna, in her dying breath, begging for her father Tella to forgive Edward of his actions, and before parting from this earth, she lets out one last "I love you" to Edward. And Tella is pissed, let me tell ya. He snaps at Edward for sniveling and crying and vows revenge on Golbez and the Baron army. Edward proceeds to get yelled at by an 8-year-old Rydia telling him that grown-ups don't cry, as she proceeds to cry, and Cecil smacks the mess out of Edward, telling him to act like the king he should be, and right after begs for where he could find the Ruby Emerald to save his girlfriend. Listen, the team behind Final Fantasy IV is an all-star lineup of some of my favorite JRPG developers. The lead designer, Takashi Tokita, the GOAT behind Chrono Trigger and Live Alive, did his very first project with FF4 and made this game in under a year, essentially porting the story and gameplay over to the SNES from the NES. That's no easy feat. Some of the battle graphic designers, like Tetsuya Takashi, went on to found and create one of my all-time favorite JRPG series, Xenoblade, and went on to create Monolith Soft. What I'm getting at is the fellas that worked on Final Fantasy IV are insanely talented, and I don't want to devalue the amount of work and effort the devs and writers put into this game's story, and let alone devalue anyone's personal nostalgia or feelings that they had toward this game. However, I just think this game is kind of too fast-paced for some of the themes and topics it's trying to cover. I 100% understand that it's a harsh, unrelenting, unforgiving world, and throughout the plot we see that, but the way a lot of characters handle it at the pace the game is going, it makes a lot of those emotional beats feel kind of flat and unearned in my opinion. Cecil taking Rydia in after murking her entire village and her being okay with it because he beat up a couple of guards, it just feels a little too fast-paced and like there's not enough dialogue to fully cover the true breadth of the situation. Furthermore, you have characters like Edward and his infinite cycle of death that he's surrounded by. My man gets no time to breathe and they literally slap him into shape, but Cecil gets to be selfish and wallow in self-pity throughout the whole game after massacring villagers because he wants to get with Rosa so bad. And yes, I know that's a gross overgeneralization and everyone's gonna flame me in the comments, but just hear me out. I think a game with such delicate topics should handle them with a bit more tact and grace, and please do not tell me, well, it was their first attempt at a story like this. That's not true. There's Final Fantasy II, there's Final Fantasy III, and there's Final Fantasy V and VI that we're gonna talk about in a little bit. Listen, I get it. Final Fantasy IV is a game about emotions, learning to accept them for what they are, to respect the inner darkness you have within yourself and find ways to quell it, whether those inner thoughts be guilt or hatred, and learning to replace them with things like love and positivity for yourself. And I'm 100% on board for that kind of plot. If it wasn't for one minor plot twist that we'll get to, it's just my 2 cents for now. So we go to protect the Wind Crystal after saving Rosa, and on the way we run into a monk named Yang. He's a really cool chap who hits extraordinarily hard. And once we enter the kingdom, we realize it's getting attacked by Golbez's lackeys, one of which including none other than Kane Highwind. He kidnaps Rosa and Golbez yoinks the crystal after giving us a trip to Pound Town. Our party licks those wounds and decides to take the fight straight to Baron. They're fed up, and well, during the boat ride there, a Leviathan takes Rydia, Yang dives after her, and we all get separated via shipwreck. It gets much worse from here, considering the shipwreck town he ends up in is none other than Mysidia. Fun tip here, don't talk to the townspeople. They either want you dead or at the very least are trying to make you extraordinarily miserable throughout the entire time there. Now, I will give one point here because the game for once finally addresses that Cecil's done some pretty messed up stuff. The townspeople here are sometimes straight up poisoning Cecil's drink and just doing a lot of things to inconvenience him, and I think that goes a long way in showing that Cecil did a number on these people. I mean, you see kids straight up run inside and get away from him because, well, he's the guy who massacred half of this gosh darn village. That all being said, the elder of the village has a different interpretation on Cecil, as he realizes his heart's in a good place, and I would love to believe that too. The way he smacked Edward around for crying over the loss of, well, everything, telling him to get it together and be a real king, the way he kidnapped a child who he later lost in a big storm, and of course the non-stop selfish drive to get back with Rosa no matter the cost. But I'm sure deep down through all that, he has a good heart through and through. Somehow the elder sees all of this, sees that Cecil just wants to save people and do the right thing, so he gets entrusted 2 mage kid prodigies, Palum and Purim. They make haste and climb to Mount Ordeals, where they encounter good old Tella. Why is he up there? He's trying to learn the spell Meteor. He wants to nuke Golbez off the face of the star. Now remember, Final Fantasy IV does have good things going for it, and Mount Ordeal is absolutely one of the highlights of this game for me. Cecil here learns to become a paladin by harnessing the good of himself, the light energy of himself, if you will. In a really awesome fight, we see Cecil learn to properly protect others by having the player, me, spam defense and potions to win rather than attack his dark reflection. And it's a great way to show Cecil's self-acceptance arc. Show there's more to conflict than murking people with a blade. Sometimes it takes defending the ones you love. So the theme of handling the light within yourself and using it for positive actions, learning that you don't always have to battle, is really well handled here. Sure hope it doesn't get muddied with the particular plot point that we'll see in a little bit. With paladin abilities acquired and Meteor on standby, Cecil hits the Unreal Tournament teleport to Baron, where he finally confronts the king, who's not even really the true king of Baron. He's actually just a puppet for Golbez. Cecil and squad box him up, and Paulum and Porum have to sacrifice themselves to protect the party as a death trap was triggered right before the king went dead. Determined, despite immeasurable odds, they combine forces with the Baron engineer Sid and fly off to— I'm just kidding. The Baron army jacks their joint. Kane forces Cecil to give him the last crystal, stating that if he doesn't, Rose is basically as good as dead. And gosh darn, I'm just starting to feel bad for the homies at this point. Like, can they get one W? Like a single one? Like, goodness gracious. So then a proposition gets made. One crystal for Golbez and Kane in exchange for Rosa, and sadly they have no choice but to cooperate. So Cecil and company head to this village where currently a dark elf is holding on to this crystal, so we gotta infiltrate their lair with no metallic gear, as they have a ward preventing that kind of stuff, which kind of is why Kane and Golbez hatched up this scheme in the first place. So we get our equipment in order, and guess who's bedridden and awaiting our presence? None other than Edward, baby. He survived the shipwreck, and he plays a little mixtape session on his harp to debuff the dark elf that we had a little bit of a hard time with. Boom bam bop, the dark elf is on slumber time, and we don't even get a chance to think before Golbez and company picks us up and brings us to the Tower of Zot. And would you look at that, there's some cool sci-fi mixed in with fantasy stuff that I love oh so dearly. This section is probably my favorite in the game, as the enemies you fight here are top notch, plus it's got one of my favorite boss fights being the Magus sisters, a trio with unique strengths and drawbacks you have to systematically defeat so they don't constantly keep each other safe. It's moments like this that always remind me that Final Fantasy IV is admittedly a fun game, especially in terms of gameplay decisions. So we give this fella Golbez the crystal, and well, Tella wasn't the big fan of all the trash talk he was doing, so he rushes into the fray to drop Meteor, draining the last of Tella's life force. Golbez is taken aback by this attack, breaking his brainwashing on Kane, and he throws a lightning bolt towards Cecil and walks over as if he's going to deliver the killing blow. But for the first time, Golbez hesitates. Left broken but not dead, Cecil approaches an old dying man, Tella, and he proclaims that it's his thirst for vengeance and revenge that led him to his grave. He then promptly asks Cecil, please avenge him. This is exactly what I mean, by the way, when the game's own messages, I feel like they kind of flip-flop, and it's moments like here that are perfect examples. Like they can't stick to a current theme. They just be doing that. They save Rosa from a James Bond-esque death trap that triggers the third elemental attack, and now that Kane is on our side again, we make quick work of this bozo thanks to our favorite jump command. Move on to the underworld, and that's where we can find 4 more dark crystals. Why do we need 4 more crystals? So we can prevent Golbez from getting his full power, and also because the game needs to be a little bit longer, gosh darn it. Cecil gets a special little item to blow a hole in a volcano, and we travel down to begin our I'm just kidding. Once again, the underworld and topside are fighting, rendering our airship useless. The dwarves of the underworld offer to help, and once again Golbez is there with evil dolls to prevent us from grabbing any of the crystals, and I'm sorry, this is getting a little old at this point. Now granted, the creepy doll fights that they offer are pretty dope, and they offer some truly unsettling sprite work, but Golbez, disgusted with our unrelenting efforts, decides to finally handle business by putting us out to pasture. Armed and ready to land the killing blow on Cecil, we hear a mighty roar in the distance. A mist dragon appears, and boom, Rydia is back, baby. We start laying the punishment on Golbez, and it's truly one of the more hype moments, all of us coming together to defeat a greater threat. And after much time apart from Rydia, it's bittersweet to see us working together again. Golbez hits the vanish button, leaving behind a hand, and then he takes the dark crystal. Goodness. Okay. For whatever reason, the dwarves forgive them for yet another failure from Cecil and crew, and yeah, Rydia is a little bit older, because the passage of time in the Idolune land is different than the blue star we're on, which it's fine, just don't think too deep into it. With Rydia back in our squad, we head to yet another tower to grab the remaining crystals in Golbez's possession. During one of our fights, we run into Lugia, an eccentric doctor who rigs the tower to go kaboom, and in doing so, Yang has to sacrifice himself, pushing our team away from the blast so we can make a slippery escape. Sid swoops in and catches us from mid-air, and okay, this is getting out of hand. Cecil and the squad try to leave, but Sid tells us the only way to stop the onslaught of enemies is for Sid to jump out of his airship and then nuke the volcano sky high with bombs in hand. This is giving me flashbacks to Final Fantasy II, dog. This is exactly why I do not like my party members rotating in and out. It feels like there's always some contrived reasons for fellas to die or for them to leave, so we can make space for future characters. And would you look at that, just in time, hey everyone, time to meet Edge, a young prince of I don't even know at this point, bro, some kingdom, and he's got beef with one of Golbez's generals, Rubicante. We hunt him down and give him the corporation. We box this homie up. Definitely one of the more fun villains in the game to boot, as he's one of the only guys who offers a fair fight, healing your team to full and having a respectable but kind of difficult bout with a little bit of taunting and teasing. And after defeating our foe, oh come on, a trapdoor? Is this game for real? We fall down and live to tell the tale. Speaking of living, hi Sid. Thanks for the mithril ship so we can fly over lava. Surely not more unnecessary padding. I do not know how you survived an explosion. Then get this. We get the key from the Viking King. Why he trusts us with any more stuff is beyond me after everything he's witnessed, but whatever, it's his kingdom, it's his decisions. We go to a sealed cave, and guess who's waiting for us again? Golbez. And guess who gets brainwashed again and takes the crystal? It's Cain. Now Golbez has all the crystals in his possession, but never fret, it was fate for our team to be dealt such an awful hand. As per old legends, as long as the village of Mysidia prays really hard, we can get the lunar well, which will let us go to the moon. This game is insane. I can't believe I'm about to say this next part. So we arrive on the moon. The moon is admittedly an iconic and extraordinarily fun location to explore, with some pretty nice space jams. We roam around and end up in the Lunar Sage's temple, and they fill us in on the reality of Final Fantasy IV's world. Many years ago, the Lunarians lived on the blue planet that was on the verge of destruction, so they booked a ticket off the rock and landed on the moon, where they took a long slumber. And cause they were in mid-evolution, one not very good, actually really bad Lunarian wasn't really able to sleep, so he became absolutely evil. So Fiosa, the good Lunarian, forced melatonin down this homie's throat to knock him out, but of course his hatred just is too strong. So I don't know how much more of this could take. I get it. Final Fantasy is full of tropes, you know, the power of friendship, random last minute twist, all that stuff, right? I understand. But dog, an evil space alien controlling the earth and influencing the darkness below off of pure mind waves? I feel like that's jumping the shark just a little bit, even for Final Fantasy standards. But what about the planet being blown up? What happened to that? Why does the big bad want to rule the earth if it's going to be broken in a couple decades anyways? And since we're already this deep at spoilers, let's just rip the band-aid off. So Cecil and Golbez are brothers from this lunar race that we've just been introduced to. The whole plot just boils down to it was Cecil's destiny from birth to defeat this Mr. Evil space wizard god thing named Zamos. And that's why he met his dad at Mount Ordeal, so he could get the power to defeat him. And I'm just so tired. It's all fate, sure, and I'm fine with plots like that. I mean, Star Wars and things like that exist, but this just feels so rushed. It's a massive info dump at the end of the game, and it feels like it came out of left field, and any semblance of character building that was already paper thin just feels like it gets kind of thrown out the window at this point. So then they send this big evil apocalyptic robot that starts wreaking havoc on the blue star, and everyone, I mean everyone, pulls up. Even homies that were stoned end up pulling up, and then the game tests my already thinning patience with the last two dungeons. The difficulty spike here felt like none I've ever experienced. Normal enemies were one-shotting my main magic user, Rydia. I didn't grab enough throwables for Edge, which, okay, that's kind of on me, but it made the fights really hard. The bosses, like Mr. CPU here, took me quite some time to figure out, and the constant reflect and dispel and reflect and dispel, while fun at first, more than outstayed its welcome after wiping twice. The game just started to feel, for the first time in this marathon, kind of not fun. And it really made me miss the options I would have been able to have approaching these encounters if I just had classes I'd like to use, with a band of heroes that could operate like one true unit, that didn't constantly move in and out, messing with my enjoyment factor on both the plot and the gameplay, since everything had to be designed around whatever ability story. We'll talk about you in a second, wait your turn. So I make my way through Dungeon 1, take out the giant wrecking havoc, and Mafiosa, seemingly with the last of his strength, snaps JOBLESS out of his mind control, and oh my gosh, any ounce of all that character building they did for JOBLESS or Cecil, nope, just wipe it away. Why? Fate, you know, I'm all down for characters chasing their calling. Heck, the next couple FFs are going to tackle this exact subject, but it's something about how 4 did it that just didn't click for me and made me upset. Like, they did not let stuff cook long enough. Cecil's arc, despite all they tried to do, just kind of ends up boiling down to, it was fate, your dad was the space cool guy, so you know, you kind of always had that dog in you from the jump, and that's fine or whatever, but I don't know, this time it just came off kind of half-baked. JOBLESS really being evil? Not really, he was just being mind-controlled, and I was gonna atone for his past sins in the next 20 minutes of the game or so. Why did everything happen? Losing all the crystals? Oh, just destiny. Getting the paladin's power? Daddy had it ready for him. JOBLESS not murking him sooner? The brother senses were tingling. Again, all standard Final Fantasy stuff, they do this kind of thing often, and you could argue that this is the catalyst for a lot of the themes and imagery and stuff they're going to build for future games. But the difference is future Final Fantasies are much longer, with a lot more time to flesh stuff out, with all these side quests and world building things, and you guys get the gist. But FF4, it did not have a lot of that stuff going into it, and it was just beyond annoying by the end of the game. Oh, and this homie Cecil's sexist, talking about some girls stay back, us men will finish the final boss. Now, I want to emphasize, this is a joke. Okay, Cecil is not sexist. Okay, he just wants to protect his friends. But it's just weird that he would even pull some stuff like that because, you know, all of the other demon-esque monsters that they fought throughout the entire game. In the end, we take on Zemos, who has truly one of the better final boss themes in the franchise. The fight for me started off horribly, but the power of crystals, faith, and good memories in the heroes get that prayer buff, empowering us to crush Zemos once and for all.
2 misses. Nice, and those are healers. This is it. This is the run. This is the run. I feel it in my bones.
The day is saved. Cecil and JOBLESS have a quick heart-to-heart and finally address themselves as brothers. Rosa and Cecil get married, peace is back to the land, and Cuck Highwind is sobbing from the top of a mountain. Game over. So, coming back to Final Fantasy IV left me feeling kind of sad. I remember loving this game so much as a kid, but upon revisiting it, I couldn't help but notice how abrupt everything was. Plot twists happen at the drop of a dime. I feel like characters change in and out of your party so often that gameplay-wise, I could never settle with the team that I enjoyed playing. And it feels like every single story decision, like self-acceptance, get erased completely by the ending. Not to say those aren't good character moments or that they didn't work, it's just that didn't really hit for me. Edge's entire arc, however, is really well handled. The despair and desperation we had fighting his mutated parents before they decided to end it themselves as they entrust the kingdom in Edge's hands, the rage fueling him unlocking the rest of his ninjutsu kit, that's a powerful moment in the Final Fantasy franchise. Rydia is also a character that I love quite a bit because I do find her really fascinating. There's just so much I wish they went into between her and Cecil and the time skip, and I'm well aware of the side dungeon you can enter to learn just a little bit more about why the Leviathan pulled the ship in to protect Rydia and whatnot, but I don't feel like she grew that much aside from her physical appearance, and that makes me just a little upset. My point is, the game ain't got enough time to talk about such heavy themes, and even if they do address it, you can bet your bottom dollar some plot device is gonna gatekeep these fellas from progressing both in the writing and in the game. That being said, despite how critical I am on 4's plot, I cannot deny it is a franchise staple and got the ball rolling on many JRPG motifs that we're gonna see real soon, not just throughout this marathon, but in the genre as a whole, and I have no choice but to respect it for that. And its musical influence on the gaming landscape, along with the game-changing system mechanic that ATB brought, all of it is chef's kiss. Now, before I move on to Final Fantasy V, please remember that these are my personal thoughts and whatnot on this journey or re-journey of Final Fantasy IV. So if you feel like there's a take that's completely wrong or you disagreed with, that's 100% okay. Just please be civil in the comments. I'm always open to different interpretations of this particular title. I just think that story-wise, FF4 was a miss for me. The gameplay is pretty standard, you know, nothing crazy. It's the one to start of the ATB format, and the music is absolutely incredible, but it's about here for me. Prior to the marathon, there is one game in the franchise that eluded me completely. A game I knew absolutely nothing about. The Ultima blind playthrough, Final Fantasy V. I'm excited to finally dive in and check out the world of FF5, and I got no expectations, so let's hop right to it. Okay, that's pretty awesome. they kept the SNES intro in the pixel remaster version, and off rip, I can tell this game is going to be a lot more lighthearted and whimsical, if we will, than any of the entries we've played prior. It feels like I'm being thrust into this Saturday morning cartoon-esque special, and for me, that's an absolute positive. Just like Final Fantasy IV, there's no prelude, we get right into the plot. Say hi to Princess Lena of the Typhoon Kingdom. Her father is shaken by a change in the elements, particularly the wind in this case, so he sets out on a wyvern to look for the Crystal of Wind. We cut to Faris, a pirate of the seas who feels the currents change, and our main himbo hero Bart, who feels the earth rumble beneath his feet cause a meteor is on its way to slam directly into the world. Oh, a really dope sprite work, by the way. The Mode 7 is putting in that work. Bart sets out to investigate and stumbles across Princess Lena, who needs a bit of help fending off a pack of goblins. In doing so, groans are heard from the crashed meteor, and an old man who seemingly dodged it last minute at the cost of this guy having amnesia. The only thing he can recall is his name, Galif. Something burning inside him wants to check out the wind crystal, and so does Lena because she wants to check on her father. They set out, but curiously Bart stays back, much to his friend Boko the Chocobo's dismay. It doesn't really matter though, because in true Final Fantasy fashion, the earth starts ripping underneath Bart's feet, and they swoop in, saving Lena and Galif before they plummet to their demise. So now they're kind of forced to work together to find that wind crystal. They come across a pirate cove and try to hijack the ship. Seeing how there's no current in the water, and the fact that none of them know how to sail, they get caught pretty darn easily. Faris, the leader of the pirate crew, calls them out to deck to have a little chat. Lena apologizes profusely, but she really wants the ship to go save her father and to get to the wind crystal to see what the heck is going on. Faris is unfazed by the plead and even makes light of the situation, saying that they'd sell Lena off for a pretty penny, and I was not expecting FF of all games to make light of trafficking, but hey, that's how pirates make their bands in Final Fantasy V. The jest quickly stops once Lena's pendant flashes, however, catching Faris's eye, and she decides to cast them to the brig. Faris is torn as her and Lena share the exact same pendant. Curious to potentially meet her father, she decides to plot a course to the wind crystal. Now Faris allows the group to come out of the brig, and we also get to meet Faris's dragon sister Sylvie, who's pulling the ship along because, you know, water currents ain't moving anytime soon. And thus our party is formed. We have the sweet and caring Lena, the goofy old but wise Galif, the himbo Bart, and our headstrong pirate Faris. And yo ho ho, we're out and making our way towards the Wind Temple. Entering the Wind Temple fills me with unease, funnily enough. Scholars are shuffling around spooked, and monsters are pouring into the temple ever since the wind stopped. Blitzing through the Wind Temple, we enter the crystal room, and it's shattered. The room flashes red, and the crystal spirits from around the world fill our heroes with newfound resolve. Lena's father hits us with the usual spill, where the 4 heroes of light, yada yada yada, we need to go find 3 other crystals. They will also shatter, failing our heroes with the light needed to take out the big bad. Y'all get the gist by now. Final Fantasy V, despite seemingly simple on the surface, has a lot of excellent character moments that I fell in love with. For example, the reaction of Faris running to the front of the pack the second she hears Lena mention her father is really heartwarming, and it shows that she's trying to put the puzzle pieces together on if this is truly her father, if Lena and her are related sisters. It's all these tiny, minute character moments that happen strictly through cutscenes in this SNES game. And you guys gotta remember, this is a game from the mid-90s. This is a big deal to showcase stuff like this off, in my opinion. And Final Fantasy V is full of a lot of show-don't-tell moments, and I find it fascinating for, again, a game of this caliber. So with the shards gain, we get access to the jobs. Oh my gosh, it's back, baby! Yes, this is what I've been waiting for! Jobs, and they're fixed! No, perfected. Listen, I'm gonna jump the gun here real quick, but we got to talk about the job-based gameplay. I have never felt so cool in a turn-based JRPG before. Final Fantasy V has a new twist on the job formula. We get to choose between 22 or 26 jobs depending on the version you play, just like Final Fantasy III. We could swap freely between these jobs, you guys know the whole 9 yards, but here's the kicker. Let's say you're grinding the Black Mage, dropping Fiargas left and right, but you want the Black Mage to utilize time magics like haste and slow, both of which are really important in active time battle games. Now, usually you'd build a show around a time mage, a black mage, a white mage, and a warrior. That way you're getting your DPS going, your debuffs going, and heals, and all the usual stuff. However, Final Fantasy V fixes the infamous shell problem with the job ability mechanic. You essentially get up to 3 abilities: a native ability, which comes with whatever class you choose, like Blue Magic or Knight's Cover, and the 2 you get to equip when you swap off a job. Whenever I swap off a high or mastered level Black Mage job, for example, I get to take that Black Mage ability with me as I go to learn a new job, which means we get to mix and match my level 7 Black Mage magic with my time magic, and this goes for all the jobs in the game. Want a ninja who's great at summoning? Want a samurai who can punch really hard with the monk's abilities? Build that. A knight with Beastmaster abilities? You can fuse that too. Whatever you come up with, you can build out, and the possibilities feel absolutely endless. This also has the complete intentional side effects of the game just completely breaking at the seams and becoming the easiest Final Fantasy ever made. I'm sorry, but it is ridiculously easy to steamroll through once you get the right set of jobs and abilities going. Funnily enough, that never really bothered me. The game's always nudging the player to try everything out, so I think the challenge comes from, well, literally trying everything, maxing out all the jobs, and building a team that fits with your playstyle, which I absolutely adore. I couldn't even tell you what build I ran throughout the game because we swapped classes and mix and match job abilities so often to fit whatever situation works for the party at what dungeon I was at. I also love how everyone gets their own custom job outfits. To me, it makes the cast stand out and feel less like they're functions for these jobs and more like characters who swap jobs on the fly to help their friends. Individuality is a big deal in Final Fantasy, and 5 does a lot to make the cast stand out, which is why I love it so much. For most of the game, I had Lena as a knight because she's a kind soul who's about protecting others. Ferris went down a thief ninja summoner pipeline, Bartz was my monk turned samurai, and Galuf was my mage, both black and white, so we had plenty of heals to go around. And that was just the first couple hours of the game. Towards the end, we got all the jobs. We were mixing and matching and grinding the jobs up so everyone could have a little of something for when we entered the final boss. Ever seen a time mage be able to wield sword and armor? I had it, and it basically carried me throughout the whole game. There's no right or wrong job combination, and everything I used felt super balanced and easy to grind up. So if I ever came into locations under-leveled, or I guess in Final Fantasy V cases, underqualified, it wasn't too difficult for me to get the XP needed to make everyone feel mastered with their job levels. Final Fantasy V's gameplay is easily my second favorite in the franchise. The dungeons and bosses are a blast to take on, and the cinematic vibe from 4 has been amped up by 50%. Which I wish the game got more credit for. And yeah, I'll say since I'm already gushing about it, Final Fantasy V's story is actually really good. It's shockingly hilarious. Many moments of the game had me and chat laughing out loud, and it pulled at the heartstrings at just the right ways. Oh, with character deaths that are actually moving and not fake outs. The villain, X-Death, is the definition of pure Black Air Force energy. A homie who's evil for the sake of being an evil guy. No strings attached, no ulterior motives. This homie's just evil and he wants to die, and he will take the world down with him. I kinda love how depressing and dreadful his motivations are, and they contrast greatly to our heroes of light. And this OST, bro, it's pure gas. There's so many excellent tracks to choose from. Lena's theme for the somber moments, which I adore. All the dungeon themes are a bop, especially the desert joint, and of course, it spawned arguably a contender for the most iconic Final Fantasy track, the Big Bridge. Oh my gosh, what is this OST? Oh my gosh, 1 second. Hearing it in game hits different than theater rhythm, gosh darn. This moment was when I was sold with Final Fantasy V in my top, and I'm not making this up, 5 games of all time. Its campiness, the himbo pro tag, the vibrant world and characters, I couldn't help but root for the game throughout my entire playthrough. And of course, franchise first Gilgamesh, becoming one of my favorite villains, and no, I will not elaborate except for the fact that he's a really goofy, funny guy. To pick up where we left off, we gathered the wind crystals, and Bartz is struggling to sleep at an inn, reflecting on his deceased father, a father who tried to protect him from his heroic footsteps, but Destiny had other plans in mind. I know that sounds rich coming from a guy who just dunked on the Destiny stuff and Fate things in Final Fantasy IV, but in my defense, I feel like Final Fantasy V naturally builds up to the twist with Bart's father and literally puts the building blocks in place at the very beginning, and it didn't feel forced or like it was all a part of this grand plan. And it's mainly because of how Bartz reacts to his father being a Dawn warrior. They're essentially the second world warriors of light, basically. It's so subdued and it fits well with the kind of nonchalant guy Bartz is. His father was this massive hero, defender of crystals, sacrificing his life to save the day, and Bart's reaction is kind of just normal. A tug of the hair but a nod as if he's validated by the faith he had in his father for leaving him at such a young age. It's so easy to make Bart's, or this game in particular, an edgy story, with characters that are butting heads or being hit around constantly for having so much emotional baggage. Again, we saw this with FF4. But that's what makes Final Fantasy V great to me. They don't do that because no matter what is going on, they lift their heads up and persevere, or make the choices no one else can for the betterment of the world. Bartz is 100% a character I can get behind because he feels a lot more grounded when it comes to this giant earth-shattering quest. Actually, everyone's arc here is fantastic. Lena learns to trust in her kindness and push past the self-guilt because she truly believes that the best medicine for the world and its inhabitants is spreading kindness not just to your fellow man, but also to the nature around. I mean, girl eats a poisonous flower and gives it to a dragon just to show him that it's okay for them to eat and heal. Twice. She's caring, kind, and not afraid to risk it all because she truly knows deep down that kindness in the human spirit will triumph all. Ferris accepts Lena as her sister, and with that, the very kingdom that she missed out on, but not once does she abandon her previous life as a pirate, instead choosing to accept both parts of herself. Not to mention that I kind of interpreted this to say that, I think Ferris just has a bit more of a fluid gender than other characters. She's not really one to care much about appearances or traditional gender norms, which as a fellow NB, I can 100% respect. Ferris is just a pirate fella that happens to be a princess, and furthermore, all they care about is the glory that comes with adventure. And that's why I love Ferris so much. And speaking of love, oh boy Galuf, now this is the top dog of Final Fantasy V. Y'all know the trope, he's the traditional memory loss character of the party destined for greater things, but here's where the fun twist comes in. One, he's an older chap, and that's something that Final Fantasy games didn't really explore too often. Sure, we got our old homies as NPCs or ancients in the NES titles, or Tella, who's just your typical old grump. Galuf isn't really a grump or a vengeful old man, and definitely not a cocky fella. He's just a really fleshed out character with a family, and is a lot more of a jokey fella who bounces off the other three party members perfectly. They all complement each other. Not to mention, he overcomes his amnesia relatively quickly, and the little nuggets we get of his life reveal a world completely different than the one we're playing in. The battle at the big bridge was perfect and solidified Galuf as a certified GOAT. And that last stand, well, we'll have to get to that moment in a little bit. So on the surface world, nothing too crazy happens. Every crystal we go to gets smashed by a person possessed. Most of the time, there's some character building stuff and really funny gags that happen. The highlight of the overworld section for me was the Library of the Ancients. Every enemy I boxed here was a monster coming out of a book, and the way you took them down quickly was by burning the pages. We also grabbed the Summon Ifrit here, so that was a big standout moment in the early game for me, as I was running Summoner, so it was very much welcome to get a dope ability. The halfway checkpoint was a brutal one. After being strung along by Lena and Ferris's father, our greatest fear is realized when King Tycoon himself is ready to strike down our party. That is until we're saved last minute by a blonde girl who drops thunder and sends that little homie flying. And in a rush, she blurts out the name Galuf, which gives Galuf the last of his remaining memories back as he remembers that's his granddaughter Kryl. King Tycoon snaps out of it and recognizes his daughters in a very touching scene as memories are relinked and family is together again. However, those good times don't last long though. In comes the best villain of the SNES saga, my boy Xdeath. He calls out Galuf by name on some "good to see you again, old chum," and starts blasting the party down. His metal theme kicks in, and it's just, ooh, this Obi Bruises pull up energy. King Tycoon prevents the death blow, but it's at the cost of his life. We get our last couple classes here and flee to the airship for escape. Galuf, full of his past memories, remembers everything. XIII, being a warlock from another world, hell-bent on the destruction of all life around him. And the OG Dawn Warriors work towards the goal to lock XIII on Bartz's world and keep him sealed forever. Unfortunately though, the plan did not work. XIII is now free, the crystals are in his possession, and he's on his way back to his world to finish destroying everything. Galuf, determined to make up for his past failures, takes a meteor back to his original world to set things right, leaving Bartz, Ferris, and Lena all alone. And it ain't right. Galuf shouldn't have to fight this battle without his friends, and they hatch up a plan to teleport to Galuf's world, and this moment was great. The classic friendship persevering in the end is definitely some corny JRPG stuff, but it works for this particular moment for me. So they crash land in Galuf's world, and they get taken prisoner because, I mean, XIII is a terror. Breaking in single-handedly, however, is my boy Galuf. He frees us as we cross the big bridge. Going through the bridge, we run into the goofiest goober in the Final Fantasy games, Gilgamesh, an arrogant, silly minion that's on XIII's payroll. His first battle sequence has him quipping and buffing mid-fight before promptly jumping on me and sending Len into the Shadow Realm, but we successfully get him to flee after a couple of hits. Then we're sent plummeting to the river down below, XIII setting up a barrier, and the party has to reconnect with Galuf's friends. And this is where we learn about the Bart's father twist and the previous Crystal Warriors that set out to take down XIII's tower. So we do just that, going underwater in a cool submarine segment that was pretty dope. And then lastly, confront the tree, where XIII spawned, where it all started. XIII, however, is on demon time and drops fire and brimstone on the forest around us, throwing us for a loop and propelling us down a path where we encounter 4 crystal blobs. We knock them down a peg or two, only for XIII to come out of the woodwork, no pun intended, and congratulate us on breaking his seal. It's pretty ironic. The very crystal blobs we thought were another enemy were actually XIII's seal for this world, holding him back as he's one with the forest. And he yeets us against the wall and gets ready to land another killing blow. But this time, Kryl swoops down to stop him. XIII, being the tyrant he is, chains Kryl up and starts throwing her against the walls like, jeez, bro, it's straight up child abuse. And Galuf, with all his strength, frees Kryl, absorbs the magic energy from the chains, and triumphantly rushes down XIII, despite getting hit by Holy, Meteor, and a plethora of hard-hitting magic moves. Despite Galuf having 0 HP, he keeps laying onto XIII. Fool. All the anger and hatred in existence would never be enough to defeat me. This isn't anger or hatred. Then what is it? Galuf never got to answer. XIII and his cowardice flees. Galuf left bleeding on the floor. He tells the gang to keep their heads up, and our party's spamming Kiraga, potions, elixirs, anything to keep Galuf alive as the effects go off. But it's not enough. Galuf passes on, Kryl left hovering over his dwindling body as his spirit moves to the heavens above. This death really spoke to me. This moved me to my core because we spent so much time getting to know and love Galuf, a true warrior of the dawn through and through, and he's just gone. Talking to Kryl makes this tear-joking moment into a full-blown heartbreaker as she hears Grandpa's voice and runs towards its fading sound. The last of Galuf's spirit, telling her not to shed tears, but to stand strong with the strength he's giving her, and to stand with our party. No, Galuf's friends. Dropping a necklace that gives Kryl every job master and equipment earned from Galuf's time in your party. In my opinion, Final Fantasy V is the perfect Final Fantasy game. This moment right here did a number on me and was handled in such a beautiful way and solidified the thoughts I had as I started my trek throughout this marathon. Those very themes I discussed all came to a head here. Family with Ferris and Lena's arc, self-acceptance with Bart's understanding his father's sacrifice and coming to peace with it, Galuf with memories lost and memories made, and lastly, faith, with Kryl literally praying to her grandpa to be in a better place and for one day after her flame is out, for the two to be reunited and for her to trust in the friends that Galuf has entrusted with her. Now, to be fair, the rest of the game is admittedly more of the same from the first act. We revisit some areas, go through some remixed dungeons, take out new threats that gatekeep the key to progression, and that being said, the way we go about the story is an absolute hoot. Remember, XIV is a being connected within nature itself on both worlds, and he disguises himself as a splinter in Cryol's hand, which leaps out, opening a dimensional portal that vanishes towns across the map via a black void because he's XIV. We do the MacGuffin thing, right? Running through the void castles, taking down the bad guys, getting the last of the power-up we need, and we even get Gilgamesh, and yeah, he switches sides on his own free will during a mini boss fight because deep down, he doesn't want the world to end and for him to end up on the wrong side of history, being an absolute jerk, taking out a very tough boss with the suicide attack while giving us some parting words and wisdom. Big salutes to the best FF gag character. You will be missed. At the end of all time, XIV awaits, and it's time for us to give him the smackdown. He summons the power of the void to knock our heroes out. It's looking dire, but the Dawn Warriors, the last of their spirit power, uses their strength to prevent XIV from summoning the full void, giving our Warriors of Light an opening to take him down once and for all. So we don't. I struggled really hard with this boss. They were not kidding when they said Neo XIV. This phase was not for the weak of heart. The amount of planning and strategy we had going into this fight was unheard of. I had my boy Koei Blend, aka Bartz, playing samurai, throwing around the guild like it meant nothing, hitting all the individual parts that Neo XIV had. Ferris dropping down fat tracks with Behemoth's Mega Flare, and of course, my girl Lena dropping nothing but the most fire of Time Magic mixtape, literally rewinding the verse on him, dropping haste to speed our team up and potentially kind of not really slowing Neo XIV because that homie was immune to that attack for the most part, but we were topped up with regen and whatnot, so that was nice. And of course Cryol, they were just doing Cryol things, you know, black maging it up with the white mage combination, you know, keeping us healed, keeping us topped up, making sure we were buffed going into a fight where getting debuffed with the Northern Star or Holy Grand Cross or whatever the heck it was called could happen at any second. And after an hour of pain and jamming out to a contender for the best final boss theme in a JRPG, we take Neo XIV down. I don't know if you guys heard it, but I heard a rumble. I heard someone go. Oh my gosh. I don't even have words, bro. I don't even have words. Be gone, you foul beast. That's right, the day is saved and peace is restored to the land. And our four heroes, even though miles apart, depart on one last journey together. With one of my favorite credit outros in the entire franchise, we see them running together with the earth fully intact and nature safe from the clutches of evil. Oh, and you get stats on how well you did throughout the game, which I found to be really cool. With the game wrapped up, where do I think Final Fantasy V should go? I mean, the game is kind of like incredible, a pleasant surprise that took me for quite a loop. It lured me in with its vibrant art style and invigorating battle system and kept me glued to the end with a story that hit all the right buttons for me. Yep, to me, it's our first S tier. Final Fantasy VI is a game that requires no introduction. Just like Final Fantasy IV, I have quite a bit of experience with fond memories of beating the Game Boy Advance ROM on my DS Lite flash card back in the day. I'm eagerly awaiting my second true dive into Final Fantasy VI now that I'm older and filled with a lot more knowledge on the world. Long ago, there was a War of the Magi, a battle between empowered humans using the crystallized energy of the Esper race, a race that no longer wants to be around the humans due to the war and their corpses being used as literal weapons. So they leave via an alternate dimension and find sanctuary in an unknown world. One day, the Emperor Gestahl breaks into this hidden sanctuary and tries to kill the Espers for more Magitech power, and it almost goes off without a hitch, but due to Esper magic, it saved the race minus one half-human, half-Esper child named Terra. The Empire got right to work, making Magitech weapons and armor. Some experiments worked out, infusing Magitech in soldiers like Celis and using Terra as a slave. However, some experiments have unforeseen consequences, like the Magitech-infused soldier Kefka. Years follow, with ironworks being produced, gunpowder and steam engines taking over the magic, leaving the planet drained and barren. It's a brutal cold open as Biggs and Wedge, a franchise first by the way, seek out an Esper that has landed in a nearby village. These guys go through the village killing dogs, their soldiers, and anyone or anything to get to this Esper. And when they arrive, the Esper in a thing-like horror-esque sequence make Big and Wedge vanish, and Terra passes out cold from the Esper's sheer power. Terra, after getting help from a villager, flees the village while running into Locke, a treasure hunter and resistance fighter against the Gestilian Empire. The party catches up with Edgar, and let's not sugarcoat it, he's a little bit of a womanizer. Edgar is a prince of a castle, and while he is neutral towards the Gestilian Empire, in reality he's working for the resistance to help fight back. Here, Terra learns of Edgar's long-lost brother, Sabin, who's out there doing a spot of soul-searching after some dicey events that happen in the castle between Sabin and Edgar. Kefka pulls up to the castle, ruining everyone's day as he drops a Fiarga, suspecting that everyone in the group is anti-Empire. This doesn't really matter, though, because the castle is extraordinarily mobile and dives underground with ease as our party seeks out Sabin. We box Sabin's rival, Vagris, with the help of Sabin, real nice of him to show up last minute by the way, and work out a way through a cave to talk to some resistance leaders who request Terra's aid as they believe she's the key to peace. Terra is hesitant to join, but has a quick change of heart when the Empire strikes the resistance camp. While fleeing, our party gets split up into 3 different routes and is a branching gameplay segment which is really dope for SNES standards. Terra and Edgar protect Banon, who is the resistance leader. Sabin's battling some goofy octopus named Ultos and falls overboard, washing up to the northern shore of Doma, and Locke is sneaking around the Imperial territory looking for info on a escape route. He comes across an Imperial general who's being tortured, and dang, I can't believe they let this stuff rock in an SNES game. This is the defector Celis, and together they escape and make haste back to our starting town. Sabin tries to get out of Doma, but is caught in the crossfire of an ongoing skirmish between the Kingdom of Doma and the Empire. Zion, retainer to the King of Doma, is kind of here like, hey, what's going on? And they're like, the Empire is unboxing us, sir. And Zion's like, bet, carry on, we'll just keep trucking and wait for their inevitable attack. And General Leo of the Empire starts planning the next phase of the attacks, begging troops not to start randomly attacking as they don't want to cause any more unnecessary bloodshed. Kefka don't care though, he calls General Leo away and poisons Doma's water supply while hitting the infamous Kefka laugh. And this does a disgusting number on the Doman people. So many lives lost, and for Sion, he has to watch his family, his child, die right in front of his very eyes. In a blind rage, he begins attacking the Empire's barracks. Sabin and Shadow intervene to prevent him from getting himself killed and flee far away, so far that they aboard a phantom train. Now, sure, this section gets memed on pretty hard. The whole Sabin suplexing a train thing is just an absurd concept. But the phantom train that delivers the souls of the departed is easily one of my favorite sections in the game. The realization that most of these souls are those of Doman, those affected by the war, those affected by the tyrannical empire, and seeing the aftermath makes me want to take these guys down that much more. Not to mention, it's just so heartbreaking to see Sion reaching out to his family for one last goodbye. On the way to reconnect with our party members, they encounter a feral little fella named Gal, or as I like to call him, a very sweet, very cool blue magic boy. Once reunited with the party back in Narsh, they try to convince the village chief to join the resistance cause, claiming that as long as that Esper's body's still there, the fighting will never cease. And guess what? Like clockwork, the Empire pulls up and starts tearing the village apart in search of the Esper again. Our party swoops in to save the Esper, and it isn't kidnapped by the Empire. However, Terra has an extraordinarily strong outburst, knocking everyone out of the way as she takes to the sky and flies far away. Determined to get Terra back, our party splits into 2 groups of 4, out to search for Terra as the rest stay to protect Narsh. They find Terra in Zozo's town of thieves, and what a location Zozo is, man. Everyone here is super shady. I mean, you talk to people and they'll instantly either jump you or take that gil. It just ain't right here. This joint hit a little too close to home, you know what I'm saying? We find Terra at the top of the tower being held together by Ramuh. Here we get the backstory on the Espers in the other world, how Terra's half human, half Esper, and all the stuff that you guys gathered from the intro. Terra, with Ramuh's power, snaps out of her enraged state, trusting in her friends that they can be the people that that unite Espers and humans together once more. They have a new plan to get Terra acquainted with more Esper power. There's just one tiny problem. The Espers are held in Vector, the Imperial stronghold, their capital city, and with it being surrounded by water and obviously heavily defended, a simple boat won't cut it. Locke gets the idea to use an airship, but not just any airship, the airship of the famous gambler Setzer. So they leave north of Zozo to an opera house where everything is going awry. A star actress has basically fled from the event because Setzer's planning on kidnapping a girlfriend for his fancy airship, and funnily enough, we have just the woman for the role to spring Setzer's trap. Another marvelous section is here in Final Fantasy VI. I love all the character sprites, right? Celis blushing and going in the back, embarrassed but singing her heart out, Locke being enamored by her voice, Otos slinking and sneaking around like a villainous henchman in the background. Then we get the icing on the cake, the opera house scene, and it's just... Listen, I know we have to talk about the OST once again. Final Fantasy VI has the most influential, and I'd argue one of Nobuyo Uematsu's best compositions in the franchise. The opera song on an SNES sound chip is no easy feat. Not to mention the remaster version really sucked me into this fake play and the narrative it was leading, as if it was a reflection of what Locke and Celis would soon be going through, making it hit that much harder. Then the other music in the game, right? Domus Castle song, gosh darn, what a banger with this grand feel and a solemn overtone, which just sets the tone for what Dome is going to be experiencing, an Eastern nation at its best and worst. And the boss theme is pure heat, always gets me amped, always gets me going, and of course the battle theme one, so easy to replay in my mind. I never get tired, they don't really get repetitive. Every song in this game just perfectly fits what's going on in coordinates with what the game is showing. And yeah, that's obvious for the franchise, but 6 really nails it for me this time, man. Doesn't matter if it's arranged or SNES midis, the OST bangs, no ifs, ands, or buts. And on the topic of side notes, I just want to applaud the comedy of Final Fantasy VI. There's a lot of moments in this game that had me laughing out loud, and I feel like it should get a lot of credit for. Then we have Final Fantasy VI's gameplay, and so far, FF6 feels really good to play. Which may sound weird because it's a JRPG, but I mean it. Attacks and specials sounds impactful and crunchy. The gameplay systems are back to Final Fantasy IV standards, no more job system, right down to even people splitting up in my party, but for once I'm letting it slide because Final Fantasy VI handles it well both in plot and gameplay. No longer are we restricted to the generic, here's the monk for the playthrough, here's the white mage. Instead we get, here's the cool monk Sabin who does half circles and quarter circle forwards to blitz and annihilate his foes. Which I mean, fighting game community rise up. Also, this is fueling my brain more and more for what we should do for our inevitable Square Enix vs Capcom tag fighter, but that's a video for another day. Scion has a samurai arts built around buffing himself and counter-attacking. Terra and Celis are your mages essentially. Locke is the traditional thief. Gao can copy magic abilities, and there's really out there characters like Setzer who are all based around luck and gambling. The best part? Once you get Setzer's airship, we can change and set teams the way we want. You get up to 3 different party formations, and you can build your own party of either 3 or 4, and I feel like it's a great compromise between the lack of job system and building a party around the narrative. And it helps too that the whole cast of 6 is very fun to be around and offers their own unique, interesting gameplay mechanics, so to me, it's nothing but W's. Final Fantasy VI's gameplay is overall super fun and really engaging. Again, mainly thanks to characters like Sabin actively letting me put in inputs to feel like my attacks are doing that much more damage. Circling back to the plot, we finish up the opera house sequence, and just on cue, Setzer scoops right in and picks up Celeste. Thankfully, my girl's nice with it and challenges Setzer to a gambling game on his own airship. He agrees and promptly loses to the biggest gamble of all time, a double-sided coin. Setzer, with no choice, joins our party, we get a hold of an airship, and promptly run over to the Empire. We break into Vector on our Metal Gear Solid, and overhear this dude Kefka bad-mouthing some Espers being Ifrit and Shiva. This moment keeps drilling down how diabolical diabolical Kefka is. This homie treats the espers as if they're fodder or below his very being. We literally dumpster dive and gain the respect of Ifrit and Shiva in a battle. They join our ranks and expand our esper usage. During the escape, we run into Sid, a magitech scientist who's kind of forced to do whatever the Emperor tells him to do, and if that means experiment on your basically adopted granddaughter Celis, then that will be done. Kefka, being the drama queen he is, accuses Celis of being a double agent, and this accusation doesn't really get far because Celis opens a path for the party to exit and escape from. They flee Vera airship, we get some Terra backstory, again the intro to the video, Terra being half human, half esper, and they go into the politics of bringing a human to the tribe. Terra's mother in question was very much against humanity and the horrors it brought, but deep down hoped that one day the humans and espers would get along again. That went out of the window when the Empire came and destroyed their world, and as you know, the rest is history. Returning to Zozo, Terra alerts the lingering espers of how their brethren have fallen to the Empire, and enraged, they launch an all-out attack on Vector, the capital, destroying the town and showing the Empire their true strength. With the Empire in shambles, they begrudgingly agree to work with our heroes and even have Kefka atone for his copious amounts of war crimes. We also get safe passage into the Esper world, so it's W's all around. On our way to the Esperland, an old man is struggling with his daughter who's trapped in a burning building. I'm sure we can help, and we do, as they grant us a secret pathway to the Esper world, being some of the last mages around. Everything goes wrong. Terra waltzes up to talk to the espers of the world, and Kefka, fresh off a murder spree, goes ballistic, killing the rest of the espers. Mercs General Leo, who's outraged and worked with Gestal to open the esper world and finish the job. Following him, we learn Kefka's true plan is to take the Warring Triad's power and destroy the entire world. He lifts the Esper Island, is amazed by the sheer power, killing Emperor Gestal, who's just getting on his nerves. And in the rawest villain kill I've ever seen, he blasts away the Emperor and kicks his corpse off the island like it was another Tuesday. All the earthquakes and tremors got our team scrambling to get out as they jump for Setzer's airship, and it doesn't work out. The magical blast, the island rising, it's all too much. It ends up scattering our party across a now fractured continent. And how fitting is it that the Empire's most unruly experiment is the one that not only did the world in, but ruined the very thing they fought to build. 1 year passes by. Celis awakens on a deserted island, being taken care of by her mentor Sid. She learns that she's been in a coma this whole time, and the world is not what it used to be. The sky has got this orange tint over everything, the land looks desolate, and the animals are 100% in a lower count. Sid, this whole time, struggles to recount the tale as his age is catching up to him. This is where I, the player, have control over Celeste, and I'm struggling to find fish or any foods to keep his strength up. And if you're like me, it's not enough. Sid passes on. Celeste is left alone with nothing left to live for. Her lock gone, Sid dead, the world destroyed. Celeste throws herself off a mountain. I remember being younger and this moment flooring me as a kid. Devastating, accurate look at depression and someone, a human reaching their absolute breaking point. Celeste has experienced so much hardship. The abuse the Empire dished out on her, Locke's distrust towards her, having to be lied on and twisted for the Empire's gain again and again, losing her mentor in Sid, and of course the one thing she battled to protect, life and nature itself, everything gone. Just like that. But even when at such a low, even when fresh off of a suicide attempt, Celeste picks herself up and proudly states that Kefka won't have his way. Despair won't win. She'll cling on to hope and find her friends and save the world. Here's where we enter the non-linear segment of Final Fantasy VI, where you spend most of the game searching the world for your friends, regrouping your party to get ready to take down Kefka. And since it's non-linear, some plot points or characters might be missed, so make sure to grab them all. It also is nice to have extra help for the final dungeon. It will make the game a heck of a lot easier during that section, believe me. For my playthrough, since I'm relatively versed in the game and dark arts our way through, we only missed out on Shadow and the two Painter folk. Just want to preface that before I continue my recap. Celeste finds Sabin and Edgar, who's hiding his identity. Setzer is also getting drunk in a bar, reminiscing on a past fling, coming to grips with the womanizing persona he puts on because it was all a farce, because he missed his true love and rival in airship racing, and goodness, what a heartbreaker. That homie died in an airship accident, and yeah, that's pretty brutal. I get why Setsu's the way he is now. Last but not least, we have Terra. This one was the most impactful for me of the party. Terra is now a motherly figure of sorts to the kids in a desolate village. She protects them from a grand monster that pops up from time to time, and due to these previous events, feels obligated to keep these kids safe. Now, Terra's arc here is something that I resonate with deeply as someone who's on the spectrum and spending a good chunk of my life struggling to find the proper emotions to lock onto or to utilize when interacting with others. I can't help but sympathize with Terra here. Her whole life she's lacked the social interaction. Her emotions essentially shut off to be the Empire's doll. I want to emphasize that wording because one, it's meant to dehumanize Terra, which is bad enough, but two, it's treating Terra, who's also a woman character, as an object, just like Celes, who is being tortured and abused by these soldiers despite her being a former general. Terra, for once, is finally able to sit and really think about her life. She's kind of forced to confront these emotions of guilt for not preventing this calamity, depression for being separated from her friends, and the crushing loss from all the many lives that have been taken. It's a bit of a plague that follows her. It's all new for her, scary even. Her taking the time to process this is simultaneously heartbreaking, but kind of bittersweet. She's finally able to make her own decisions, and Terra, once the monster Humbaba comes back to attack the village in her powered up form, defeats the big evil, staying true to her Esper heritage and loudly proclaiming that she'll fight back against the oppression, evil, and take down Kefka once and for all. That feeling that's been bubbling in her throughout this entire journey, it was love. Terra chooses love over all. No matter how many fall, no matter what evil man has done, she chooses to believe that love will triumph over everything. And then on a similar beat for love and hope winning over all, Celes finds Locke in a firing mountain, saving him with the treasure he's been searching for since the start of the game. However, when he tries to use it on his wife to resurrect her from a deep slumber, she can't be brought back. Her spirit has passed on, but she does give Locke the blessing to be with Celes, which is, by the way, an extraordinarily great moment. We literally have someone letting go and passing on because, well, that's how life works. But Locke shouldn't be bound to shame or guilt for moving forward and finding new love and living the life that he has left. Fast forwarding a bit here, we arrive at Kefka's tower with our party's somewhat form. Listen, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We were definitely rushing because we were playing through a marathon, so I had some jank team builds going into this tower. But for the unaware, Kefka's tower takes a team of 3 and has you switch between the 3 of them to activate switches and to handle certain puzzles. It can be a bit tricky, and I was ill-equipped on our first entry, so I ran back and did some grinding and tried again, and that happened to do the trick. So it's completely on me that this section was a bit harder than the rest of the game, not really the game's fault. The climb through Kefka's tower is disgusting. Everything has this fleshy, metallic look to it, and the enemies, especially the mini-bosses, give off these like half-finished biblical angel vibes. This whole area feels like a twisted look into Kefka's mind, and I don't like it one bit. Now, Kefka's a villain I've been tiptoeing around to talk about for a myriad of reasons, the major one being I don't think I'm equipped to give him a proper critique. In my eye, he's a person who resents the world, one that sees absolutely no beauty in any of it. With his powers, he's above it all. Nature, humanity, every aspect of what makes life life, he's above the very faith people believe in, whatever it may be. None of it matters. He wants people to understand how meaningless life is and that all things are born to die. And if he gets humanity to stop squabbling over life, something he deems insignificant, then I guess in Kefka's mind the next best thing is becoming a god, destroying the very ideal the world is worth living, and cutting the flow of life completely. Terra, Kefka, and Celes are like 3 pieces of the Empire and how the system failed them. However, it's what they did to get back at said system that's so powerful to me. Terra chooses love, Celes chooses hope, and Kefka chooses destruction. And that's my interpretation of the Mad Clown. I really like hearing everyone's takes on Kefka, so if you want to start a dialogue, please comment down below, as I find it to be a really fascinating villain to explore. After making our way out through the roughest dungeon, we finally confront Kefka, the Mad Clown. He goes on and on about how only the end matters, how destruction is the fate of all life, and Terra pushes back. New lives will always be born. Even if it's destined to die, no one should be robbed of the feeling life gives them. the end of the road isn't what matters on the journey of life. It's about knowing you have something to live for right this moment. Maybe it's playing every single Final Fantasy game in the span of under 2 months as you go on a soul-searching journey during one of the most difficult transition periods of your life, and you're writing a massive essay analyzing and digging deep into these games because I want anyone to understand what makes this franchise so special in my heart, why I keep on living day in, day out, giving it my all, because everywhere I look, something is telling me it's worth it no matter what. And sometimes you just gotta be reminded of that. So thanks, Final Fantasy VI. This right here is top 10 boss fights in gaming. The Statue of Gods is truly an insane track that I can't play thanks to copyright. It lasts 17 minutes and it's a long, arduous fight that has a massive party scaling the top, reflecting magic back at its sender, not be able to spam magic on all parts because certain statues will heal off of magic, planning every move carefully with one hit, causing you to get wiped. It's awesome. Once we reach the top of the statue, we fight Kefka proper, and we're treated to a feast for the senses. Kefka appears like a twisted, fallen angel. His attacks feel vicious and unworldly, tearing our screen asunder with harsh black and red overlays. It's suffocating. I love this fight so much, but alas, as you all know, he falls like the rest. Love, hope, found family, they all triumph over all the despair that Kefka brings. Once again, our 4 pillars arrive. Family with Sabin and Edgar reuniting and finding a common ground with each other once again. The found family with Cal, Scion, and Sabin. Heck, Scion dealing with the nightmares and his traumas, letting his family go so he can move on and live life to the fullest with their blessing. Terra is a double entendre, in my opinion, an allegory for her becoming a mother to the orphans, a beacon of love that they can always entrust their hearts towards. And not gonna lie, I kind of see her as a Mother Nature allegory. I mean, Terra is a product of the Empire, someone who was abused and controls and forced to follow these exact rules and set of regulations, just like how they disrespected the Earth during the Magi War, forming ironworks and whatnot, or the apocalypse that Kefka triggered. But the Earth held strong, new life was born, nature starts healing. Those scars, although permanent, will heal over time, just like Terra, and she brings that change. There are plenty of memories made throughout the journey, and overcoming the childhood trauma the Empire inflicted on like half of the party, and I think that's a double whammy for you. And faith, I mean, this one's easy. The entire game is talking about faith in oneself, faith in that hope and love will persevere, and most importantly, faith in that humanity will always choose better no matter how bad one man's actions will get. Lastly, self-acceptance once again is seen all throughout the game. Scion coming to grips with his family, Terra accepting her newfound emotions and appreciating them, Celes seeing the better in herself and the world, and finding love with Locke, poor Locke, accepting what he already knew but learning to be content in the fact that sometimes you can't save everyone and you have to move on. Sometimes life is just out of your control and that's okay. Final Fantasy VI, upon further inspection, is a extraordinarily powerful game, and although I was a bit harsh on my stream, looking back, the game impacted me a lot more than I thought it was going to when I sat down to write it. Easily an S tier, however, it's right below Final Fantasy V because I'm a gameplay first kind of gal. Next on our trip are the 3D games with Final Fantasy VII, a game that I'm obviously a huge fanatic of, because my first of which, weirdly enough, was Crisis Core, a game that I helped my dad get through when it came to the tougher fights on PSP, followed through a playthrough that I went through myself, and I ended up loving the game so much and inspired by the excellent Embrace Your Dreams essay by the Completionist, I begged my dad to get me the original Final Fantasy VII on Steam, and therein lies one of my first Steam games I ever got. It's no surprise that I've beaten FF7 front to back a plethora of times. I've watched Advent Children like once or twice, and I'm already on my 3rd playthrough of Final Fantasy VII Remake. So that begs a question, for a game this popular with this much going for it, and one that I have played to death, for YouTube, I'm trying to figure out how to analyze this game and bring a fresh new perspective to my interpretation of what Final Fantasy VII is saying. And then for the homies on Twitch, I want to make the game kind of more watchable. It's a PS1 game, it's dated, the visual fidelity could definitely be better. So since we're on the PC version, I set out to play my own personal Final Fantasy VII remaster. Thanks to the talented mod teams and the developers of the 7th Heaven mod launcher, we got 60 FPS going, a speed hack to make grinding a breeze, a slew of texture upscales, heck, even upgraded 3D backgrounds, shoutouts to Axl Rose by the way, model replacements by Nino Style, the works, and of course increased FMV fidelity, all of it looking absolutely fantastic. So we started playing with this, and about an hour in, someone in the stream mentioned that there's something even crazier that we could add on top of an already fresh remaster experience. And what you're about to hear is real. A fully voice re-scripted Final Fantasy VII mod. The entire game voiced, even down to every NPC, by the fans, for the fans. This was brought to us by the Echo S team, also known as Still Thinking Films, and gosh darn, it is just such a treat. And the way the voice actors handle a lot of the emotional moments and comedic timing was top of the line.
It's just one button press!
As for the new script, don't be too worried. It is basically a 1-to-1 of the original PS1 game, just with a couple of small tweaks here and there, which we'll talk about throughout the course of the essay. To me, this is exactly what I wanted to give myself a fresh new perspective on Final Fantasy VII's plot and enhance not just the enjoyment for me personally, but for you guys at home. So with that aside, let's jump straight into a remaster of Final Fantasy VII. Midgar, the City of Steel. Our camera starts in space and pans around this cyberpunk environment. And I gotta say, this opening cutscene is cinema, showing off space untouched by man, and the slow transition and pan to Earth where there's nothing but corruption running rampant, as if nature itself is fraying at the seams from all the steel work. The flower basket Aerith holding being the only signs of natural life left. And then ending with that famous shot of Shinra's factory sucking up all that delicious Mako, aka the live stream itself. It's such a perfect opener, and from the jump you know exactly what FF7 is about. This game's art direction really sells that moment for me, and you can tell this is Final Fantasy, no, Square Enix's next big step forward. Nomura's style is absolutely what people think of when you think of Final Fantasy, and in my opinion he's no joke, truly one of the best artists of all time. Cloud's legendary soldier gear and the iconic Buster Sword, Tifa's perfect tomboy demeanor mixed with this boxer design is a great contrast for her sweet personality. The opposite goes for Aerith, who's a flower girl who's more of the tomboy cheeky one, and Barrett, I mean, come on, there's so much to unpack with Barrett. I love the fact that he looks like an activist. The gun hand might be overkill to some, but to me it's giving off this black revolutionary vibe, like he's some guy from the 1960s Black Panther Party. And I'm saying that so you can see how much careful consideration went into all of these design choices. Vincent is sick looking with the long flowing scarf, Red 13 is fantastic, and Sid, it's all just great. I love this art style so much. Hopping off the train, we're introduced to mercenary Cloud Strife, a former soldier who's looking for bounty hunting work, so naturally he collabs with the terrorist org Avalanche. Barrett, Biggs, Wedge, and Jesse are all along for the ride, and their mission's simple: bomb the Shinra reactor. We run through the reactor, plant a bomb, beat the Scorpion fella, run away from some bad guys, and get that iconic right on top of the train cutscene. Returning to Sector 7, we meet Tifa, who's my favorite. She's a childhood friend of Cloud's and also has one of the best character themes in the franchise. She's kind of perfect, and I'm only slightly biased.
There. Oh! It doesn't look that bad.
Yeah, this is okay.
Oh my god.
She accompanies us on a Sector 5 reactor bombing mission to keep an eye on her best friend Cloud. Getting through Sector 5's reactor pretty much goes as planned up until they set the bomb to go boom when President Shinra himself sends down an airbuster prototype military weapon to take out Cloud, Tifa, and Barrett. Now this fight was absolutely crazy with one of the best boss themes you're gonna hear throughout the franchise. Airbuster is a Hood classic, and once the fight's done, Cloud takes quite the tumble as everything's exploding and blowing up around him down into a bed of flowers below. Cloud is knocked out and unconscious and slowly starts coming to his senses thanks to a voice in his head, and this is where we get our official introduction to Aerith. And her stalkers, the Turks. This right here is Reno. He's a loudmouth, audacious brat, and I absolutely adore him. Aerith and Cloud run away and find themselves in Wall Market looking for Tifa, who's been spotted infiltrating the pimp Don Cornello. We do a lot of odd jobs, from checking out the Honeybee Inn, helping someone design a dress, Cloud going through a psychotic episode for some of the nastiest things he's ever seen in his life. The homie also gets pretty swole via some squats, and eventually, of course, the cross-dressing scene. Now, this scene can be a little controversial for some because I know the cross-dressing aspects are a little dated, but to me, especially with the Echo S, I think it's kind of wholesome that there's an entire sub-community of these lower income trans kings and queens doing everything they can to stay in shape, cheer each other on, and just help a random person who potentially just came out of their shell get dressed, get accustomed to this new lifestyle, if you will, and everyone's pretty uplifting. It's a great moment in my opinion, and I don't really see a whole lot of negativity, especially how they handled it in Remake. Now, Cloud in his dress, along with Aerith and Tifa, infiltrate Don Cornero's mansion and get this homie to talk. He reveals that, oh goodness, this gets me every time, the plate's going to drop on Sector 7. When we arrive, it's too little too late. Biggs, Jesse, Wedge, all dead by the time we get there, as Barrett's clinging on to life by a thread, trying to hold back Shinra's onslaught. Ultimately, Sector 7's plate drops. Both the top side and the slums beneath, gone in an instant. This cutscene always haunted me as a kid. Like, you're telling me a company has the ability to affect those many lives with the simple flip of a switch? Like turning off hot water when a bill isn't paid, or shutting down gas so people can't cook. Or wait a minute, that's just the gang regroups at Aerith's place, and we learn that she's been taken captive by Shinra thanks to the Turks. This is because she went out of her way to make sure Marlene stays safe, which is Barrett's daughter. It's here we learn why Shinra wants Aerith so badly. It's because her blood is that of an ancient, the fabled Cetra that have the power to find the promised land, where Mako flows abundantly. Okay, time out. I gotta cover this one. You're telling me a greedy corporation hell-bent on getting Mako energy wants to use the Cetra to find a place called the Promised Land, where literal souls, the life stream, and nature flow through the purest and cleanest on the planet, and they want to mine it for energy?
Well, to do an evaluate, if I say what I think, I'm suspended 6 months.
We gear up and head into Shinra directly to save Aerith, and thanks to the help of the mayor of Midgar, we sneak around on our Sam Fisher stuff, observe Hojo, and Cloud is hot on that homie's trail. Sadly, he gets drawn to this floating alien named Genova, enough to send him into another psychotic break, making him pass out, and when Barrett wakes the little homie up so they can chase down Hojo, when we arrive, all we see is Hojo's twisted experiment he's trying to inflict on Aerith and a beast named Red 13. He wants them to breed because they're both the last of their kind. It's pretty gross. This joint doesn't fly, however, and with our party and Red 13 definitely not about that life, they break out and promptly get thrown in cells, where after a bit of soul searching and team communication, they end up passing out. Cloud jolts up from his sleep and sees the prison doors open, and it's a slaughter out there. Blood's all across the floor, glass is shattered, and the most pressing of all, Genova is missing. Continuing up the blood trail, we find President Shinra dead, with a giant sword impaling him through the back, and it has to be the work of a first soldier named Sephiroth. Now, in true Barrett fashion, that homie don't care who is killing who, he's just glad the president got his. But that smile instantly turns into a frown when Rufus, President Shinra's son, hops off that helicopter, and I'll tell you what, let the battle begin.
Don't get up. That's all for today.
We get to the famous bike chase sequence, flee from Midgar, and arrive in the distant town Calm. Cloud retells his memories with Sephiroth in his hometown Nibelheim. Him and Sephiroth's mission should have been a standard one, investigating the reactor in the town. Sephiroth was already acting a little different on arrival, saying things that were unsettling to Cloud, like how does it feel to return home, in this chilling voice. He later delves into how he never had a mother. His mother was Genova, delving into how his mother Genova died in childbirth. The following day, they set out to investigate the reactor, but not before Cloud, Tifa, and Sephiroth snap a quick picture for the scrapbook. When they journey into the reactor with Tifa as their guide, Sephiroth uncovers a pod labeled Genova, and Cloud uncovers a pod with people floating in condensed Mako energy. Upon returning to the town of Nibelheim, Seph locks himself in the Shinra mansion for several days, and when Cloud returns, Sephiroth went mad, telling Cloud that the entire human race were traitors to the planet, traitors to his mother, and he raises Nibelheim Cloud's hometown engulfed in inferno before his very eyes. His mother, friends, all gone. Enraged, Cloud chases down Sephiroth, where he's found pulling metal from a test tube revealing Genova. Cloud's memory is spotty here. He can remember how he battled Seph and lived, as Sephiroth is much more powerful than Cloud. He barely stood a chance. The group's reactions are mixed to this story. Barrett is angered and confused and rushes out. It's too much for him to bear. Tifa stands there silently, and Aerith is in shock, unease filling the room as if something about the story is just not right. Continuing on their journey, thanks to a loudmouth Turk named Elena, our heroes discover Sephiroth is heading for a town Junon. During the trek, we also encounter the materia thief Yuffie, who's an optional party member you can bring into your team, so we'll be keeping our eyes peeled for any that come up throughout this journey. This is when the game becomes this globe-trotting adventure, searching high and low for Sephiroth as he leaves plenty of dreadful clues for us to uncover. We get run-ins with Shinra and the Turks, we learn more about each character in our party's past, while also discovering new homies along the way. Now let's get into the nitty-gritty and talk about one of my all-time favorite characters, Barrett. Now, Coral was his hometown, a mining town that was doing pretty well for itself up until Shinra came in one day and put a Mako reactor in Coral, leading to a massive accident. Now, the issue with this is Barrett's the one that convinced the town to build this Mako reactor, hoping that would get more jobs going, add some infrastructure to the town, and hopefully give everyone a kind of a new lease on life, if you will. And he got his friend Dine to agree with this plan. When the reactor exploded, Shinra capitalized on its failure and accused the townsfolk of being terrorists and doing all these awful things towards Shinra, so they had an excuse to burn the city of Coral to the ground, killing so many families, including Dine's and Barrett's, Marlene being one of the few survivors that Barrett cares for to this day. So as you make your way through this segment of the game, all these people are harping on Barrett, railing into him, basically saying it's his fault that the town became this impoverished, dead, rusty wasteland. Now that's something we're definitely going to want to hold on to for later, as we have some gambling to do in the Golden Saucer. Cloud, fresh out of Gil from all the gambling we've done, sets out to find a person named Dio, who informs us of this mysterious tattooed, numbered individual wearing a cloaked robe shuffling by the Golden Saucer. It's interesting info for sure. Not quite what the group is looking for, but nevertheless, it's a lead to help us find Sephiroth. So Cloud and Aerith set out to find the mysterious robed man, eventually coming across another party member being Cat Sheath, who's one of those fortune reading types. He sticks with us because he wants to see if the cryptic fortune he told us is going to come true or not. These three walk into a battle arena and see a slew of bodies across the floor, with one NPC claiming a man with a gun arm did this to them. We fear the worst. The party catches up with Barrett, and we learn that Barrett didn't murder these people. It was his friend Dine, who's gone mad with grief after the events of Coral. As we flash back to the Coral's aftermath, we see Scarlet shoot down both Barrett and Dine in the arm, Dine falling into a cavern below where Barrett assumes that he's dead. Betrayed by Shinra and burdened with guilt, Barrett takes in Marlene and turns his arm into a gun to fight back against all of Shinra's wrongdoings. This moment is extraordinarily powerful for a myriad of reasons, the first of which being Barrett opens up to his friends, confides in them, tells them why and how Shinra wronged him so badly, on a journey where everyone's been pretty open about what Shinra's done to them. And it's important because Barrett is a very closed off militant man. Him finally opening up, showing off his weaknesses, showing off his guilt, trusting in his friends to believe his story and the struggles that he went through, but also allowing them into his life, trusting in them so they can work together to take down Dine, not have Barrett go and lone wolf it because of the burden that's weighing heavy on him. Together as one trusting unit, Barrett and company go to confront Dine, and here we get one of the rawest speeches in video game history.
Listen, Dad, I need to...
I hear a voice.
No.
It's Eleanor's. I can hear her. She's begging me not to hate your rotten guts. That's why I didn't hunt you down.
I know I messed up. I'm not asking you to forgive me. But what are you doing in a place like this? Killing folk who ain't even involved. Why?
Why? What difference does it make? You think having a reason will fix everything? If the people of Corel could hear all of Shinra's excuses, do you think they'd give a damn? I don't need a reason. All we ever get is bullets and bullshit. What's left is a world of despair and emptiness. And that's all. You still wanna know why? Alright, I'll tell you why. 'Cause I wanna destroy everything. This place. Everyone in it. The whole damn world. I got nothing left here. Corel, Eleanor, Marlene.
Dine. Marlene. Marlene's alive.
Huh?
That day, I headed back to the village. I figured it was the end of the line and I just needed to accept it. All I wanted to do was spend my last moments with Myrna. That's when I found her. Your daughter, Marlene. She's in Midgar. Let's go see her, yeah?
So, she's still alive? Alright, Barrett. I guess we gotta fight.
What?
Eleanor's all sad and lonely. I gotta take Marlene to her.
Dad, are you crazy?
Marlene wants to see her mom, don't she?
Stop! Dad! I can't die here!
Oh, yeah? Well, my life ended that day.
Stop it! I don't want to fight you!
Barrett!
Cloud, you stay the hell out of it! This is my problem!
This fight gets me every time, man, because it's not completely Barrett's fault here. Sure, the guild's eating him up inside, but Shinra was gonna find one way or another to mess with the town of Coral, regardless of what Barrett or Dine had to say about it. The system Shinra placed is what drove two friends to this point, drove a father crazy, drove a father to take his own life. It's because of Shinra's actions that Dine was mentally broken, that he went on this murder spree, that he went on this revenge-fueled hell. And it's devastating.
I ain't no different, man. My hands, they're just as stained.
Large crowds of demonstrators in multiple cities getting more violent following the death of George Floyd.
Barrett's arc reflects a certain type of black experience over here in the States. He took the risk of trusting a corporation, one that's advertised to keep them safe, to bring in new jobs, to make our community better. He even sold his friends on this ideal in true capitalist fashion, and it blew up in his face. Literally. Shinra and the grunts on payroll didn't care about that community of Coral. They didn't care about the consequences of burning the town to the ground. All they cared about was cleaning up their mistake. All they cared about was getting rid of targets. And it radicalizes Barrett forever. So he chooses to fight back the only way he's been shown how. The only way Shinra could hear. Cause more violence. From a personal perspective, with all that's been happening in the last couple years, I can't help but reflect back to Barrett and think about his actions and how they kind of mirror current day events. I know it's far-fetched to assume a Japanese company like Square is designing a game based on the black experience in early 90s America, but hey, I'm black and this is the America I live in, so I can't help but relate the events that Barrett went through to my current situation. Remember, this is just my take, and I feel like it ties into the grander themes of how Shinra is just another allegory for Western imperialism imperialism, and with an emphasis on American capitalism in this case, and how it being unchecked is not just evil, it's straight up dehumanizing. It also raises a question on how does one react to a lifetime of oppression and corruption? People tried the peaceful protest. We can march to our heart's content and give all the speeches in the world, but if the man wants to put us down, then best believe he'll put us down. We can act out in violence, we can riot and destroy the corporation's buildings, hurt others in the crossfire, hell, maybe even destroy the businesses and equipment they put in place to control us, but these corporations, regimes, governments, they all know it's temporary, and it's only a matter of time before they come back stronger to stomp us down and make sure none of this ever happens again. Even Final Fantasy VII loves to argue that Barrett's no better than what Shinra has done, but I disagree. I think putting one reactor bombing that injured and killed maybe 60, 80 people versus an organization that is using the souls of loved ones for fuel and killing those among the living is, in my opinion, nowhere near a fair comparison, especially when it comes out of the mouth of someone who's working in the company, who sees very clearly that nothing can be changed and is reduced to a glorified secretary by the end of the game. I really hate Cat Sheath. just want to put that out there. Violent action isn't the response we should have. No one should have to die to get a message across, and I 100% agree with that. But when no other options seem to work, when no matter what, if we go down a peaceful or violent road, we're met with an unjust death, how can one properly critique a group of oppressed people fighting their oppressor? Just food for thought. Going back to our main plot, we reach Gungaga and get acquainted with Shinra's search for big materia and the parents of a soldier named Zack Fair, who ask a pretty good question. Why hasn't Zack come home? And is Aerith Zack's girlfriend he wrote about in the letters that stopped 5 years ago? Shivers are sent down Aerith and Tifa's spine as they seemingly know something about Zack and find it curious that a first-class soldier like Cloud knows absolutely nothing. Once again, store everything in the memory banks. That's just how Final Fantasy VII works. We're moving on to Cosmo Canyon, Red 13's hometown, or better yet, Nanaki, as villagers refer to him as, and from here on out, so will I. Listen, one thing that always ticked me off about OG FF7 is the fact that this tortured lab experiment out of Hojo's lab keeps getting dead named throughout the entire game. It just kind of rubbed me the wrong way, so I'm really happy the Echo S team also realized that was a flaw in the original translation, and the dub refers to Red 13 as Nanaki. Once again, I am telling you the Echo S mod is solid. You guys should definitely give it a shot. In Cosmo Canyon, we meet Nanaki's grandfather, Bugahagen, a kind, caring soul that took him in after Nanaki's tribe was attacked by a group called the Gi. Bugahagen goes on to explain he got special devices to observe the planet. Here we get to hear it literally crying out in pain, which is, I would just argue a little bit on the nose. We learn about the cycle of rebirth, souls that leave the planet, enter the life stream, and get recycled into new life, rinse, repeat. As the presentation wraps up, Nanaki goes into discussion about his father Seto and how much of a coward he was. Bugahagen shakes his head and shows Nanaki the way to a cave of Gi, all while telling him and Cloud the story of a great warrior. Throughout this cave, it's full of ghosts and undead slain by none other than Seto, his father who turned to stone at the top of the cavern with tears in his eyes, dying protecting the tribe that he loved. Nanaki's arc is great. He's reminiscent of a stubborn teenager that doesn't quite understand the grander world, an allegory for kids who spent their life trapped and abused, and upon taking their first steps out into the world are greeted with unrelenting bitterness towards life until he's forced to confront the reality that life isn't all black and white. That even in the abuse or people abandoning, there's nuance in every situation. Sure, there's hardships and people may straight up disappear from your life, but you shouldn't automatically assume the worst of their character. Most of the time, there's deeper meanings to every circumstance, and you should take the time to respect one another's character, even if they've wronged you. Sure, Nanaki's arc is probably one of the most safe ones throughout this game, but I love it all the same. Forgiveness is a very essential part of humanity in my opinion, and in a game that's basically covering all the aspects of it, I'm glad it was handled so masterfully. Next stop on our Gaia road trip is Nibelheim, and oh gosh, this isn't good at all. The town is burned down, and the townspeople here don't even recognize Cloud or Tifa, which is alarming. And there's some black cloaked fellas shuffling around talking about Sephiroth and the reunion. You can also grab the optional character Vincent in this section. Vincent is a really tragic character who's been wronged by Shinra in a multitude of ways, one of which was being cucked by Hojo and promptly losing his kind of wife. Not really. Now listen, I don't quite have the time to explore Vincent in this particular run of Final Fantasy VII. I'm gonna hold it for a future analysis considering Rebirth is right around the corner. The TLDR is Vincent was a big scientist that was trying to help Shinra, further his advances in the scientific field. Hojo wanted to make his creepy monster experiments, and he used one of Vincent's love interests, being Lucretia, to essentially create Sephiroth. Mind you, all of this is missable optional content, by the way, and then it later got expanded upon in its spin-off game, which is why I'm kind of skimming over details. This was still a marathon at the end of the day, guys, so let's mosey on forward. We go into the library of Nibelheim and encounter Sephiroth, and here he's blabbing on and on about some reunion, explaining that a calamity from the skies is imminent and the reunion is key to fixing the planet. Seph throws materia towards Cloud and gets the heck out of dodge, leaving everyone speechless and confused. With the confusion, they go into Rocket Town. Now this small town houses Cid Highwind, Shinra's former space program expert. He's a loudmouth swearing engineer, and I kinda love him. Cid's a man with large ambitions. Often he spends his days waiting for President Shinra or Rufus to arrive, giving him the okay to continue the space program, as Cid was originally going to be the first man in outer space. His dream never came to fruition because of an aborted launch over safety concerning the oxygen tanks. This aborted launch was due to his assistant, Shara, who has felt guilt ever since this incident, and Cid has no problems making sure she knows it was her fault at every waking minute. So after the flashback, Shinra pulls up again, and Cid is really excited, thinking this is his chance to get the space program back on track. No, they just want to use the same plane our party wants to use, the tiny Bronco, so they can go find some Promised Land Mako energy stuff. Fighting breaks out between our party. Cid sees the error in Shinra's ways and ends up joining us. We hop on the tiny Bronco. We try to get the heck out of Dodge, but some shots go off, rendering the plane a little bit useless, and it's basically a glorified boat for the rest of the game. Now, Cid in FF7 is a character I think who doesn't really get enough respect. He's suffering from what I call small town syndrome. Prior to him joining our party, his biggest dream was getting into space, and he very nearly made it happen. But when it all came to a standstill, Cid is stuck. He doesn't even know what to do or where to go next. His dreams are all shattered at once, and it destroys him. He becomes a much more bitter and angry man because of it. It's very easy to dislike Cid in this situation. However, once again, I disagree. I don't think it's all Cid's fault. Just like the gifted kid program in a high school or the military vet who was promised the world but the government overlooks him because the system doesn't care about them, Cid was promised global renowned success. Papers with his name emboldened, the first man in space. It was his dream since childhood. He's the engineer that was going to make this happen. He worked for it, grinded for years, and one tiny human error, one simple little oxygen tank check was all it took for Shinra, no, for the corporation, for the system to abandon him. Because at the end of the day, Cid chose humanity over personal ambition. With Tiny Bronco in our possession, we sail back to the Golden Saucer, where we discover a keystone. Now, this keystone is the one that can help us get into the Temple of Ancients, and maybe Aerith can learn a little bit about herself, learn what's going on with Sephiroth, and well, Cloud and Aerith go on a cute little date here, and that was nice. It's a really wholesome moment, and the play they watch was kind of cute. What's not nice is this fella Cat Teeth acting suspect, slinking and dipping behind certain objects and stuff, being a real slippery little fella. Why is Cat Teeth switching up? Because he's a Shinra op. He's holding Marlene hostage, and he makes the team do whatever he says, which means we have to lead Shinra right to the Temple of the Ancients and unlock it via the keystone. Now, as the party arrives at the temple, Shinra's already awaiting us, and the Turks are laid sprawled out across the floor. These fellas got absolutely bodied, and they warn us that Sephiroth is nearby. Exploring deeper and deeper, we hear voices pointing out to Aerith that the Ancients are becoming connected, and it gets to the point where Aerith finds a pool of living consciousness that contain these sessions, etc., cueing a vision showing Sephiroth entering the temple and cutting down various Turk members like Shang, who we saw at the entrance, proclaiming that he is going to be the true one god through one simple method: obtaining the black materia, which is the ultimate destructive magic, Meteor. That's right, Sephiroth's goal is to summon Meteor and destroy the planet. Very akin to how Tella wants to use it for Golbez. He wants to destroy the planet and start everything from scratch as Jenova intended. Now, Catchith, after his betrayal, still has a bit of humanity in him and sacrificed himself to save us all from the temple crushing in on itself, because that's what happens when you obtain the black materia. Some Indiana Jones stuff pops off. Cloud obtains the black materia and makes a trek to get out of the temple of the ancients, but Cloud quickly starts shaking violently, separating between his adult and childlike self, his child form begging his older self not to give Sephiroth the black materia as he slowly treks forward. Cloud's older self gives Sephiroth the black materia. During his psychotic break, he attacks Aerith and promptly gets knocked out by the party. Cloud dreams of Aerith in his slumber, Aerith telling Cloud to rest, saying that she has to be the one to stop Sephiroth, rushing into a blinding forest light. Sephiroth hot on her trail to stop her. The party is wary towards Cloud, untrusting, as he begrudgingly gathers them and they make this slow descent into the white forest, a ethereal-like place, eventually stumbling across an altar essentially, as Aerith is sitting there praying to the heavens above. Cloud, once again overtaken by this sudden urge, raises his Buster Sword to Aerith, his friends yelling at him. Cloud snaps out of the haze and Aerith looks up at his face and smiles as Sephiroth drops from the heavens above. Sephiroth kills Aerith. Cloud is broken. Sephiroth's taunting feels never ending, constantly pecking at Cloud. How does it feel to lose someone? How does it feel to stay out of control of your situation? Continuing on about the reunion, stating he's awaiting for the promised land, and lastly confirms that Aerith's soul has returned to the planet. Cloud loses it. He goes off overcome by grief. Aerith will no longer talk. Aerith will no longer laugh, cry, live. All of these emotions and thoughts building in Cloud's mind come spilling out, and Sephiroth's response is he doesn't care. He's nothing to him but an empty puppet. There's so much to unpack with Aerith's deaths and Cloud's relationship to both Sephiroth and Aerith, what the three of them represent when it comes to the core themes of Final Fantasy VII, but bear with me for a moment as we, like Cloud, have to hold on to this grief, hold on to this struggle, and move on with our story. Cloud, for the first time seemingly, opens up to the party, explaining how he doesn't understand why he gave the black materia to Sephiroth, how he doesn't want to feel like a pawn in his game any longer. Cloud is tired of not feeling like himself. It's here where we see Cloud's vulnerabilities really start bubbling to the surface. He's afraid of not just the actions he's committed, giving Sephiroth the black materia, afraid of being controlled by Sephiroth again, puppeted to do his bidding, but he's also afraid of losing his free will and his agency, and that being the catalyst to destroying his world. It's here where Cloud's cold, brooding demeanor starts breaking down, and we begin to see the true Cloud that is laying underneath the surface. A scared child who's afraid of losing control, and one that has to rely on others to get by, and that's what Cloud asks. For the first time in FF7, he asks his party to help him. Cloud needs his friends, his party members, to help him take down Sephiroth, and he finally recognizes that. Disc 1 is completed, and after a quick snowboarding trip later, we enter the northern crater. Shinra's high wind circles above. Rufus is popping off over the fact that they finally have found the promised land, and Hojo's just here for the tea that's going to be happening in the reunion. When the party enters, we encountered those black cloaked figures being slaughtered by Sephiroth, and in Seph's own words, they've outlived their usefulness. We fight yet another version of Jenova, realizing now that Cloud hasn't been following Sephiroth at all. He's been following pieces of Jenova that Sephiroth is controlling. Scared of his well-being and the destruction of the world, Cloud gives up the black materia in case he has another psychotic episode, and he brings Tifa with him deeper into the crater, a vision overtakes their senses. Nibelheim 5 years ago is shown before Cloud and Tifa's very eyes. Now, Tifa's starting to break down, begging Cloud to look away, but it's too late. A black-haired soldier is shown. It's the kid from Gungaga, Zack, the real first class, the person who was really there during Nibelheim's downfall. Even Sephiroth taunts him with the true photo of Zack, Tifa, and Seth lined up. Cloud, not knowing what to believe in, rejects these memories, rejects these claims, choosing to believe in what he knows true. But what he knows isn't reality. Cloud can't recall joining Soldier. The seed of doubt etched into his mind permanently. The party is beaten to the end of the crater by Shinra. The Promised Land is actually just full of weapons, aka big ol' mechs, that are full of Mako crystals. Cloud falls under mind control once again. Now, whoever you gave the materia to, for me it was Nanaki, gets tricked by Sephiroth, and they come running in to give Cloud the black materia as was called upon. And Cloud inserts it into Sephiroth, reviving him and giving him access to summon Meteor. The Promised Land, rumbling, releases 4 weapons as if the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse themselves were sent across Gaia to start the world's downfall. Final Fantasy VII is a video game where you have infinite control over our party. The game is another clever take on the RPG genre, and combat is enhanced thanks to materia. Materia is the magic of the game, so fire, cure, blizzard, etc. All those things you can equip to various equipment you have. When equipped, the more you use materia, the more it levels up. It gets powerful. Materia is pretty multifaceted. It isn't just magic, it's also the summons of the world. It's a way to add passive stat boosts to your character. It's the lifeblood of the planet. With this in mind, we can build and set up our characters to play any way we'd like. If you want Aerith to kind of tank, you can go for it. With the right accessories and materia given, the game won't punish you for doing so. But FF7 isn't a forgiving world, and Aerith's death is proof of that. I know prior in the marathon I talked down on character deaths in a party, but Aerith is that trope done right. You can spend so much time making her the perfect healer, but if fate has other choices in store for her, then sadly we have to deal with the consequences of it. You can make Cloud the strongest DPS in your party. I maxed him out, I gave him the best stats, I made sure he had all the weapons he needed, but if this man's mental health is so easily shattered, then all that level grinding won't prevent his breakdowns. And most importantly, it can't help when control's taken away from me, the player. FF7 has a jarring emphasis on minigames, where almost every interaction, from racing a chocobo to playing a janky fighting game in the Golden Saucer to even snowboarding, all of this feeds into us, the players, being in complete control over Cloud's actions, which makes those moments of mind control hurt me that much more. We can't stop it. As a player, I can't do anything. I, like Cloud, am at the mercy of Sephiroth's will. That's why this moment hits so hard for me. It's exactly why I love video games as an art form. The script and setup for this was pitch perfect for every single interaction we have, where I, the player, am powerless to do anything against Sephiroth, all while he toys with our memories of the world that we can only see through Cloud's perspective. Now, for this next part, I'm going to have to throw up a trigger warning. For this section is going to be diving into analysis on Cloud's psyche, and a lot of this hits really close to home for me, so I'll be getting a bit personal. The world is in turmoil, and 7 days pass. Tifa recalls the time she first found Cloud. He could only recall things he shouldn't know about, and that's why she worried for him. Asked him to join Avalanche so she could keep an eye on him. Waking up from June on after reminiscing on the past, the rest of the party helps break Barrett and Tifa out from a Shinra facility, and on their way out, they end up finding Cloud on a faraway island. Tifa opting to stay as Cloud's Mako poisoning has hit a critical mass, so to speak. He's wheelchair bound, non-verbal, and very lost and confused on where to go next. Sid, leading the crew, does some stuff over in Fort Condor. They protect a huge materia from getting taken away by Shinra, who needs a big hacking railgun to blow up all of those weapons that are out and about. And when they return to Cloud, the ultimate weapon fires on the tiny village, sending Tifa and Cloud plummeting into the live stream below. It's here where Tifa dives into Cloud's memories, helping and leading him as they walk through his true past. Teenage Cloud recounts the truth, the time he spent with Tifa on the watchtower, proudly proclaiming he'd joined Soldier. Tifa asking why does Cloud use lies to cover himself? Cloud responding that he wanted to be a stronger person, to gain respect, and it was devastating to never be noticed. Cloud desperately wanted to be noticed by Tifa as it fades to his time as a teen in Nibelheim. Cloud lamented the kids Tifa hanged out with, how he was too shy to ever try to talk to anyone, and in that shyness became bold, thinking he was above Tifa's friends, laughing at every little thing as children do. When Tifa calls this out, young Cloud recoils and answers back, I know I'm the one who was stupid. Maybe it's his fault for being different from those kids. Teenage Cloud was just hoping one day they'd let him in, be a friend. Cloud admits he was weak and prejudiced towards her friends. He beats himself up, and that's why he invited Tifa to the well, thinking that she would never come because maybe she hated Cloud. Tifa always kept Cloud in her mind though, waiting for the day she'd hear something about him once he left, and young Cloud gets really happy hearing this, even asking her to tell Cloud that once they're done going through his memories. And he alludes to a special day, the reason he remembers her house in the first place. It's when Tifa's mother passed away. Her friends were at that house to comfort her. Tifa, not fully believing, climbs Mount Nibble in search of her mother, but during the trek she slips and falls. Cloud tries to save her, but fails. As he's left to deal with the fallout of the village, Tifa's own father scolding him as she's stuck in a coma for 7 days. Cloud left frustrated with himself because he's weak, so he lashed out, getting into fights with anyone during this turbulent time in his life. And that's when he learned of the great hero, Sephiroth. Cloud was there in Nibelheim, back with Zack and Sephiroth, but not as a soldier. He was a standard, regular, run-of-the-mill Shinra grunt. The hero he looked up to, changed his life paths for, is the person who raised his village, took his own mother from him. Cloud, as a grunt, he never took that helmet off in Nibelheim. Even if he did keep his original promise of keeping Tifa safe, he didn't do it as a soldier. Cloud couldn't live up to the expectations that he set for himself, and when confronting Sephiroth as he makes his great escape with Jenova in his clutches, takes Seph down by getting stabbed like a champ and throwing Sephiroth into the Mako below, gripping the steel of the sword. Some time passes, and Zack comes back to save Cloud from the Mako testing that was inflicted upon him, and protects him during Shinra's manhunt for the 2 soldiers in Nibelheim. As the grunts shoot Zack down, they leave Cloud to die of his disease. Cloud slowly crawls over to Zack as Zack tells him to live, go on, and be Zack's living legacy. Cloud screams into the skies above. Cloud is a character that I've personally related to ever since I first encountered him back in 2015. I was, 14 at the time, and middle school did quite a number on me. I was just looking into my mental health, grappling with the realities of being autistic, the very thing people would make fun of me for or joke about throughout my entire life. As part of my unknowing coping mechanisms, I started watching anime to fit in with the kids who didn't like me, reading manga, watching YouTube videos, the whole 9, all in an effort to start copying people and characters that I thought were better than I ever could be. They had more subscribers, people gained more followers. The main characters of the show always won no matter what. They were chosen, destined for bigger things. They had friends that actually cared about them, in grand lives I could only dream of living. Going to that school every day is something that destroyed me physically and mentally. I got into fights the first couple years there. I got jumped repeatedly, and while this may sound funny because it kind of is, I acted like Natsu or Simon from Gurren Lagann in an effort to mask the pain and hopefully either A, weird them out enough to get away from me, or B, become the main character that I thought I was destined to be. I searched vigorously over time for new ways I could make and hold on to friendship no matter what, and it made me a worse person for it. I spent so much of my time ashamed of hiding my true self because if it cracked, the consequences could be abuse. So I made new memories, take bits and pieces from media I've consumed and contextualize it for my day-to-day, clean it up so I always beat the bullies and never got jumped, make it so the girl who abused me ended up breaking things off so we never talked about it like a rom-com, or sometimes tell myself it never happened in the first place. I set my own grandiose milestones and pretend to hit them in my head. I had 100,000 subscribers in under a year. I became the best Smash player of all time. I'd brag constantly about how one day I was going to make it, which basically meant becoming the personalities I've assimilated over the years. I finished middle school and moved from it all shortly after graduating, and when I arrived at my new place, I played Final Fantasy VII for the first time. When I reached Cloud's section with Tifa, I didn't even have words to describe what I felt. Validation? Like, I wasn't crazy. Sure, Cloud may not have autism, but Lord knows my issues were far beyond anything the spectrum could place. It's thanks to this combination of life experiences and that particular gaming moment that was so impactful to me that I kept it to myself for years, because I was afraid of what people would say about me. I didn't want to repeat what young Cloud said. I didn't want to repeat the events and admit that deep down I've failed repeatedly. I guess in a way I'm a failure too. A kid who should have been destined for greater things, and ultimately I've proven I just couldn't reach it. At least not by being someone else. I'd have to be myself. Cloud's a kid who is just like me and many, many others in the world. He just wants to be noticed. He just wanted a friend. He wanted to be with Tifa, but he couldn't be. Even if he tried his hardest to be a better person, he would get beat down by the town that raised him. So he left, went off to form new memories, live up to his own self-set goals, and when he couldn't even accomplish that, it destroyed him, and it destroyed me. But Cloud doesn't let the past take over his life, at least not for long. He overcomes allowing Zack's personality to overwrite who and what he should be. He's done hiding. He's done running. So what? He failed getting into Soldier. What matters is he saved Tifa when it counted. He did what he could to defend his hometown in his own Cloud way. And although life doesn't all go according to plan, Cloud won't let his false memories control him any longer. He'll no longer take other personalities and make it his own. Part of why soldiers are such an exclusive club is because of the Genova cells and Mako they're bathed in, thus birthing the new Cloud, a man of Sephiroth's will and weaknesses. Cloud's breaking that. He's moving on and becoming his own person and taking control of his life, putting it into his own hands. And that to me is the very definition of Final Fantasy. It's easily my favorite gaming moment ever crafted. Alright, sorry, that got a little bit heavy, but I wanted to talk deeply about how much this part means to me and how it's changed my worldview drastically over the years. And can you believe there's another disc after this along with more banger plot? 7's kind of that game. Like, I hope you guys don't mind. I'm gonna kind of speed through this here because it got pretty heavy and I want to talk about Sephiroth, okay? Alright, you guys good? You good? Like, yeah, let's go. Speeding ahead, here's Sephiroth summoning meteors, so Cid gets to accomplish his dreams of heading into space in an effort to launch the spaceship into the meteor to kind of slow its collision with Earth, completing his arc of sticking the middle finger up to Shinra and proving that it was his and his friends' actions that accomplished his goals of being first in space, not falling into capitalism's selfish trap. So massive W. Nanaki's grandpa plays a recording of Aerith's death in the live stream where they realize she summoned Holy right before she died, leaving it up to us to trigger that magic and save the day. We learn Cat Sheath is Reeve, a Shinra board member. I ain't gonna elaborate on him because if I speak on Reeve, I'll be suspended for 6 months. We learn Sephiroth is Hojo's son, and Seph is completely unaware with his real mother, being Lucretia, a character that's very close to Vincent and has a whole plot line. We talked about this earlier. So he balks Hojo in one of the coolest boss fights you'll play in this game, and with only 1 day to spare until Meteor hits, we regroup for one last bout against Sephiroth. Now, depending on the party members you talk to throughout the game, you get this dope heart-to-heart before heading into the final fight or final disc, and Tifa and Cloud share this really tender moment that, you know, I'm a little biased towards Cloudy all the way, baby. But regardless, it's time for our big finale. Our party enters the northern crater and make our way to Sephiroth. So, Sephiroth is a borderline perfect antagonist in my eyes. He's an analog to the party in the sense that he's like the exact opposite of Aerith. See, Aerith is an actual ancient who's destined to do great things for the world, pure, positive, and uplifting things. Now, I haven't talked too much on Aerith throughout this journey, but she's basically the mother nature of the group. She represents the planet. That's why her character can feel kind of hit or miss for some. I don't think her character dying furthers Cloud in any way. If anything, it affects the entire party because it's about Sephiroth controlling him and him going down this mental break, not necessarily Aerith being the catalyst for any of it. Cloud just wants to do what in his head he thinks is right, which is avenge/save Aerith. But we know what that truly means with further context. It's him saying he wants to live up to what Zack would have done, which is literally avenge and save Aerith, or in retrospect, Cloud's dream to be a real soldier to protect Tifa. So to me, there's a couple ways to interpret that. Now, Sephiroth really thinks he's doing everything for Jenova, so seeing all this stuff is breaking this homie, makes him go out of his way to build personal vendettas against everyone she's encountered thus far. It probably helps that the people Aerith did encounter are the ones who dealt somewhat of a blow to Sephiroth's ego. You know, Cloud being the guy that threw Sephiroth off into the live stream 5 years back, this weak Shinra grunt pulling off a borderline killing blow, you know that had him feeling some kind of way. The lie Shinra fed him over the years, saying that he was the perfect little soldier when he's literally a defect, just another one of Hojo's experiments, and just like Cloud, he chooses to reject that fact from himself and cling onto this existential crisis of being born of Jenova blood, giving him the 1-2 combo of making him not just self-centered, but also a chosen one, in his mind, of course. Seph sets out to be the one man that can rule over the entire world, manipulate those who've wronged him, kill anyone who is a threat. Now, here's my wind up. What makes my heart break when we talk about Sephiroth is the underlying thesis of what FF7 is truly about. Yeah, we could sit here all day and preach the environmentalist message, and yes, that's all well and good, it's there, but I think the true discussion to be had is why do the systems in place keep failing us and driving people to the point they think violence or control is the only answer? Sephiroth's childhood was already off to an awful start. Born from 2 scientists allowed to run free with the corporation's budget, performing ungodly experiments, raised in a literal test tube essentially, lied to, and led on his entire life, leading to this inevitable existential break that drives this homie insane, and his first course of action is to basically proclaim he's the chosen one to deliver the world from evil. That sounds like an unfortunate soul going through stages of psychosis if I've ever heard one. He's a deeply troubled character that is in the wrong, of course, but again, I can't help but ask, what if he wasn't raised in this environment? What if the systems in place did a darn thing to prevent any of this from happening? What makes 7 so interesting is the fact that all of the events that happen in the game can all be directed back towards Shinra being the problem. The corporation and the systems that they set up, the oppression that they did to Yuffie and the Wutai, taking away people's renewable energy and replacing it with the souls of their loved ones as the only way to fuel, taking normal functioning people and dunking them into these Mako tanks and reactors, knowing they can be poisoned after a couple years to fight a never-ending war. This is all systematic problems. And if there was just one good person, someone to actually step up and do something about it, someone to put a stop to the antics, then maybe, just maybe, the events of FF7 could have played out so much differently. So our party is armed and ready, and we confront Sephiroth. Get ready for one of the best boss fights in gaming. Top 10 for me, and top 5 video game songs ever crafted. And after a couple of resets, I finally beat him. Or so Cloud thinks, because once his god form is taken down, he starts beckoning to Cloud in the live stream, where we get the coolest showdown ever. Chat, get ready. Oh, it's time! Oh, it's time. Echoes, who knows why. I always got a bag by my desk. I'm not trolling. Omni slash after Omni slash after Omni slash. Cloud wins. And that's super important. Cloud wins, we win, we press the Omni slash button. And it's not a cutscene, he's not out of control. We personally make the decision to put Sephiroth down. He's got everything back intact. Cloud has his mental back intact. He's in control of his destiny, and together, the player and Cloud save the world with our friends. Aerith even saves Cloud from the live stream, and the holy spell is seemingly working, holding its own against Meteor until it breaks.
Thank you.
One final FMV plays at the tail end of the game. We see Nanaki and his children running through the world as they stumble into an overgrown Midgar, letting out a roar as the logo pops on the screen. We completed Final Fantasy VII. Now, revisiting this game, I have to say it's solidified. It is truly one of the best video games of all time. It's still in my top 3. Sure, it's got some janky forced minigame segments I neglected to bring up, and the graphics can be a bit dated if you play on original PS1 or remastered hardware, but I really could care less. This was the Final Fantasy team's first foray into 3D, and I think they smashed it out of the gosh darn park. Not to mention the materia system and gameplay itself is super fun to mess around with and master. Similar to jobs in Final Fantasy V, anyone in the party can equip materia to accessories and weapons and just make insanely fun builds. Limit breaks are also a really welcome addition and give you this sense of a comeback factor during harder fights, you know, really appealing to the whole never give up attitude. And personally, they don't get old looking at them. As for the story, you guys have watched the video. It's a 10, and I only scratched the surface of what I want to talk about with Final Fantasy VII. Listen, Tifa is one of my all-time favorite characters, and I didn't even dive into her because she is so good. I will give her her own separate video. I am not joking. Her character motivations are perfect. Her importance to Cloud's arc and why they chose and designed Tifa to specifically be Cloud's emotional support. There's a lot of deep stuff to get into, and I know that sounds a little unfair, you know, a woman character having to uplift the man who's going through all these mental troubles. I think what FF7 does here is really, really great stuff, and I would love to go into it further, but alas, if I talk any longer, this segment's gonna get extraordinarily long, and we do have an MMO to cover. 7 is easily an S tier title, and it's at the top for good reason. And we're not even done yet. See, the compilation of FF7 is pretty divisive in the fandom. Some love Crisis Core to bits, some don't like it that much. Most hate Dirge of Cerberus, but there are people that enjoy it, and Advent Children was kind of fun, but it's got quite a few naysayers, and don't get me started with the mobile games like Ever Crisis and Before Crisis, First Soldier the Battle Royale, and oh, did I forget to mention a remake trilogy on the way? Yeah, there's just quite a bit to cover, and a lot of these games I won't even consider mainline entries in the Final Fantasy franchise, rather just spin-offs or extensions of the Final Fantasy VII universe. So, Crisis Core, a game that in the past I enjoyed quite a bit. Nowadays, I kind of split on it. I'll delve into why. Crisis Core is a story about Zack Fair's beginnings, Sephiroth's descent into madness, and Cloud's journey into assimilating Zack's personality. Now, on paper, all of that sounds really good, right? We get to follow Zack, an eager soldier in training. He looks up to his mentor, Jill, and Sephiroth to an extent. He wants to be a soldier first class no matter what. One day, a soldier by the name of Genesis goes off the grid and sends clones of himself after Shinra. Jill, after a fight, disappears from Zack's life and he's presumed dead during a mission. Zack becomes a first class because of Jill's death, and he feels like even though he made it, it's not this big life-changing event he thought it would be. It really bums him out. It's a really good allegory to show that sometimes dreams aren't all they're cracked up to be. doubly so when you're forced into a capitalist war propaganda machine from jump and you're the victim of the military-industrial complex, becoming a child soldier at the age of 16. Some more plot stuff happened. We learned a little bit about Sephiroth's backstory with Angel and Genesis and how they all used to be friends, you know, fighting for the greater good on some hero stuff, but the two Angel and Genesis cells started decaying, leaving Sephiroth alone, wondering why he's not the one decaying, and they're trying to use Sephiroth's cells so they could stay alive, and all this other cryptic stuff. It's essentially the start of Sephiroth's downward spiral, why he goes a little loopy. We get to see the Nibelheim incident rendered in beautiful CGI, where Zack utterly fails to protect the town, Cloud gets murked, Zack saves Cloud, Shinra chases after them, Zack gets game ended in 8K, and yeah, that's basically all you need to know about Crisis Core. And if it seems like I'm skimming past Crisis Core, you're not wrong, because I have a confession, I just don't really like Crisis Core. Part of why I love the OG Final Fantasy VII is the mystique to a lot of people's memories. Heck, I even think that's the intention, because of the trauma from each event runs so deep that a lot of the interactions we have are mystified. I really love the idea of Zack just naturally being a great person. Giving Zack a tragic backstory that feels like an analog of him and Cloud just comes off kind of strange, and it makes the Living Legacy line hurt that much more, because now in the back of my head when I hear it, I have to recall the events of Crisis Core, you know, Angel, and how Angel was affected by Genesis and Sephiroth, and the old Shinra director, and all this other nonsense. And speaking of Genesis and Angel, why? Personally, why I love Sephiroth so much is because he's an experiment. He's a product of corporate greed and abuse. He's sheltered, alone, and due to these actions, we get the Sephiroth we see in FF7 OG. But giving him this weird crisis with this survivor guild, grappling with him being the perfect clone, his friends betraying him because they only want his Genova cells, it's an interesting take for sure, but Crisis Core handles it so poorly and basically erases it by the time we get to Remake and 7 OG anyways, that I feel like it kind of devalues some of Sephiroth's development in the OG game. Then there's the combat, the most annoying voice of all time, followed by a generic battle theme, all while slamming your head into that square button until enemies die. I'm exaggerating a bit here, but this was Square's first real swing at action combat in Final Fantasy, and it's a miss, again in my opinion. Combat feels like it has no weight. The materia system is kind of half-baked for an action combat system. You just take the element weakness you need into a fight, run back to a save point if you need to swap materia for whatever fight's coming up, and rinse repeat that for 13 hours. Sure, the shortcuts are cool, and the DMW system is a fun gimmick. It cycles through Zack's emotions and memories and gives you either a big attack or buff, and it's one of the better things Crisis Core does. Heck, even the boss variety feels kind of lame, sadly. All in all, I can't say I hate Crisis Core, I just don't like a lot of the additions they added to the Final Fantasy VII mythos. Like, when it's just Zack, Sephiroth, the Nibelheim incident, and a slew of other things that happen, coupled with great voice acting and awesome cutscenes, then yeah, it really hits home for me. And for a lot of people like myself growing up, this was our first exposure to Final Fantasy VII, so it is an important game and I cannot take that away from it. It's just that there's things about it that as I got older, I didn't become fond of, and that's okay. I still respect homies that enjoy the game, and if there's things about it that you disagree with, that's 100% fine. This will be my third playthrough of Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I've already made 2 videos going over my thoughts on the game and seeing how one is a bit dated and the other is pretty darn good. Please watch the intermission review. Final Fantasy VII Remake is still pretty new, so if you haven't played it yet, here's the funny little timestamps down below to skip ahead. I love Final Fantasy VII Remake, man. There's some teensy tiny things that make me upset. The constant shimmying through walls and some level design that got a little old kind of fast, like the train section. But so far the Yuffie DLC and intermission has already fixed a lot of my gripes when it comes to level design and traversal. I guess I could also argue not having full AI control over your teammates is not good, but oh, they fixed that too. I guess my hope for the next game is we're gonna have more than 3 teammates available in your party in one fight. That's just because Xenoblade Chronicles 3 spoiled me with the game's combat. It's so good. And aside from the gripes I just mentioned, I have little complaints from a narrative direction, if any. I'm just gonna gush from here on. Gameplay in 7 Remake is addicting. It feels breathtaking. It's a happy marriage of real-time character action combat and active time battle. Attacks also have this hefty impact. Hitting a Punisher parry into the ATB gauge attacks, it will never not feel great. Of course, the music, it slaps. It's got my favorite vocal track in the franchise being Hollow, a song that represents Cloud's inner turmoil perfectly. The story, it just clicks for me, man. I love how the devs set out to make a game titled Remake and disguise it as a sequel, as if to tell the players directly to their face, the memories you made, it's time to move on. There's a new story we want to tell with these characters, and we want you in for the ride. It's admittedly a bold direction, and one I think the devs have pulled off thus far successfully. Also, Yuffie, an actual fleshed out character with much better motivations from just stealing materia. Now it's stealing materia from the corporation that wronged her and Wutai, not just randoms on the street. And the devastating scream she lets out during the plate drop. This is how you elevate a character from the original Final Fantasy VII, and the writing so far and the arc she has is nothing but goated in my eyes. Final Fantasy VII Remake is goated, and if you haven't played it yet, go play it, and I cannot wait for Rebirth. Time for another first-time Final Fantasy experience. Final Fantasy VIII is a game that, similar to Final Fantasy V, I've not heard much about. I do know it's kind of a love it or hate it kind of game, and it was relatively popular when it dropped, but I'm excited to give it a shot for the first time.
24 hours later.
Well, that was indeed a game of all time. Sadly, let me vent something first. The PC port of Final Fantasy VIII was kind of rough when it came to the remaster. Similar to my FF7 experience, I tried to play the game with upscaled textures and mods to make the PC version just a bit more smooth, but Final Fantasy VIII Remaster was not having it. For whatever reason, it would crash after crash for the first couple hours of the game. Crashing. So all my awesome upscaling mods we had to play without. Now, despite the PC issues, how is Final Fantasy VIII as a game itself? Do I love it? Do I hate it like everyone said I would? Well, at first, I really didn't like VIII. It kind of made me mad. I thought the story was a bit contrived, it was kind of annoying, and the gameplay, while offering very interesting ideals, had some pretty poor execution. The art style in terms of character modeling was a huge step up from the Lego people of Final Fantasy VII for sure, but the art direction and world design didn't really gel with me, which is strange because this is one of the few Final Fantasy that dives heavy into sci-fi concepts. Now, over the course of the marathon, VIII did kind of warm up to me, especially in the gameplay department, but I still think VIII has a couple of issues that ultimately made it not really my cup of tea, so I'm going to elaborate on why I'm so mixed with this particular game. VIII's opening had me sucked in from the jump. We get this gorgeous opera track at the start, coupled with outstanding CGI cutscenes that are very beautiful. Here we see our main character, Squall Leonhardt, get his iconic scar from a duel with his rival, Cypher. When Squall wakes up in the hospital as gameplay begins with a big old bandage on his forehead, he's greeted by his instructor, Quistis, who frame one starts mocking him a little bit and poking fun about the situation. Squall has to pass the Seed exam, and to do that he needs a Guardian Force. So you go out into a dungeon, grab the Guardian Force Ifrit, and what the heck is that? Audience, take a guess as to what system Final Fantasy VIII is going for in terms of gameplay. Are we A, returning to the job system, B, a new spin on materia, C, set classes like Final Fantasy IV, or D, using the Guardian Force as both a summon and the only way you can level up your stats, along with it being your— You chose D, you're correct. For whatever reason, Final Fantasy VIII makes you equip a Guardian Force to level up your stats and resistances. You heard that right. Equipping armor, gone. Equipping accessories, nah, not needed, not anymore. Your Guardian Force will handle it all, baby. You basically have a pet that you feed various materials and items so you can level it up and gain essentially bonuses to get an edge up during fights. At first, it's not really a system I enjoy, as the grind for specific item drops and materials so I can level up my Guardian Force, therefore making my character stronger, came off a bit frustrating. And as you all could probably guess by now, I really do not like that quote-unquote illusion of choice. Junction on the surface looks like it's got a lot of depth. I mean, look at that long ability list. That joint don't matter because it's all one Guardian Force kind of railroading you into using just Shiva or just Ifrit for those abilities. And if you want to mix and match, you can't, or at least it's very hard to do. Now, all of that might sound a little bit confusing, so let me give you an example of what I mean. The way FF8 works is you have your Guardian Forces, and they are mainly powered by abilities. These abilities, like for example on Shiva, give you things like Summon Magic up by 10%, Guardian Force HP up by 10%, or being able to boost your Guardian Force. These are all abilities you might love to mix and match, but they are exclusively locked to various Guardian Forces. And to even level these abilities up and make them useful for your party, you have to run into Final Fantasy VIII's biggest flaw, being the draw system. Unlike other Final Fantasies where you find magic in a chest or in stores, you have to find magic via draw points or draw magic out of enemies themselves. When you draw said magic, it gets added to a stock. This stock can be injected into your guardian forces. What that means is this right here, drawing, is the only way to increase your stats. Want plus 20 thunder resistance? You gotta grab 100 thunder and put it into your guardian force ability. Want to have physical defense? Better find the magic you pulled to put into it. And yes, I hear you asking, Young Falcon, what happens if you lose that magic? You lose your stats. That's right. Final Fantasy, in its attempt to be quirky and different, makes combat straight up boring. Every random encounter you get is just a draw fest. You run from one fight, draw fest. You run to the next fight, draw, rinse, repeat. Goodness gracious. And yes, before anyone comments, I am aware that you can make junctioning really broken and quote-unquote fun by combining guardian forces together on one party member and unlocking more stats for that particular character or your entire team depending on how many guardian forces you have, but you are still forgetting the fact that I will have to pull even more magic to keep everyone topped up. And I know what the next question is going to be. Young Falcon, why even fight in Final Fantasy VIII once you get your magic? Is there money or items to get? Wrong! The game operates on a salary system, so all the money you make is via how high your seed rank is. The way you raise your seed rank up, answering trivia questions, completing side quests. So you waltzing around to box enemies and sucking their magic dry before killing them is pretty much just either to get items to upgrade your guardian force or to get material to sell to buy items to upgrade your guardian force, and that is essentially the whole game. I feel like almost every fight I get into is an absolute drag because of this, and I'm very thankful for Modern Square enhancements just letting me turn off random encounters throughout the playthrough to make my journey just a bit more bearable. Now, Final Fantasy VIII systems are unique, but they personally did not click for me. Going into the Guardian Force system just feels like one convoluted way to equip armor and traditional accessories. It's just extra steps added onto a solved issue in the RPG genre. Not to mention, because of how Final Fantasy VIII's Guardian Force works, it encourages the player not to get to encounters and run away often so you don't level up. The reason being that enemies in this game scale to your level. So if you want to stay level 1 and go throughout the game essentially decimating everyone by only drawing magic and having a broken guardian force so you can one-shot everything, then you are allowed to do that. And it is pretty much the optimal way to progress through the game, as if you do start climbing levels and fighting too many enemies, depending on how you build your guardian forces and how much magic you have and what powerful magic you can find, you could end up accidentally making the game ridiculously hard on yourself. So the optimal way to play this RPG is to not fight, which is, well, just not what I'm used to. It's not bad, just different. Once I learned I could combine the guardian forces and really stretch the magic system to do some crazy stuff, sure, I can admit the game did get a lot more fun, and I was even itching to go back and replay and reconcile from my past mistakes like over leveling and wanting to see how far I could push the system on a level 1 journey. I also enjoy the fact that it's pretty interactive. When you do certain attacks like Squall's Gunblade, for example, you have to tap the right shoulder button as to time when Squall hits an enemy and you get a bit more damage, which is kind of cool. The limit break system is a bit more involved this time, as players have to time their hits to the attack, which makes the limit breaks feel that much more earned. And overall, I was really starting to gel with what FF8 was cooking, despite my negative outlook at first. That was until the last 2 sections of the game, which, don't worry, we're going to talk about. And since we're already on a slightly negative train, I gotta bring up FF8's OST. I'm not gonna lie, I think it's the weakest in the franchise. Like, there's only a handful of tracks that really work for me. Bam Lam Garden, Man with the Machine Gun, and yeah, that's kind of about it. Which, once again, it's not a bad OST, it's just nowhere near the heights of previous Final Fantasies for me personally. And I have to emphasize again, 8 is not a bad game, it just has a lot of things that didn't really click for me, except for the gameplay. That ended up falling in place as I reminisced and thought back on all the things I could have done different throughout my playthrough. As for the game's character designs themselves, I mean, sure, some of them are a little hit or miss. Cypher, Zex, Squall, and Irvine have some A1 designs, but I don't even mind Quistis. Sure, some of them come off a little bit bland for me, especially in the environment we're in. Renoa, this homely kind of girl wearing this blue sweater and a white tank top. I mean, the drip is okay, but it's not as flashy as I would like from a Final Fantasy. The world of Final Fantasy VIII is a very strange one. I feel like it's part European inspired with the whole castles and towns that feel like German villages. It even reminds me of some of the villages I went to as a kid, and one area that straight up looks like France. It's definitely got that EU vibe. And then the game will just jump the shark, where in a pretty grounded space station, there'll be a whole town that's like something out of 2099 with American military installations that look like Area 51. Things just feel pretty jarring, and it's hard to get fully immersed in the world of Final Fantasy VIII when I feel like I'm going through one incoherent dream-like set piece. Which, hey, might be the point, but we aren't talking about the story yet. I guess I could pick up where we left off. So we grabbed Ifrit and started our exam, which is shocking, a brand new mission. We have to help the town Dullet prevent the Republic of Galbadia from advancing further into their town. Who's Galbadia? Why are they evading? Don't worry about that. Orders are orders and you must follow them. Squall's team consists of 2 other members, the outgoing and eccentric Zell and his rival bully Cypher. They handle their objective with ease, but Cypher, eager for more combat, blitzes ahead into unknowing territory. With no choice, Squall and Zell have to follow ahead, adding Selphie along to the group as she also saw what happened. We box a big robot, push the Galbadian forces back, and return home eagerly waiting for our seed graduation as we succeeded in our mission. While Squall's brooding in a corner, a girl approaches him trying to rizz him up. Her technique is kind of sloppy in my opinion. I don't think attempting to hypnotize some random dude you met on the dance floor and pulling him into a janky odd dance is gonna work, but it doesn't matter much. Squall shrugs it off and heads up to the roof to get some fresh air. Cue the start of my story problems with Final Fantasy VIII. Quistis pulls up and starts trying to strike a conversation with Squall. She's kind of upset, nervous, or jealous about the whole fact that Squall decided to go out of his shell and dance with this new girl, but refuses to kind of open up to her about anything despite them knowing each other for quite some time. So she invites him over to this training center for one last mission as his instructor as he's graduating to Seed. We run through this training course and reach another rooftop where Squall and Quistis stare into the garden's lights. Quistis proudly proclaiming that she's no longer the instructor of Squall. She's not an instructor at all, actually. She's just now a regular Seed member just like Squall. Squall's response is, "Oh really? That's it, that's all he has to say." Quistis starts lamenting about her time going from a Seed at 15 to instructor by 17, how this situation is really tearing her up mentally, and all Squall's got to say is, "Are you done yet?" He doesn't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about other people's problems. And Quistis is quite frustrated by this response. As Quistis doesn't want a response from Squall, she just wants someone to listen to her problems for once. And Squall coldly blows her off, telling her to go talk to a wall. He doesn't want to share anyone's burden. He doesn't want to open up. Now, this fella infuriates me, but I'll hold. I get it, right? He's a teenage kid thrusted into this mercenary-like world. It's unforgiving, it's harsh, and he doesn't want to get attached to anyone because anyone can die at any minute. But I'm gonna just hold on to these thoughts because I'm sure the game's gonna expand upon it as we play throughout. Once we leave, we stumble across this random girl who's been an NPC throughout the game. You've seen her in the infirmary or a library, just know she exists and she's gonna be important for later. So some time passes and we get a mission to liberate Timber Town from the Galbadian army, and on the train ride there, our party passes out and goes into a dream sequence. Say hi to Laguna, Kyros, and Ward. They are soldiers of Galbadia at some point in time in history. What happens? I don't know. They're boxing, and then it cuts to Laguna trying to rizz up some girl who plays piano, and then the memory ends and we're back on the train. Here we go. So we get to Timber, do a mission to assassinate the president of Galbadia. The person requesting the mission is Renoa from the party. Anyway, it wasn't the president. It was some fake clone or something. The real president is about to give an ambassador position to the sorceress. Who's that, you might ask? Stop asking questions because I'm out of answers to give. Our team can't make it in time and the broadcast starts and oh no, Cypher kills the president of Galbadia. We rush in and he swears by the sorcerer's might and becomes her knight. All the trains are shut down, so we can't get back to Bam Lam Garden after our botched mission. The party goes to the Galbadian Garden instead and recruit a guy named Irvine. We get a brand new mission. All we have to do is kill the sorceress, assassinate her dead. Who hired us for the mission? None other than the Galbadian General Caraway, who, shocker, is Renoa's father. Will that have an importance on the plot? Really? Just drama for disc 1, baby. So we start preparing to kill the sorceress. Quistis and Renoa get into a heated debate about who's taking the situation seriously and who isn't. Squall and Irvine distance themselves from that nonsense. The general locks his daughter inside the house because it's obvious she ain't cut out for this. Quistis feels bad for yelling at Renoa and heads all the way back to apologize, but Renoa ends up leaving last minute, which in turn makes the party get locked inside because Final Fantasy's Looney Tunes, baby. Long story short, they try to assassinate the sorceress. It fails utterly, leaving Squall shot in the chest, and the game ends. It's a pretty tragic tale of incompetence from a girl, Renoa, who craves adventure and wants to truly set her people free, but in doing so, drove innocent mercenaries to their demise as things were too big for her britches. A boy who clearly wants to open up and be transparent about the trauma that he's been through, but is forced into an endless cycle of violence and warfare and never allowed to pick a side or form his own identity because orders are orders and he's got to be a good little robot boy and follow them, or else the fabric of society that is built in his mind will fall apart, making his death all the more tragic as he never got to see out his destiny. And then there's Selphie and Zell. They exist. And that's Final Fantasy VIII, everyone. Overall, the game isn't too bad. I'm pretty okay, fine. But y'all ain't getting a recap out of me, dog. Listen, writing the Final Fantasy VIII section has been a frustrating order because no matter how many video essays I watch or how many analysis I try to find, they all ultimately come to the same conclusion. Final Fantasy VIII is about how you, the player, interpret it. And you know those Rorschach tests that they give out to people? What do you see in this image? And I say a dog, and then someone says a house burning down, and then that person goes, no, they're both correct. That's Final Fantasy VIII. And it's why the conversation surrounding this game feels borderline impossible. It always devolves into, well, you just don't get it, or ignore the gameplay gripes, or the classic, I grew up on it so it's good, which hold on to that last one for me because we're going to be getting to that about 4 games from now. When the mechanics of Final Fantasy VIII are this obtuse and slow, when the music is kind of a bore, when the characters leave a lot to be desired, a world that feels mismatched and confusing, a story that left my mind scrambled. By the end of my time with Final Fantasy VIII, while there are good themes and things in the plot, the overall experience I had was a negative one. And that's not to say you guys can't enjoy Final Fantasy VIII. If you pick apart the plot and it becomes one of your all-time favorites, or you find it super deep and whatnot, then that's more power to you. That's fantastic. I'm glad you guys found a game that gave you so much to ponder and filled you with joy or whatever emotions the game brought with. And I'm not going to dunk on you for liking VIII either. So let me quickly vet about the part of the plot where I was completely fed up and I tapped out. Squall, Selphie, Irvine, Zell, Quistis, and Renoa, who here for some reason, they all gather around and start recounting stories in a dilapidated building. It's revealed by Irvine that they all grew up in the same orphanage, and he only remembers this and brings it up last minute because it was the old home's location or something. They all somehow forgot this because, and I'm not joking, the Guardian forces took away their memories. It didn't affect Irvine because he didn't train in the garden as a seed. Only our main cast from Bamland forgot because, you know, they were child soldiers and whatnot. This moment was confirmation to me that Final Fantasy VIII's plot is just like its combat, kinda convoluted for no reason. Now, I understand the concept of the Guardian Force erasing these child soldiers' memories. It's a pretty fascinating one, right? They're literally essentially being reprogrammed and bred for combat, mercenary warfare, and that is literally going to be their life moving forward, as if they're literally stripping away their childhood innocence. And while it is an interesting narrative decision, I have to ask where the extra parts come into play. Why does everyone have to grow up in the same orphanage? Do they ever mention it again? Is it used for effective plot development? Not really. They call back to it once or twice because Squall remembers that his sister Alone, aka that girl we saved a bunch of times throughout the game, left him behind, which in turn makes Lagona his estranged father, I think? I don't know. The game doesn't really address it. They have like 4 moments of interaction and it's just kind of melodrama. Final Fantasy VIII is just a really messy soap opera, and not the fun kind of mess like all the, I don't know, all the other previous Final Fantasies prior to this one. What hurts the most about VIII, it's deep down, there is a game that I find enjoyment in. Drawing magic from enemies is interesting and could have been a really dope mechanic, but it's how everything ties into the Guardian Force system that holds it back. Heck, some of the Guardian Forces can only be gained by random draw actions, meaning there's missable Guardian Forces in the game, as I came to learn, which, hey, since we're here, let's talk about some more of Final Fantasy VIII's gameplay shortcomings. The last 2 dungeons of Final Fantasy VIII are torture. One boss has Renoa like half infused with her, which means every time a boss attacks, Renoa gets her health drained. Okay, not that bad. It's Final Fantasy. I can target Renoa and heal her with regen or Curaga and top her up. If only regen wasn't tied to my stats, or if I could find it. Even furthermore, because I couldn't find much regen, I had very little to use. So keeping up with the boss felt nigh impossible, and it was an extraordinarily rage-inducing moment, I won't lie. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? This game is... Oh, I hate this game. I hate it. It's so bad. The final dungeon, Messiah's Castle, just says, hey, look, all the fun you had finally building up your Guardian forces and enjoying the game, what if we strip you of all your command options? Being able to use draw, your Guardian force, items, nope, all gone. Go look for these random mini bosses throughout the dungeon and gain them back, as if the game wasn't controlling enough. Now, in any other game, it could be a kind of cool concept, but for a JRPG in particular, I really do not like the fact that my abilities get stripped away from me, because you need some of this stuff, okay? Like some of the stuff you heavily rely on during a playthrough to have you only attack or whatever may be is insane in my opinion. The characters though, I truly don't think can be salvaged in my mind, minus maybe Squall. If Squall was in any other Final Fantasy, he'd probably be a little bit more compelling of a character. Like, I get it, we see his inner turmoil throughout. You hear him talking about things in his head and answering differently, because in his head he's conflicted, dealing with all of these issues, you know, trying to find a common ground in the situation, but his response is one of a stoic robot, someone who can't have his true feelings be revealed, because if they are, then everyone's going to know the fragile boy that is inside. And for him to be a hardened leader, Squall must shut off these feelings, emotions, and memories to keep himself and his team safe. What makes the character frustrating is through all of these monologues and through him doing a lot of self-discovery, his actions don't really reflect what's going on internally. Squall, up until Disc 4, always opts for the more closed-off emo route. As for some quick comments on the rest of the cast, Cypher, Squall's rival, is an utter simp. His motives were honestly whack in my opinion. I get that he wants to live up to something very important in his life, and because he never got to be that knight of his dreams for some, I guess, princess or sorceress in this case, he's a character where I just didn't quite grasp what they were going for. Selphie came off as the bubbly, go-lucky girl with the traumatic past. We've been here and seen it before, especially in Final Fantasy. Definitely not the worst of the ones I've encountered with that trope, but she's also nothing remarkable. Zell was actually a pretty cool guy. He suffers a little bit from the himbo with the heart of gold syndrome, but I kind of like that trope, so he gets a pass in my book. And also, I like the fact that he has the Sabin fighting game inputs. Lastly, we have Squall and Renoa, the two OGE daters. Now, do they have any chemistry? From my perspective, not really. Renoa likes Squall because he's dreamy, strong. Squall likes Renoa because I guess he could kind of open up around her. It's awkward, really awkward, but I know that's the point. They're teenagers and one of them is a mercenary in high school, but that doesn't mean I gotta like it though. I ain't a teenager anymore, and the last thing I want to see in Final Fantasy is an awkward lovey-dovey relationship. Hey, I saw that. Renoa, I don't really like her one bit. She feels incompetent throughout the game, and for a Final Fantasy woman, it was particularly strange. She's often getting kidnapped or put into a coma, or something dumb is going on around her that's very, very off-putting, and it just feels frustrating that she can't be this stronger protagonist. Like, when I talk about Tifa being an emotional support for Cloud, there's layers, in my opinion, to that, right? The childhood friend, her dealing with her own trauma, the way these two grew up in Nibelheim are kind of bonding over both of their childhoods not really being the best and learning to cope and reconcile with it. Whereas Renoa feels like a character who's just always having something going on to oppress her and to keep her away from Squall, and Squall having to basically play the hero and be the knight in shining armor that saves her. And again, there's nothing wrong with those kinds of plots, it's just jarring for a Final Fantasy game to tackle that, and I wanted to see a character like Renoa have a bit more agency in the plot. So, what were my thoughts on Final Fantasy VIII? Well, now that I've talked it out and I have all my feelings laid out there, I gotta say that I don't think I liked this game that much. And no, before anyone asks, the 4 pillars of Final Fantasy are absolutely still here. There's family, faith, memories, and self-acceptance all throughout. It's just the execution in my eyes was kind of poorly done and not really to my taste. VIII's a game I think I'm going to have to replay and give a second fair chance towards to see if maybe I missed something throughout this adventure, which is why I kept this segment and discussing it so brief, because I know somewhere deep down there's a good game story-wise and a great game gameplay-wise. It's just not one that either I understand or didn't really click for me. Plugging Final Fantasy VIII into the tier list, it's sitting in a comfy spot at the back of C tier. If Final Fantasy VII was the team's magnum opus, then I'm pretty sure Final Fantasy IX is the team's swan song. This is the last Final Fantasy game Sakaguchi wrote during his time with Final Fantasy and Square Enix. It's also the last fully composed game by Nobuo Uematsu. It's a return to form, if you will. Gone are Materia or Junction, and in come traditional Final Fantasy characters akin to FF4. We got your Thief, Knight, Black Mage, White Mage. You guys get the lowdown by now. This game, just looking at the cover, feels like a graduation event, like the devs themselves were signing off for one last ride with this series. It sucks that it got sandwiched between the launch of the PlayStation 2 and the shiny new next-gen Final Fantasy X. Admittedly, I have some pretty high standards for 9, as everyone tells me it's one of the best, if not the best, in the entire franchise. It's a game I never got around to finishing, so let's see if it rocks 23 years later. I'll be using the Magora Final Fantasy IX PC patch, and it gives me 60 FPS and upscaled textures, a really outstanding mod, and it's overall a pretty good PC port. Can't really complain too much here. FF9 opens with a theater ship prepping for the kidnapping of a Princess Garnet from Castle Alexandria. The crew who will pull off this heist is a band of themes known as Tantalus, featuring one of the best pro tags in Final Fantasy, Zidane. He's the man who's doing the grabbing of the princess. Before we jump into the heist, our game pans down to the streets of Alexandria, where a small black mage trips on a rock on their way to the play. This right here is Vivi, and in this house, we stand Vivi. Vivi sadly gets rejected from the play due to having a fake ticket, causing them to go on a small adventure with a little rat homie named Puck that ultimately leads Vivi to the theater so they can catch the grand show. Cue one of the most fantastic FMVs in the entire PS1 saga. It has everything you need to know about our next two pro tags. Garnet, a princess who looks down at this grand play lost in thought, and her bodyguard Steiner, who despite noticing shakes off any hesitation or words because he takes pride in the fact that he's a knight of Alexandria and he's there to protect Garnet no matter the cost. Subtle details like this I love, and they're always a blast to pick up on watching them back in editing. The next part is no joke top 10 Final Fantasy moments. You, the player, physically act out the play, and this is a great way to get the player accustomed to the turn-based battle mechanics and play a dope fencing minigame. You do some sneaky stuff to get into the castle, and eventually we stumble into Princess Garnet, who, funnily enough, agrees to be kidnapped, yearning for a life that's fit for adventure. In comes a bombastic cutscene where everyone is scrambling to kidnap the princess while dodging Alexandria's onslaught. This FMV is jaw-dropping. I can't believe it's PS1, man. The cinematography is on point. Like, you really feel the weight that is the unrelenting force of Alexandria's cannons. I mean, shooting a bomb enemy at your own daughter is pretty hardcore, admittedly. And you see our party barely escape Alexandria as they crash land into the forest of the mist. This area being one of the most dangerous places to be in, as monsters that spawn here and the mist itself being corrupt are nothing to sneeze at. We escape the forest of mist by the skin of our teeth, leaving behind a fellow Tantalus member that helped us escape, as they're encased in stone due to the mist power. Zidane, Vivi, Steiner, and Garnet, with newfound resolve, vow to save their friend from the mist and get to the bottom of why the Queen of Alexandria has acted so viciously towards her own daughter. Final Fantasy IX is a gorgeous game. Its art direction, setting, and character designs are easily, in my opinion, the best of the PS1 trilogy. Firstly, we're back to high fantasy. The steampunk-esque mechanical contraptions all across the world, and those airship designs are superb. There's the rainy town of Burmecia that looks like something right out of a Tolkien novel, which I adore, and the shading and vibrant colors invoke these feelings of wonder and awe and make it feel like 9 popped right out of a storybook. So the world knocks it out of the park, but what if the character designs? I know some people call them chibi or a step back from what 8 set out to accomplish, but I think that's rubbish. They look great. Characters are stylized to be this way, and it lets everyone's personality shine. I really do enjoy how it once again represents that storybook approach that FF9 is clearly going for. If anything, it gives off more Dragon Quest vibes, particularly for me, Dragon Quest IX, and I'm a little bit biased in terms of the art style for that regard, because DQ9 is one of my favorite games, but I just love how Final Fantasy IX does something unique and different with each of its characters and isn't afraid to shy into the outrageous territory. I mean, for crying out loud, for the first time minus the Moogles and the Chocobos, characters are a lot more than just humans in this fantasy world. Even black mages kind of functioning as their own unique entities, and they go in and explore why these races are the way they are in their cultures, and I loved it for that. Yes, I'm aware Final Fantasy Tactics had races as well, but right now I'm tackling the mainline entries, and I promise someday soon we'll get to the Tactics and other Final Fantasy spin-offs. Then we have that OST, and gosh darn is this OST beautiful. Funnily enough, not my favorite of the Final Fantasy OSTs, but still an upstanding soundtrack that suits the look and feel of 9. Some of my favorite tracks include Vivi's theme, which fits this little guy so well it sounds like a soul who's cautiously curious about everything around him. The Kingdom of Bermisia track is a sombering piece that fits the vibe of what's going on when you first enter. And of course, every battle theme goes crazy with mega shoutouts to the Festival of the Hunt and the final boss tracks. As for gameplay, it isn't anything crazy, but still has a lot of great things going for it. Starting off with the ability points. RPGs always have a bunch of equipment that you swap in and out of throughout the course of the game. You have accessories that could ward off poison or increase HP, for example, and it can be a bit annoying to swap off of a poison ward because you need a 30+ in defense or something of that nature. Well, not to worry, Final Fantasy IX's got you covered. Like Materia or 5's job system, the more equipment you use, you gain a mastery of said equipment abilities, granting you access to that aforementioned poison ward if you have, say, a poison warding necklace. You can then swap to your heart's content to get better gear and equipment while retaining your past abilities. Sure, it's nothing crazy deep, but it's a nice reward for people that like to grind like myself, and even incentivize me to stick with certain accessories and items while grinding to get that ability chunk and point so I could equip it to use on better gear. Now, if you do need to get rid of an item, I would recommend not to sell it, as we have a new mechanic called synthesize. Here you could synthesize items together to make strong weapons or equipment. It's just a handy way to recycle old items from your inventory to make new items and combine them that can get you super powerful gear. The gameplay in and of itself is fine. It's nothing groundbreaking, but it's snappy and satisfying ATB combat, and that's all you can ask for with the JRPG. And thanks to synthesizing and all the other bonuses I talked about throughout the course of the gameplay section, you can tell that I never really got bored of being restricted to certain characters or class types because, one, we always have a chance to swap in and out of our party, especially by disc 4, and 2, I have access to pretty much all the classes that I enjoy. Our last gameplay stop is shouting out the active time event system. It's an excellent way to give characters out of the party a bit more lore and flesh out the events going on around you if the player wants to seek it out. Again, there's a freedom of choice throughout all the Final Fantasy IX's mechanics, and that's always a W for me. And it's kind of funny because the gameplay systems we talk about tie right into the themes of Final Fantasy IX. Beating Final Fantasy IX had me feeling like Danny DeVito, bruh. I get it now. I see why so many people call this game the best in the franchise. And no, I'm not here to disagree that fact. FF9 is essentially perfect. Final Fantasy IX is a tale that's best experienced because it's a subdued game with a ton, and I mean a ton, of tiny moment-to-moment character interactions. There's a grand total of 4 to 5 major world-shaking set pieces that happen. The majority of the game is just characters sitting down and talking with each other about life, what it means to live, how should one live, how does a person cope with their mortality, how does one find the answers to the meaning of their own personal life. These are some insanely heavy questions to ask, but Final Fantasy IX handles them with such ease and grace while providing an answer that's ultimately uplifting. Vivi is the character everyone's going to point towards when this topic comes up. A childlike mage who wants to figure out his place in this world, which makes the reveals so much more gut-wrenching. I mean, poor guy can't catch a break. He's being attacked by black mages, tries talking to them, and they don't answer. He learns the black mages are factory made and are designed to follow orders, so he starts questioning everything about himself. Is he going to end up mindless like those drones? Is he already? Is his life being controlled by his creator? So many emotions and questions swirling through his head, but determined to find out the truth and never scared to back down, he keeps pressing on and learning more about his origins, leading him to the Black Mage Village. And this section is peak Final Fantasy writing, dog. Vivi meets others just like him, And the new concept he's introduced to is the concept of death, a cemetery where black mages who've stopped get buried. Vivi calmly approaches a black mage under the name of 288 and asks how many of the mages have died. 288 tells him flat, 7 have died. Their lifespans are limited. About 1 year after production, these guys just come to a halt. 288 has been holding this information in for so long because he doesn't want to panic or feel the fear he has. How he wants to run away from it all, these heavy thoughts, but he doesn't dwell on it because he thinks about his time in the village, how it fills him with joy. Just like how Vivi enjoys being with his friends, it gives their lives meaning. And the joy of living outweighs any of this despair 288 feels over the end of his life. This is such a poignant moment in the game for me. It doesn't help that during this section of the marathon, I was no joke hospitalized and had to go to the ER, which certainly did not quell my anxiety. But Vivi lives his life to the fullest. He chooses to help the party on such a massive adventure, no longer trying to find meaning, but trying to create new joys and memories throughout, defeating the concept of eternal death itself via the final boss Necros, and he chooses to accept the joys of living, no longer burdened by the concept of an eternal death. Vivi leaves a parting message to not just the party in the game, but I interpret to players and lovers of the Final Fantasy franchise. He thanks Zidane and crew for showing him the importance of life, how it may not last forever, but we should cherish it nonetheless. Final Fantasy is a franchise about family, faith, memories, and self-acceptance. And Vivi as a character represents all 4 of those pillars more so than probably any character we've encountered throughout the entire franchise. This is a personal story, of course, them accepting the fact that life is going to end someday, and we should always cherish the joy that we've had on this planet rather than dwell in despair. And that's a very powerful message to send, a message that encapsulates the franchise as a whole. Sometimes you have to take the bad with the good, but if we always look towards the positives of life, despite everything that has been thrown at us, we're gonna come out on top as humans, be better people towards our people. And that's very impactful to me. Zidane is a character that, while I love, I do have a couple of issues with. He could come off a bit of a womanizer towards Garnet, and that's pretty off-putting for me personally, but he's really a good person with a great heart and a tragic past. Heading back to the Black Village, because once again, this is the pinnacle of Final Fantasy IX, while Vivi steps out soul-searching at an inn, Garnet is worried about him, afraid the villagers might tear into him and be rude. But Zidane reassures her by putting his trust in the villagers, in humanity, and recounting a story of old. We learn about Zidane's upbringing. He's an orphan, and his early years were spent searching for his parents, for his home. Even when returning to his foster parent and getting beat on, geez Louise, Zidane still chooses hope and believing that mankind can bring joy into the world. And through those memories we make, the happy thoughts, the pain we have, even when you're at your lowest, like Zidane, finding out he was never from Gaia, that he was instead a genome from Terra, that the villain Kuja left on Gaia. He's not like his friends. He was sent to destroy the very life he came to cherish during his time on Earth, and it's so sad to see him lash out and struggle to accept this reality because he's such a positive force throughout. But his friends rally together. They want to protect Zidane, cherish the moments they have, and help him push through the trauma to make bountiful new memories. Him getting over his depressive spiral and learning to reject the destiny that set out for him, choosing life, choosing to be with his friends, and forming those new memories as they go to protect the planet of Gaia. What makes his arc so great is the fact that Zidane's the opposite of what he was sent out to do, the perfect ironic character. He is an angel of death from Terra who ended up choosing life on Gaia. And this goes for the whole cast. Steiner is a character you might hate at first. He's rude towards Zidane and Tantalus. He even often tries to interfere with our party's plans, but it's all out of true passion for wanting to protect Princess Garnet. It's all he knows how to do, so I can't fault him for doing all he can to keep the status quo. Over the adventure, he grows and changes, learning to let Garnet take care of herself, learning to not just trust but find love in others and understanding in people that are different from him, and most importantly, to form bonds with those very people. Everything isn't always black and white, and Steiner's the perfect example of him growing past that mentality. Garnet for me is easily my favorite character in the game, being a princess who's trying to leap outside of the box society set in place for her, but every step of the way having this guilt or feeling of not being useful enough due to the world's actions holding her back. Her attempt to run away was arranged by Sid, her very uncle. She couldn't save her mother from Kuja's attacks. Her people, her town are destroyed in seconds, rendering her mute throughout the game. The guilt she has throughout the adventure, not being able to save those lives, tormenting her. The one person who always let Garnet be Garnet was Zidane, allowing her to come up with her own new name, being Dagger, as they were on the run, ensuring that the decisions she made were for her best interest. So when the moment happens, watching her kingdom get destroyed, it's devastating to see her regress. Thankfully, Dagger overcomes the struggle and proudly proclaims she'll take the fight to Terra and take down Kuja, cutting off her ponytail and solidifying her growth as a character, accepting that she can't save every life, she can't be perfect, and even though she's independent and makes her own decisions, it's sometimes okay to ask for help along the way. Lastly, we have some other fellas that pop up. These are side characters and they don't have too much development, but they are pretty interesting to check out nonetheless. For example, Freya. She's pretty cool. I love her design and the lantern motif she's got going on. The rain cap is adorable, and her arc ain't anything fancy, right? She ran away from the kingdom of Bermesia, feels a bit bad, returns to help them fight some bad guys from Alexandria, and ponders over her long-lost love, who isn't dead, I remind you, but has amnesia, which was a welcome twist. She learns to be content with her people, help out when she can, and of course, ends up rekindling some memories with her former love interest. Aiko is a character who just wants a family, seeing how she lost everything when she was a summoner's child, as her village was essentially wiped off the face of the earth. She gets companionship via our party members and a family member reunited via Garnet, so it's nice to see her finally get not just a straight up family member, but a found family, being the party, and eventually Sid, who kind of adopts her. Quina is great relief throughout the game. Just the concept that there's a homie wandering around the world ready to face the concept of death itself, all in an effort to eat a chocobo leg with unique seasoning, is goated and exactly why I love this franchise so much. Oh, and of course, I can't forget about our villain Kuja. Kuja is incredible. The fallen angel trope cranked up to the max. He's a genome like Zidane, who got sent to Gaia to help assimilate it into Terra, so the genomes can start life anew. His backstory is also pretty messed up. He never got to experience anything even resembling a childhood, meaning emotionally he's pretty stunted, and because of this, he feels nothing when he goes around sowing chaos and destruction on Gaia. Even his creator was outraged with his actions and banished him to Gaia as punishment, which didn't even faze him. Kuja murks his creator, proclaiming he'll be the new leader of Terra and Gaia. He'll shower them with his own version of unconditional love, but his master, not going down without some final words and somewhat of a fight, comes back as a spirit and tells him, nah, you ain't coming back, and gives Kuja mortality, sending this fella on an existential crisis that has the fate of the world in his hand. Kuja, lashing out like a powerful toddler, almost sets course the destruction of Gaia, but of course our party puts a stop to it, not before he summons the very concept of eternal death, Necron, that we eventually put a stop to. Now, as the walls of this area are crumbling around our party, people are fleeing to an airship to escape and get the heck out of Dodge, Zidane opts to stay back. I mean, at the end of the day, that is his brother. Kuja is his own flesh and blood, if you will, and he sprints going through all of these buildings, dilapidated, falling, rushing through the vines, and is where he sees Kuja laid out bleeding, and he approaches him and decides to stay by his side until the very end, no matter what, showing Kuja the power of humanity. Time passes, we get the famous Vivi speech that I mentioned a bit earlier during his section. We even see Vivi's kids, which is great because they're all coming for the play and Tantalus is throwing it on. It's all a dope nostalgic throwback. You can't help but see Garnet a little saddened inside due to the events that happened, right? She clearly wishes Zidane was there, and one of the best twist happens at the tail end of the game. No, at the very end of the game, where Zidane is shown to be alive because this homie is a life chooser, right? He chooses life, and you see Garnet rushing through the crowd, trying to do everything, pushing past everyone to go run up to him, just feel his touch kind of thing. And it's adorable. I started crying. I burst out in tears. It was the perfect way to cap off Final Fantasy IX, and I absolutely adore this game's ending.
Dude, I don't know. I didn't have a choice. I'm gonna cry. Gosh darn it. I wanted to come home to you. Oh, this is so good. I didn't have a choice. I had to live. That is so powerful. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, I'm done. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry. Gosh darn it. Okay, it's pretty good. It's pretty good.
And with that, I have no choice but to agree. Final Fantasy IX is peak fiction. No ifs, ands, or buts. It's a tale about the cycle of life and how it's so easy to fall into the trap of despair and how that can affect the people and the world around you. Life is going to deal cruel, devastating blows, but how are you picking yourself back up to keep on moving? Do you let it bog you down, get overwhelmed, and lash out at the world, cursing everyone in it? Or do you roll with the punches because you know it's just a bad day, a bad week, a bad month, but somewhere down the line, there's gonna be good times again? FF9 isn't just a send-off for the developers of the OG Final Fantasy, but a beautiful swan song of the PS1 trilogy. It's easily an S tier game, going right before Final Fantasy VII. Yep, it was the era I was born in. Just 6 months after the launch of Final Fantasy IX, Square decided to put out their next-gen Final Fantasy, that of which being Final Fantasy X for the PlayStation 2. Now, from what I understand back in the day, FF10 was a pretty big deal. A lot of people's introduction to the franchise was this game, and it sold really, really well. I honestly never got around to playing Final Fantasy X to the shock of my stream. A lot of people in the chat said this was either their favorite or straight up the best in the entire franchise. So I'm excited to dive in and give it my first time playthrough. Final Fantasy X opens with a huge cinematic showing off our party's weapons and everyone huddled around a campfire looking kind of dour as the track to Xanacard plays. It filled me with this sense of sorrow and sadness off rip. When the cutscene ended, I was plopped into this really Y2K looking menu. At the start of a new game, we have the choice to name our title character Titus or Titus. I don't quite know what the pronunciation is. The game calls it Titus, but everyone I interact with online and IRL calls him Titus, so I think we're just gonna stick with Titus for the sake of this video. I also kept his name the same for this playthrough, but I want to mention it because it's the only time in the entirety of Final Fantasy X that you name a character aside from other summoned, so just food for thought, I suppose. Final Fantasy X is the first Final Fantasy with voice acting, and hey, all the performances here are pretty darn good. Our story, or should I say Titus's story, starts with him in the breathtaking Xanacard. He's a hit blitzball player, charismatic, and easy outgoing guy to be around, and pretty darn popular, which, like, pretty huge departure from other Final Fantasies. Titus feels like a character that I'm observing, not necessarily one that we're self-inserting ourselves into. All the previous games you can rename characters or kind of insert yourself into the party in some way, shape, or form, but here, that's not really the case. Like, we get to name Titus, sure, but I, as the player, don't feel like I'm living vicariously through him. Rather, I'm just an observer and guider throughout his journey, and it makes that intro in Xanacard hit that much more for me as a player. I also think this has something to do with the voice acting in general, because the characters are finally given their own personalities and voices, and they're prominent throughout the entire runtime. So it's a little bit harder for me to guesstimate what people's personalities are through just text. As Tidus is running around the city, we catch wind that he's the son of a legacy blitzball player named Jet. And before Tidus has time to process what's on screen in true Final Fantasy fashion, he's promptly attacked by an apocalyptic creature named Sin. A ton of stuff goes down. Tidus is greeted by a random kid that he sees in his vision. He runs into Auron, his uncle or dad's really good friend. The city is ripped beneath their very feet, and after boxing some Sin spawn for a while, they start getting beamed up to whatever portal Sin is trying to conjure up. Here, Auron tells Tidus that it's time for him to start his story as they get sent to an unknown dimension. And gosh darn, what is with Final Fantasy openings going so hard? Like, I am already eagerly anticipating where this story is gonna go. And the combat, or the small taste I got of it, was also quite different than any Final Fantasy game we've played prior. Gone is the ATB system, and in comes the more traditional Dragon Quest style of my turn, your turn. We'll explore this in more depth as our party fills out, but trust me, this is a great direction for the franchise, and it's unfortunate that it happens in exactly one Final Fantasy game. Tidus is whisked away to a blown up version of Xanacard. This area is haunting, a giant flaming J floating in the sky, as Tidus remarks that it might be a sign from his old man. He stumbles into his younger self and then follows Auron as a flash of light envelops Tidus, waking him up again in some abandoned temple. We do a quick boss fight here, get saved by a bunch of Albed, that people that speak a different language from Tidus minus the understanding of the word Xanacard. A mysterious girl walks up to Tidus knowing his language and tells him straight up that Xanacard hasn't been around for an extraordinarily long time. Like, so many years have passed, it's literally considered a holy site long. This upsets Tidus pretty heavily, and then Sin shipwrecks the crew as he's once again passed out, abandoned on some island. It's a pretty good thing Tidus is a blitzball player, because any other person that gets swept up in these many typhoons and storms would be in a good old Phoenix down right about now. Tidus is found on the tropical beachfront of VIII Island, and it's kind of funny that this was a theme for early 2000s Square games, huh? He meets up with Waka, a follower of the religion Yevon, and a struggling blitzball player to boot. Tidus and Waka hit it off real well, minus the whole Tidus being from Xanacard thing, as apparently you do not joke about that. It goes against Yevon's teachings, and Waka chalks it up to Tidus being all screwy due to Sin messing with his head. Waka gets Tidus to join his struggling blitzball team as he's entering one last game before he becomes a guardian. What's a guardian? Well, they're a person who helps a summoner on their pilgrimage to go kill Sin. He's joined by Lulu and Kimahri as they seek to protect the summoner Yuna, who already has her first Aeon being Valfor, which is a franchise first and last summon. And with that, our journey and party is formed. Tidus, Yuna, Lulu, Waka, and Kimahri. A little bit later, we'll get Auron, all setting off on the simple goal to get Yuna to Xanacard to kill Sin, which is a double W because Tidus wants to see if everything he's heard about Xanacard is real. So that's our setup for Final Fantasy X. And I gotta say, for such a simple premise, the story is phenomenal. What I found compelling about Final Fantasy X's writing is the fact that you are essentially playing through a recap, a retelling of Tidus' life up until a certain point when he gets to Xanacard, which is what makes this particular Final Fantasy so interesting from a storytelling perspective. It had me glued to my chair from start to finish, and that is not a joke. This game, out of all the ones we played, took me exactly 2 stream sessions, with the second one being a 17-hour long mega sesh. That's how engrossed I was in Final Fantasy X's world, presentation, and gameplay. Gameplay in Final Fantasy X is perfect. I'm shocked the franchise never kept this style of gameplay going for long. Final Fantasy X is traditional turn-based combat with no ATB meter in sight. So how do we keep some of the Final Fantasy staples going, like haste or slow or any form of time magic? Well, I got you covered. Allow me to introduce you to the CTB system, conditional turn-based battles. On the right hand side of your screen is a list of battle actions. You could even scroll through and see when someone's going to attack and how many times they're going to perform an action of their choosing. In comes haste and slow. If you haste a character, boom, look at that bar build. Now my team's actions can dwarf the enemies, allowing us to swing as many times as we want to get in as many licks as we see fit. We can also make ourselves faster and slow the enemies down. And if that doesn't work, try using a delay attack to push enemies back a turn or two. Seeing when enemies are about to charge a big attack and then sending a huge push back to continue our onslaught, or vice versa, it happening to me, risking a big old flare or special attack and seeing my characters drop down the list is extraordinarily addicting to get into. On top of that, combat just looks cool and feels snappy and responsive. Like, sometimes it's a little too fast, which is why casting magic, in my opinion, takes so long to come out. You can really sit there and feel the impact of the larger actions, both seeing your characters get knocked down that list and seeing that big damage number come up. Then we have the character death of everyone in your party. They all offer their own unique rock, paper, scissors-esque attack actions, right? Titus is our DPS, and funnily enough, the party's buffer and debuffer. He can delay attacks, cast haste, the whole 9 yards while hitting like a truck. Waka can throw a ball to hit any form of flying enemies that other people in the party can't quite reach. Lulu is our mage buster. Anyone weak to magic gets hammered by this gal. Also, I mean, gosh, man, she kind of finally gonna hold you the belt dress. It's a very nice choice, girl. Come on now. Auron has armor busting abilities, so any armored beast gets cut down to size, as well as being able to cast debuffs and combo with his own attacks. A great all-around tank at a high level. Yuna is the white mage of the group. She's another buffer for the party, but mainly in terms of defense. And she has access to the Aeons or summons we get throughout the game, who each have their own health bar and set of moves to unlock, which is super helpful during tense moments. Making an Aeon tank a hit from a big attacker, completely nullifying it with said hit due to elemental properties and defense you can add on, is a really fun gimmick to mess around with. And those giant summon attacks you could do being the icing on the cake of a great design concept. And it goes a long way in making the summons feel like they're a part of your party and not just items you use during fights. Riku is the thief of the group, whose skills do a lot more than just grab items. She can dismantle robot enemies. And right, Final Fantasy X has context-sensitive fights, as in you could swim to different rooms to grab chests mid-fight, use a crane to pick up enemies, and the most impactful one, talking to enemies mid-fight for a stat boost. And these are lore-sensitive, so it encourages you to use certain party members during the fights, which is really, really sick. But I know you're looking at the screen and asking, how can you use more than 3 characters during these lore-sensitive sections? Am I going to miss out on anything like Final Fantasy VIII? No. You could swap between your party on the fly with the press of the left shoulder button. For the first time in FF, your entire party is useful. Everyone gets a chance to attack on the field. And yes, they'll gain XP as long as they get a couple of hits in, which cuts down on grinding a ton. On the topic of grinding, hey, I didn't mention Kimahri, did I? That's all according to plan, because Kimahri represents the best aspect of Final Fantasy X. The spear grid system is a giant PNG that has every single party member connected. The more XP you get, the more ability points you gain, allowing you to move through the grid while placing various spears that you collect throughout the game in the grid that grant you a level up. Speed up spears increase your speed. Ability spears give you new abilities to mess around with. Defense spears give you defense, etc. Where the def comes in is knowing when to dump points into someone's grid and when to hold back as you unlock these blacked out parts of the grid to expand upon via spears you find throughout the world. And that goes doubly for unlocking level gates, which allows you to start crossing into your other party members' trees, which brings me to Kimahri, as very quickly he'll be able to unlock pretty much anyone's skill tree off rip. Want him to be a mage? Then go for it. A blue mage with Titus's stats? Doable. He's a super flexible early character if you use him right and grab those enemy spells while battling. Every character in this game feels like they have a purpose to be here. They fulfill roles even when battling easier enemies, and everyone is necessary in order to succeed throughout Final Fantasy X. And from a narrative perspective, this goes so hard. The spear grid literally represents their friendship growing throughout the adventure. It's simulating the roads walked via the lines each spear grid has, and it's just perfect.
And how could I fail to mention the incredible equipment usage throughout the course of the game? Similar to Final Fantasy VIII, all of the items you gain, including those spears, go towards enhancing your equipment by giving them various perks. Sure, it's the usual stuff. things like strength up by 15% or being able to sense enemies' HP and things of that nature, but it's still a really fun mechanic to mess around with nonetheless. However, it's really cool to see you build out these ultimate weapons, so to speak, and see it actively reflect in both visuals and gameplay feel. The battle system is invigorating as the game constantly keeps you locked into every fight via systems like overdrive as you play micro mini games to get devastating heavy attacks, or just being able to do simple things like switching your party and your weapons on the fly to suit whatever battle comes up. The boss fights are the coolest in the entire franchise, and the story had me laughing, crying, and grinning ear to ear. This to me solidified that the next generation of Final Fantasies were in great hands. And while I did compliment the story, is it really as good as what chat was saying? Yeah, it's very good. FF10 is the next gen's deep dive into Final Fantasy themes of family, faith, memories, and of course, self-acceptance. From the top, we have Yuna and Titus. These two have a very special relationship. Titus is the fish out of water, literally. During his travels with Yuna and the Guardians, you get to see him grow and sort through his emotions. That infamous laugh scene everyone makes fun of is arguably one of the best scenes in the game for me. Titus just learned that his father is Sin. Jack is the one bringing about Spira's apocalypse, and this depresses Titus immensely. He's no longer jokey in the dialogue. His demeanor changes to a very disposed one, and it's rough to see. Despite the hardship and even recalling past events like how his father verbally abused him, calling him a crybaby and whatnot. Furthermore, Titus's father just kind of upped and left after all of that, leaving his mother heartbroken and thus causing Titus to be left all alone at such a young age. Going on a quest to slay your own father, it's gonna do a number on him. Yuna, seeing this, tries to cheer him up. First, she whistles in the way that Titus taught her, in an effort to show how far they've come since their journey. She discusses how, as a summoner, she has to bring hope to Spira, how she smiles through the pain no matter what, and even laughs when the going gets rough. It's a forced laugh the two share, one of bonding, as they sort through these extraordinarily complex and difficult emotions in a strangely relatable teenage way, which is part of why I love this game so much and why it became a new favorite game of all time for me. This game feels like they wrote it for a bunch of older teens to young adults kind of forced to grapple the realities of life and growing up. Now that particular moment comes full circle later in the game, and it is an utter heartbreaker. See, Yuna smiles every time she sends off souls. She's quite literally taking her own advice. Another thing I love about Titus's character is how blunt he is. He straight up gets jealous at one point. There's this sleazy villain named Seymour, and he wants to marry Yuna for his own personal gain, so Spira can have hope while Sin's waltzing around. Titus rightfully is pissed off with him. Everyone in the party says we should let Yuna make her own decisions, that maybe this is what Spira needs even if they don't agree. But he stood his ground, angry with the fact that Yuna might get taken advantage of, upset with the way everyone was acting so passive towards the situation at hand. Seymour of course ends up being a pretty sleazy villain, because duh, and only wanted Yuna for his own personal gain, and technically shouldn't even be alive, but that's neither here nor there. Point is, Titus was spitting, and that makes their eventual romance and journey towards it hit that much harder. Now, a really interesting plot point was how they handled Riku and Waka. See, Riku is the Albed who helped us on the ship. She eventually joins the party around the mid-game point and guides us through Albedian territory when we crash land in a desert-like region. This section was incredible and heartbreaking once again for two reasons. One, we get a glimpse of Riku's family backstory. As our party going through the Thunder Plains, we catch wind of Riku's anxiety during these thunderstorms, which is a pretty normal thing to be scared by, especially since there's lightning striking at our character's toes. But her reasoning was so messed up. It boiled down to one day her and her brother were messing around and he was trying to learn to spell Thundaga, and instead of it striking his initial target, it ended up striking her, scarring Riku for life. Then, as if the trauma doesn't run deep enough, later throughout the game, we see her hometown get bombed by Seymour, and it's a bloodbath. We scramble through the village, people are fleeing, fighting back, doing whatever they can, and we catch up to an underground, eventually pushing through the danger and ending up at an underground section of the city. And here, we get the most jaw-dropping moment in FF10, as Riku confirms that
that Yuna is her cousin. That's right, the very thing Yevon teaches against, being the Al Bhed way of life, is in the family of a summoner that could save them all from sin. And it's poetic because prior to the summoners were getting kidnapped throughout the game, and it's here where you learn the Al Bheds are doing it, as all the puzzle pieces start falling into place. It's why the Al Bhed from the jump told everyone that Yevon's teachings were flawed. They may believe in a similar faith, but the way Yevon was taught is full of issues. And honestly, speaking from a Christian background, I find this to be insanely smart commentary on the state of Western and, dare I say, an American versus the rest of the world's interpretation of religion. But that's a convo I don't want to dive in here on YouTube, as it's way too nuanced for a glorified Final Fantasy info dump. I will say, however, I see what Final Fantasy X is saying, and I agree. I think the Western cult-like way of teaching religion is objectively skewed and straight up morally wrong in many aspects. When your churches care less about teaching people healthy ways to get closer to God and more about draining their pockets or funding experiences that are part of a mega church that's ultimately a non-profit cult, or preaching teachings that are contradictory or twisting the words to fit whatever negative narrative you want because you either A, don't want to become a better person and use religion as a mask to hide your true intentions, or B, for whatever reason want to gatekeep people from seeking the help they need, that's when I start having problems. Again, I know Final Fantasy X isn't directly saying these things, but I can't help but see the comparisons between the Western-styled Yevon religion and its pseudo-Catholic imagery versus Al Bhed's more Eastern teachings. Oh, and speaking of thinking, let's check in on Titus's thoughts throughout this whole ordeal, and yeah, as expected, homie's taken aback because the next lines coming up state that Yuna has to go to Xanacard to sacrifice herself in order to defeat Sin, in order to defeat his father, Jekt, which makes the whole journey we've been going through soul crushing. All those times Yuna smiled were because every Aeon she got, every step she took, she was one step closer to dying. It's an extraordinarily raw scene that had me crying and stunned. Adding to the heartbreak is Riku and her father Cid leaving their city behind and having no choice but to blow it up and start again in the future. But even when doing that, even when losing their home, they still have their heads held high through the tears. Riku is great. Her overcoming the lightning trauma, doing everything she can to keep her family and friends together because it means so much to her. The community is her rock and she'll do whatever it takes to keep it. Now, it was a devastating moment that we went through, but it's followed up by one of the hypest FMVs in the game. Titus and the crew going to save Yuna from Seymour, which was super hype. The FMV, jaw-dropping. Seeing all the robots getting taken down as they slide through these steel ropes was really raw. Sadly, things don't work out though, as we kind of get stuck up and Yuna jumps off of this ginormous floating island, landing onto her Velfor down below as we set out to grab the final Aeon. And once we grab the final Aeon, being Bahamut, we're greeted with yet another massive bombshell. This one has Seymour using the people of Yevon against us and framing us as people they need to be hunted down as we're a danger to the Yevon religion. So we box them real quick and get the heck out of Dodge in a pretty awesome boss fight. The gang comes across this moonlit island. Titus, guilt-ridden over all the events, goes to finally confront Yuna out in a moonlit sea. He just pours his heart out to her, man, apologizing for everything, for talking about life after the summoning, for being so excited for this death walk that Yuna's been set upon. And Yuna shakes it off, stating that it made her happy. She has to press on, and oh man, the tears start flowing here. FF10 already had me gripped, but it's here where it solidified itself among my favorite games of all time. I couldn't help but start getting worked up during all the emotional beats because there's such beautiful scenes. All of the character work and the accumulation of Final Fantasy's themes as a franchise comes to a head in one perfect romantic moment. To me, this is the best that Final Fantasy has ever handled romance thus far, and I loved to see these two finally trust each other, locking in one's eyes and being in an inseparable bond as they swim through the sea as if they're dancing their worries away. Gosh, then there's Wakka, simple character on the surface, but the nuanced arc I really enjoy. He starts off strict in Yevon's teachings, feeling like he has to for his brother's sake. He even gives Titus the starting sword from his deceased bro, feeling self-guilt about losing him that he kind of projects onto his teachings, really thinking that things would be different for his brother if he just strayed on Yevon's straight and narrow path. But through the course of the game, he learns that things aren't as cut and dry as they seem. sometimes life is just life and bad stuff happens. Even if you have faith in a higher power, you can't eliminate the free will we possess, and sometimes life has other plans for us, and that's okay. Seeing the cracks in his religious belief form as he encounters people like Seymour, who's using Machina, and working directly with the Al Beds, which was fascinating to see played out as he comes to understand and respect them despite their differences in culture. I just think he's a really underrated character. Even if it takes a while for him to accept the reality of these situations, he finds comfort with his longtime friend Lulu, who's also going through a similar arc, but just a lot more subdued and plays more of a supporting role towards the party. Kamari is cool too, classic self-acceptance arc in the Final Fantasy franchise. He's from a clan that kind of bullied him due to his half-horn, so throughout his journey with Yuna, he proves to his village that he isn't weak and that he isn't one to be pushed around and bullied. It's simple but effective. Seymour, our big villain, wasn't anything crazy for me personally. He can get pretty deep, but I'm more into the whole themes and concept of Yevon as religion, you know, the whole keeping life alive and being respectful towards others with your time on Earth, but when you're in the far plane, it's time to move on. However, that religion's being controlled by an evil undead cult, which is a pretty ironic twist that fits the themes really well, as if they can't let go because they're scared of the sins they've committed. It's pretty deep stuff. That, and Seymour has a long rap sheet. Like, this homie murked his dad, his mother is a summon he uses during fights, and he definitely isn't the nicest chap, that's for darn sure. His end goal is essentially become the next generation of sin so he can wipe away the world and kind of start anew, I suppose, with Yuna trying to send him off, as he's trying to recreate something that Xanacard had in the past. Once again, that theme of holding on to tradition. And no, of course, I didn't forget about Aron. He's the man who set up this whole adventure. He was a former pilgrimage guardian helping Yuna's father with his pilgrimage and joined by none other than Titus's dad, Jekt, a character pretty much packed to the brim with nothing but hard-hitting quotes that keep the team in check and grounded in reality. He obviously feels guilty about losing his two best friends, but the reveal and build up as to why he's guilty is some next level character writing in my opinion. Right then, nearing the end, we finally reach Xanacard, and the cutscene from the beginning of the game plays again, this time with complete context, and I love when stories loop around, so I was eating this up. We run through Xanacard ruins, and not even this section was free from me breaking down and crying. Seeing all the sacrifices people made, losing friends, partners, someone like their own mother. Jeez Louise, that's dark. I can't believe the game went there, but gosh, am I glad they did. We finally reached the lady who started this all, the first summoner way back 1,000 years ago, Yuna Leska.
Will sin come back even should I use the final summoning to defeat it?
Sin is eternal. Every aeon that defeats it becomes sin in its place. And thus is sin reborn.
So that's why Jekt became sin.
Sin is an inevitable part of Spira's destiny. It is never ending.
This cannot be!
Yevon's teachings and the final summoning give the people of Spira hope. Without hope, they would drown in their sorrow. It is better for you to die in hope than to live in despair. Let me be your liberator.
Now! This is it! Now is the time to choose. Die and be free of pain, or live and fight your sorrow. Now is the time to shape your stories. Your fate is in your hands.
Chills. Every time. Auron's quote is the definition of Final Fantasy. The outburst against Yuna Leska, you feel the pain fueling every word. And I love the attention to detail of his past self running out from Titus when they scream no. Yuna taking one massive leap forward in self-confidence, surpassing her father and other summoners before, her deciding to forge a new path for all residents of Spira, because summoning only brings more suffering. It's the perfect, and I mean the perfect allegory to what I was discussing earlier, showing that the traditions and understandings of Yevon have been corrupted and controlled by a human understanding, thus polluting the original origin of the message, and it's up to our party and the journeys we've experienced to show to the world so we can forge a new path and move forwards past the lies and hope to seek a better truth. No more needs to be said. It's the most powerful thing in Final Fantasy X, and for the icing on the cake, it's Yuna's story. This right here is peak fiction. It's only gonna go uphill from here. Prior to this, we did learn one teensy tiny little thing. The Xana card Titus has been searching for ended up not being real. As a matter of fact, Titus himself isn't real. That's why we name him. He was quite literally summoned to Spira. But Titus seems content with learning this information, and it's tragic to hear. I mean, this kid cannot catch a break, verbally abused during his life from his dad later disappearing, and then mother passing away from depression due to her husband being gone. The reveal that Jecht was working with Yuna's father during his pilgrimage is bittersweet because you hear how much Titus means to Jecht in his voice. He just can't quite show it. So the party starts approaching Sin, the final boss of the game, and my gut starts turning. After all the trials and tribulations, we're here. Jecht versus Titus. Titus and Jecht's speech here it's so good. No words can describe my emotions. It's just too raw of a moment that really makes you sit there and feel the weight of both characters' actions. When the fight starts, I was broken. A father and son having no choice but to duel for the fate of their world. It's a dark concept, but the execution of it was A1. But that's not what got me. It's those context-sensitive actions.
Hold on, Dante's about to pull up? Nah. Not yet.
When Titus reaches out to his father, his overdrive gauge goes down, as if Jecht somewhere in the chaos can hear his son. This moment right here is exactly why I play video games. The work I put in to see Titus' story through, making that decision to reach out to his father one last time, accumulated in a moment that ripped my heart in two. Sending him off along with Auron, taking down the final form of Sin, while Yuna has to make one final sacrifice to the aeons that have been burdened with being summoned for eons on end. The sacrifices aren't made in vain. Remember, these are spirits that have been trapped in summon forms for quite some time, so they're finally given a way to move on to the next phase of their life, with the cherry on top being Titus heading back to his dreamlike world, giving Yuna one last loving embrace before he goes to join his father and uncle. Despite all the friends we lost, bad and good memories made, those dreams they held may be gone, but the world will never forget them. That's Yuna's parting message as Final Fantasy X ends. A story about finding common ground, overcoming your personal struggles, learning to forge ahead and build your own story and define your fate. It's the perfect, quintessential, dare I say, JRPG storyline. And the ending of Titus arriving in his seemingly dream Xana card after all of this solidifies it as one of my favorite gaming experiences I've ever had. There's so much more I want to dive into with FF10, but I'm content with the broad strokes I analyzed here. I also should say that, yes, if you're wondering, the OST is absolutely gorgeous. All the tracks are bangers. I got nothing to complain about here. It was the first main game not composed by Uematsu, and I think that's fine. 10 is a very unique soundscape that I truly enjoy. It's definitely a bit more atmospheric, but still full of excellent tracks nonetheless. Huge shouts to the boss theme and of course the battle theme one. Oh, and I didn't forget, yeah, there's Blitzball in this game. Didn't really get the hang of this mode during my brief time playing because, again, this is a marathon and we could have easily spent hours learning and grabbing players and building our own little team, but that'll be for another playthrough as I 100% want to come back and beat the game fully to completion. FF10 is a beautiful story with visuals that still hold up and exceed my expectations to this day, but that's usually what happens when we have a good art style. And to be fair, a lot of these older PS2 games really hold up visually. I don't know if it's just a nostalgia thing for me, but the 6th generation era of consoles, your Xboxes, PS2s, and GameCubes, they've all aged incredibly well in terms of graphical fidelity. I can't believe I'm about to say this, but Final Fantasy X is easily an S-tier title, and depending on the day you ask me, it might be above Final Fantasy VII.
But I'm not Len.
What?
I'm through waiting. I'll fix it. What's worse, I failed to protect you.
He didn't though.
That all go away.
What?
And we'll fade again. Together. Help me do it. Len.
Don't touch me.
They actually completely destroyed her character. in one cutscene. It somehow got worse. I kind of wish we just skipped the cutscene and I could say in my review that, hey, the PC port's buggy. Now I have to talk about the gosh darn cutscene. Great job.
Final Fantasy X-2 is indeed a video game of all time. Kicking off the first of the direct sequels in the Final Fantasy franchise is X-2, a game that initially I was excited for. We had an all-female cast, that's something that should have been a long time coming for the Final Fantasy franchise, and I was ready to jump in and experience Yuna's new adventures in New Spira. Our game starts with Yuna being part of a new traveling girl band. It's what I would say, it's actually someone mimicking Yuna. The real Yuna, Riku, and newcomer Pain are actually some new form of spear hunters, and they take down this fake Yuna to the grooviest OST in Final Fantasy's history. It's giving off very 70s spy vibes, and I kind of dig it, but definitely a massive departure from the music and style that we had with 10. And the combat is, oh gosh darn it. Yeah, we're back to active time battle. Why? I have no idea. Automatically not a fan of this because 10 carved this new identity for Final Fantasy with its game systems, and it's a real next step forward in my opinion for the franchise. But here we're back to basics and there's really no reason for it. I can't say it's a developmental issue because they already had a perfectly fine combat system with 10. It just feels like a whole step back from what we had privy. It just feels like a step back from what we had, and for a sequel, that's super jarring for me. And on the subject of combat, I know I'm gonna get flack for this one, but I'm letting it out. Everyone, sit down, just take a deep breath. I want to have a real conversation here. I understand that some people grew up with this game and have super positive memories of 10-2, or for that matter, any of the games in this franchise. But that doesn't mean that some people who either A, didn't grow up with it, or B, just have a differing opinion, or sometimes a combination of the two like myself, are going to have the same memories and experiences you had throughout playing the game. I'm not saying you're not allowed to like the game, I'm just saying that I personally did not enjoy my time with Final Fantasy X-2 whatsoever. And please just remember and understand that as I talk through, I'm just upset with the game in and of itself. I just want to clear that up before I get to the inevitable unbeatable option select of I grew up with this game, therefore it's great. Alright, so X-2 has the third worst combat system in the entire Final Fantasy franchise. The Dress Sphere and Grid Sphere system makes me so irrationally upset, I don't even know where to begin. For starters, I get how the system works. They want you to play on active battle and chain attacks together with your team's actions. There's some admittedly cool concepts, right? Using a warrior to attack while I use trigger happy on gunslinger and combo attacks together for big damage is cool in theory. If the game didn't feel like I was fighting through molasses, everything in X-2 feels so slow and clunky. Furthermore, my hits feel like they have no impact on enemies. It's just this clunky, floaty combat system that I can't describe other than feeling off while I play through it. Then we have the dreaded Grid Spear and Dress Spear system. Now, I know this is one of the most hyped features of Final Fantasy X-2, and I have always failed to see why. Yes, on-the-fly job switching is cool, in theory, but the limited actions you have when you are on a certain job further adds to this game's railroad feeling. For example, when I play a white mage, I'm only locked into using healing options. Same with the songstress, you can only use certain buffs. You can't attack, and no, I'm not joking, in this game, you can't even defend. You can only heal or buff. This makes the whole game a dress switching nightmare. And so what's the band-aid they put on to make the system seem more creative in its restrictions? The Grid Spear system. Move through a literal linear line to unlock abilities you could use on any class. Playing a black mage and one Kuraja, just move through the line to unlock it. It comes off as kind of a chore. Not even skipping dress cutscenes will fix the fact that the core gameplay of Final Fantasy X-2 is clunky and cumbersome for the sake of being clunky and cumbersome. What's crazy about on-the-fly job switching is, to me, it's a system that was already fixed way back in the 90s with Final Fantasy V. Why on God's green earth didn't they just use V's battle system again for this particular game? Actually, what is it with Final Fantasy dropping its great battle systems? Materia was pretty dope. 10 CTB system was amazing. 5's job abilities and all of that, great. But no, throw them out the door so we could get something unique and different. This is why X-2's combat felt bad to me. I did not like the fact that you have to constantly move through the Grid Spear system in one of the most clunky ATB battle systems I've ever played through. Joint feels like something out of RPG Maker at points. I just am not a fan in the slightest. And again, it's fixing a non-issue. You switching between jobs and only being able to do one specific action for each job that you're on isn't being creative. It isn't allowing the player that freedom that you think you're getting. What's allowing a player to be creative is grinding that job up, mastering it, feeling like I truly earned those white mage abilities, and being able to bring them into a variety of other jobs and build my own crazy Frankenstein-esque monster of a character, both with buffs and debuffs. You don't get that in 10-2. Instead, everyone just follows this linear grid spirit to fight whatever enemies I'm tackling on screen at the moment. Then we have the music during the playthrough, but I gotta be honest, it just started grating on me throughout the playthrough. Like, it was just too much of a departure to what I'm used to with FF, and I just stopped becoming a fan. And then lastly, the plot to 10-2 is absolutely horrendous. Straight up character assassination for Yuna and the crew. Now listen, I do not like bad-mouthing games on my channel. I want this to be a place of positivity, trying to see the good in every game kind of thing, but not with 10-2. To me, I'm not joking, there is nothing fun about the game for me. The characters all take a drastic reset or straight up de-evolution from their growth in 10. Remember Yuna overcoming her trauma, defying fate, and the pilgrimage proving she's her own special person in the grander scope of the world? How she gave everyone an important send-off, keeping those dreams alive? Actually, no. Throw it all away. In this game, she feels like she hasn't done enough. That the sacrifices made should have never happened in the first place, which, one, in my opinion, is kind of selfish, and two, considering the Aeons were trapped souls that wanted to go to the far plane and they couldn't, it comes off incredibly selfish and kind of mean-spirited. Then we have some very interesting character decisions, like the way they wrote Riku's brother. It's kind of disgusting. He has so many weird and straight up gross mannerism when it comes to the girls that it creeps me out, especially towards Yuna, considering they are family. I don't care if they're far removed or first cousins or whatever the heck. It's weird and it should not be an FF. Riku also isn't even the same girl that she was in 10. She's just like weird. I have no words for her. She just feels wildly different than how she was presented in the first game. Then there's Pain. She could have been cool, but her story didn't quite stick the landing for me and came off woefully uninspired. Typical anime OVA nonsense. And I'm not even going to get into the 3 faction subplot or the subpar mission-based objectives packed to the brim with the fetch quest and mini games. Just know that 10-2 did not click for me. The butchering of its characters, to writing off Yuna and Titus' relationship as something seemingly destined by fate via some 1,000-year-old knockoff of Titus coming back to rekindle their love. The humor that for the first time in the franchise did not stick the landing at all. Combining all of it just made this game one of those that isn't even so bad it's good, it just ended up being gross for me. I did not enjoy my time with 10-2 at all. And honestly, neither did my stream, so we're just going to cut it here and keep it pushing. I truly mean this when I say it, this is our first F tier game. Hey, speaking of taking up a lot of time, play online. Final Fantasy XI is, well, I did put an asterisk somewhere in the video for a reason when it talks about mainline games. We didn't quite beat this one, but I have good reason. One, it's an MMO. I mean, these games are massive, and I already had an MMO in the pipeline being 14, so I kind of had to pick and choose my battles. Two, when I streamed the game, the community themselves came to my Twitch chat and let me know that it's okay to skip Final Fantasy XI, as from my understanding with the MSQ, Rhapsodies of something or another was just wrapping up. And since it's a subscription-based game and I needed to buy the expansions, which cost, a little bit of money, it just wasn't particularly feasible for this marathon. I will say, from the brief time we spent, about the 3 days we played, it was a pretty neat game with some mechanics that are a bit dated, but I found engaging nonetheless. The world really still holds up, and I enjoyed my opening hours as we arrived at some beach. I will be coming back to Final Fantasy XI at a later date out of respect for the community, but I hope you guys understand why this particular entry got sidelined. Alright, 10 games down, about 5 to go, and I think I've earned myself a little bit of a break. And as for you guys, don't go anywhere, as today's video is sponsored by me. This type of content is a massive undertaking, and I'm so thankful for the support I've received throughout the marathon. And from the chat, it seems like you guys want me to keep going and making more. However, to keep these giant essays and multiple day marathons going, I figured I'd have to open a Patreon. From the lowest tier, we have shoutouts and behind the scenes speed edits showing off how these essays get made. A tier up from that is ad-free viewing of essays before they hit YouTube, and the biggest one is the ability to vote on the next big game essay and marathon that I will cover in the future. I think this will be a great start to the Patreon, and if you can't donate, that's all well and good. I would just like one simple tiny request. Please leave a like, comment, and subscribe down below. It'll go such a long way in helping the channel grow, and that's all I can ask for. Links to everything you need in the description and comment section below. As much fun as I had playing through some games that were my first time experiences, I gotta say, it's nice to take a bit of a jog during this marathon and return to familiar ground. Final Fantasy XII is a game that I'd argue is one of the most underrated of the Final Fantasies, which is strange because it went on to influence one of the best entries, being Final Fantasy XIV. Just one quick look at 12's gameplay and you'll see all the 14 flags, the target lines, MMO style combat, and the return to high fantasy with a couple of sci-fi elements sprinkled in there. So for me, does Final Fantasy XII hold up in retrospect? Yeah, it's still pretty good. The opening FMV this time round is leaps and bounds above not just Final Fantasy X, but it looks better than Advent Children to me, which is an entire film. The cinematography and fidelity of these visuals is through the darn roof. The opening shot does a great job of establishing a never before seen world in the mainline Final Fantasy universe, Ivalice, a world that originated in the spin-off game Final Fantasy Tactics and is also featured in Vagrant Story. Now thankfully these games aren't required reading for Final Fantasy XII, as it's a prequel to the entire world of Ivalice, taking place a couple of centuries before the aforementioned titles. This world is more close to Final Fantasy IX than any of the games we've played. They brought back races, so we have like a lizard race, a half human, half rabbit race being the Viera, also one of my favorite races in Final Fantasy. The game's a whole vibe. The story is relatively simple. We're thrust into a middle of war between Arcadia and Rosaria. We follow the people of Dalmascia, a neutral party kind of in between that's involved. Dalmascia is trying to bolster their forces in case of an upcoming war, and the Prince of Dalmascia, Ash, and the Prince of Nobridia, Rassler, get married to join their kingdom's forces in case war breaks out in their neutral region. Thankfully, for once in these stories, the two have genuine love for each other, making the marriage and commitment to their kingdoms that much more special. By the way, it's many touches like this that I love about Final Fantasy XII's plot, as it makes the game feel a lot more mature and grounded out of all the Final Fantasy storylines we've experienced thus far. Sadly, happiness doesn't last. The Empire of Arcadia is too strong and ends up overpowering the small neutral nation, leaving our troops of Dalmascia to have one last stand in their kingdom to defend the prince and princess. Say hi to Rex and Bosch, basically the Dalmascian bodyguards, or what's left of them. Rex is a young buck, only 17, with a brother who's in Rabanastre, the crown city of Dalmascia, named Vaughn. Rex fights his way through some troops, only to find the king's room ransacked with troops slaughtered by the dozens. As he walks further in, he gets murdered by none other than Bosch himself, betrayed by his own people. And before Rex is dead from bleeding out on the floor, we get this sad but extraordinarily raw POV shot as we see a mysterious fella enter the room, proudly proclaiming that Dalmascia is now property of the Empire. It's a crazy setup. We got political intrigue, betrayal, and of course the classic Imperial vs Rebel build-up. Time skip ahead 2 years, we get to control Vaughn, Rex's brother. Vaughn's ambitions are simple: to become a world-class sky pirate, but in order to pull that off, he'll need to make some money. So his starting mission? To get Dalmascia's riches back from the Empire. And well, he almost pulls it off. Vaughn, like a shockingly competent character, sneaks into the kingdom with no problem and tricks the guards to get into Dalmascia's riches. Heck, he even gets close to taking them without any opposition. Vaughn is a masterclass thief, and I'm kind of blown away by it. He would have pulled it off too if it wasn't for two individuals sneaking and slithering in, those of which being Balthair and Fran. These two are genuine sky pirates and treasure hunters, and they wanted to steal what Vaughn was pining for. But hey, as Vaughn argues, finders keepers rules apply. That's all well and good, but how are they going to escape from the capital being attacked by a resistant army, making Vaughn's exit with the treasure just a bit tricky? So unless Vaughn, Fran, and Balthair wouldn't get turned to ash by the Ifrit airship, they gotta make an uneasy alliance. Taking a dip into the stinky sewers below, our party finds a abandoned prisoner, and oh snap, it's Bosch, the man who killed Vaughn's brother and essentially ruined the kingdom of Dalmascia, giving it single-handedly to the Empire. And get a load of this. Bosch is proclaiming that he's innocent, that he didn't even do any of those things. Seeing that we can't necessarily pass him up as any extra firepower is good firepower to get out of such a sticky situation, we decide to free him and have him join the party. That way we can also find out if he's truly telling the truth. And with that, we have our setup for a grand epic. Our party formed with a pretty easygoing objective being to take down the Empire by helping the resistance. We have our mysterious villain or hero being Bosch as we uncover to see what truly took place in the kingdom's quarters that day. Our swashbuckling bounty hunter Balthier alongside his forest bunny baddie being Fran, and lastly the Princess Ashe, who we find a bit later, who was presumed dead but has secretly been running the resistance in the shadows this whole time. And lastly we have our bright-eyed heart set on adventure but ends up becoming the hero in the end, Vaughn, and oh my gosh, this is just the setup to A New Hope. No, this isn't a gag. This game's plot is pretty much A New Hope right down to the twist. I mean, the main villain that chases us throughout the game, Gabranth, is Boss's twin brother, who of course decided to ditch the light side and join the Empire, setting the course of these events into action. Now, while it does pull a lot from Star Wars, this game is still Final Fantasy in its core. There's a small couple twists to the story, like the Imperial member that truly does care about human rights and coexistence via these nations, rather than having complete control, being Larsa, who is in the Empire and sees all the flaws in what is going on with the system. We have a plotline with the Princess Ashe rejecting her dark side, if you will, or vengeance in this case, despite her ghost husband's temptations. So there is still human and mystical elements that still make this game Final Fantasy, but for the most part, it's a New Hope remix. That being said, that doesn't mean the plot is bad or not good. It's just very different from most Final Fantasies. It's a lot more introspective and a case study of certain themes and ideals of Final Fantasy as a franchise, rather than going into individual character studies like previous games, and that's something that I've come to really enjoy about this game. What makes 12 story-wise fascinating is every character minus Vaughn and his friend Pinole, who has, I mean, zero impact on the plot, is, well, an adult, like much older than usual Final Fantasy characters. We're talking they gotta be in their late 20s or 30s, that being a huge departure from other Final Fantasies we've covered. So developing these characters and giving them the traditional Final Fantasy arc just isn't really a thing. Like Balthier, for example, he's not going to do a 180 and turn over a new leaf despite being a thief. He's going to do things in his sky pirate way, being suave and cheeky up until the very end of the game. Then I could see how this might rub people the wrong way, as admittedly, I don't feel like a lot of the characters grow and change throughout this 20-hour playthrough, but I kind of found that refreshing. It's dope to see how they have subtle changes, and the challenge of writing these characters is more so their changes of belief to ideology and how they approach certain situations than changing their whole personality and going through these emotional highs and lows. It's pretty good stuff and a really grounded way of approaching a war story. And if there's anything y'all need to know about me, is I love a good war story. Sure, it may be the classic rebels rising against an imperial regime, but the way it's executed and told is nice, and for what's going on in the world, I don't think that's a story we can get bored of, personally speaking. I think the characters that best represent what I'm talking about are Gabranth, Larsa, and Cid. They're probably some of the best aspects of 12 story. Gabranth being a citizen of Dalmascia back in the day, turning into a villain out of shame because he feels like he failed his country and his people with how he let the Empire enter. That personal rage building throughout the course of the game, leading to his deadly actions. The thing that brought him back to Earth, so to speak, is his brother Bosch re-entering his life, and Larsa, the imperial person he's meant to protect, showing that compassion for humanity should always come first no matter where you come from. Vengeance only breeds more vengeance, and that's the lesson Gabranth had to learn. Larsa is dope because he's the brother of VIII, the big bad of the game, and his entire motivation is basically we should have equal rights. He doesn't agree with what the Empire is doing and is trying his best diplomatically to fix everything. My man understands the system and is literally working inside and out to fix it. The way it's written is top notch too. It's because of this game's more down-to-earth approach to how they write their characters that they can let a plot like this breathe and explore the fact that there is truly good people working in a flawed system, and I dig that. Larsa's death comes from how he views the conflict and why he's taking the political approach, because it's what he can do on the inside to help a system that's fundamentally flawed that sadly he is a part of. Cid is just raw. He's the classic mad scientist who goes deeper into the rabbit hole of trying to become a god in an effort to control the world's magicite power. And it's because of his downward spiral that his son Balthair, disturbed by his father's ambition, walks out on him and started a brand new life via becoming a sky pirate. All simple stories on the surface, but the conversation these characters have and the subtle themes and moments that play out are what makes this particular story super special to me. FF12 is a game that, similar to 9, you just have to play through. There are so many excellent moment-to-moment character interactions and small dialogue sections that I really recommend 12, especially if you're a fan of the tactics games or Final Fantasy XIV. The plot isn't something that you guys should blow off or skip past just because it's not talked about enough. Final Fantasy XII's gameplay is, for me, really fun and pretty easy to break. I should preface that we're playing the Zodiac Age version with a 4-party team mod. That way I could replace guest characters with characters in my own party. But just so you know, Final Fantasy XII, for whatever reason, is still largely a 3-person game with guest characters swapping in and out, which in this particular case I found annoying because in classic Final Fantasy fashion, you have members hop in and out of your playthrough as guests. So the mod I added made the gameplay a bit more creative and fun for my personal playthrough. Oh, and speaking of creativity, the license system, aka the jobs you unlock, lets you unlock up to 2 licenses per character, and you go down a sprawling list of skills to unlock. Things like new weapon and armor sets, accessories you can wear, and of course brand new moves to use. Usually I'd roast locking weapons and armors behind essentially a skill point, but for once it makes sense here. Different classes offer different armor sets, you know, light, medium, heavy, and so on. So getting instant access to get, say, heavy armor upon switching to a knight class while running around with, say, a monk build would be pretty darn broken off rip. It's a balancing mechanism more so than a railroaded one, at least to me personally. And if it really bothers ya, the game offers built-in dark arts, if you catch my drift, to make your playthrough a little bit more seamless. Final Fantasy XII is all about those 2-class combos though, baby. A monk and black mage, which is what I made Fran, goes hard, casting flares which do a ton of damage and being able to punch someone when they're out of MP. It's kinda sick, not gonna lie. It's also a way to offset the physical weaknesses of the black mage's attack, and therein lies Final Fantasy XII's addicting loop, building the most OP builds that can offset other classes' weaknesses as you counter it with a separate class, making your full kit utterly broken. Want a one-shot samurai with knight's capabilities? Yeah, you can build that. A machinist with white mage? Yeah, it's a pretty fun mix. You could go for big range attacks and good heals. This game offers a lot of combos, so go crazy and experiment. And it gets super ridiculous with the 4-person party mod. Then we have Final Fantasy XII's holy grail, the Gambit system. Gambit allows you to individually tell your party members exactly what to do and when to do it. If a party member's health dips below 30% and you want to cast Kiraga, set up a Gambit and have that happen. If there's enemies that are near 30% and you want your party member to do a big attack that finishes them off guarantee, you can set that up. Need someone to cast Protect and Shell before entering any fight? All you gotta do is plug it into the Gambits. Want your tanks to tank big hits? Add it to the list. And as you're going through, you can order the importance of each Gambit to boot, which is really helpful and avoids the AI from glitching out or repeating actions. It's an ultra creative system and gives me complete flexibility in how I want to build my party, which creates a double-edged sword. Final Fantasy XII by the halfway point can get pretty easy, especially on repeat playthroughs. You literally turn on turbo mode, set speed to ×4, set things up correctly, and just watch the game play itself. And also, before anyone wonders, yes, it's still active time battle, right down to the game even offering a wait and active mode. It's just set in 3rd person. And no, this isn't a knock on the game because it works and the Gambit system adds a lot of replayability along with the licenses, but it's worth pointing out. See, the funny thing about 12 is the combat for me scratches a very particular itch that I enjoy. It's this massive MMO feeling turn-based combat style with massive open zones that feel sprawling and are full of hidden goodies and randomly generated loot. It's good fun. The only gripe I had was the next to last dungeon, which felt way too long and drawn out. You go from floor to floor activating random switches, teleporting to different spots of the map, and end up getting lost running around because everything starts blending together and feeling samey. When I was stuck here, I just kept getting lost because I couldn't find a stupid nook in the wall I needed to find that would let me progress to the next part, and that got old pretty fast. Aside from that one hiccup though, the game's good fun and offers a ton of replay value through a new game plus and a new game minus mode, which lets you lock your level to whatever you choose, so those hard mode level 1 runs can absolutely be a thing. Heck, even the devs know how replayable and addicting the gameplay can be, as this game offers license hunts. This is basically The Witcher 3 before The Witcher 3. You grab a bounty, find the enemy and box them, turn in that quest, and as you level up, so does your license level, making the enemies you encounter harder and harder, eventually leading to one that's straight up 50 million HP as a giant secret mega boss. 12 is essentially the OG auto battler, and I'm 100% here for it. Now, the OST for FF12 is definitely a subdued one. It's got a lot of subtle and atmospheric tracks that match FF12's epic scope and feel, and once again fits the war story that they're trying to tell. I don't really like using this term much, but it really gives off a movie vibe. Like, this is the OST you would have in your head if you were watching a Final Fantasy film, and judging by the plot and gameplay we have to 12, yeah, that kind of fits. 12's graphics are still outstanding. I really love the art style. It's bright and vibrant with architecture that's got a lot of South Asian influence. Presentation-wise, it's held up extraordinarily well, and it's got one of the best PC ports for Final Fantasy to boot. FF12 is just kind of a cozy game to boot up and run through. It's got a simple story with characters that are enjoyable and themes of loss and overcoming destiny that are explored expertly. The gameplay can get a little bit repetitive, but I find that to be kind of the fun of the game. It's dope to buy new gambits, expand upon all the crazy combinations between license and gambits, and just go hog wild as you run throughout the open zones. Couple that with a gorgeous visual style and music that definitely fits the mood, and I got nothing else to say other than 12's a pretty good game, and I'm content leaving it right about here. This is the big one, the one that a lot, and I mean a lot of people similar to Final Fantasy X on my stream hyped up, and I was pumped.
Yo, what the heck? Good. It looks so good. Oh my gosh. It's gorgeous.
I remember the 13 saga pretty vividly growing up during it all. There's the demo I played on 360 as a youth. My dad eventually bought me the game on Steam when it launched, and after I beat FF7, I never finished it. But finally, I'm back and ready to tackle the most love it or hate it game in the entire franchise, after I do some patching. So the 13 saga kinda sucks on PC. You need an HD texture mod, 4K FMV upscales because yes, there's still FMVs in 2009 and a lot of them. And lastly, a 4GB RAM patch because for whatever reason, if you run a newer computer with a lot of RAM, the game will just crash often. So a couple of installs here and there and we're off to the races officially. Off rip, we're greeted to a banger of a song. This is 13's title theme called The Promise. It's catchy, melancholy, and sets the tone for 13's adventure. Familiarly, we start with that train demo from E3, a slick action-packed cutscene that has outstanding shot composition. This joint raw, plain and simple. We get introduced to Shaz and Lightning, two people who have a common understanding as they're looking for their lost family. Shaz's son and Lightning's sister, both of which missing because they've been turned into false she. During this bombastic set piece as we fly off a derailing train, we get introduced to another group of homies being Snow and his team Operation Nora. Their goal is to free the people of Cocoon from the tyrannical military known as SICOM. Snow and his team do darn good work and rescue a group of civilians, most of them opting to join the fight. The most important of which being Moms Are Tough Nora herself. Yes, it's confusing for me too. I don't know why their org name is Nora and then there's a character they run into named Nora. It's for plot reasons, I suppose. Snow and Nora fight back against SICOM, but it ultimately ends with them being blown up and Nora dying to a SICOM rocket plummeting into the depths down below. Her last wish asking for Snow to get her son Hope home. Hope is ruined by this revelation, sadly watching the entire thing unfold from a distance. He's accompanied by a girl named Vanille who tries to cheer him up and convinces him to go after Snow to ask what happened. Now as Hope approaches Snow, the scene starts getting really tense. I mean, this homie was ready to activate Demon Time and put the beat down on Snow because, you know, he just lost his mother and he considers it Snow's fault as to why that happened. Hope chickens out of confrontation and he hops on a hovercraft and flies up to some false she tower contraption. Into the tower, Hope and Vanille battle monsters called the Sheath, and the only reason they look as they do is because they couldn't complete their focus, aka a mission that you're given when you're branded a false she. If this all sounds confusing, admittedly it is, but I promise it'll make sense soon, just let me cook through the synopsis. During the fight, Snow pulls up and helps out Hope and Vanille. Snow makes it clear he's here to help out a girl named Sarah, who is branded Il-She, Sarah being his future wife that he's engaged to. This enrages Hope because on the outside it looks like Snow cares more about this girl than all the people that have just died, including his mother. Hope wasn't even supposed to be here. Hope and his mother got caught by the military during a vacation trip, and now she's dead for trying to play hero, all because she was inspired by Snow's actions. The game jumps over to Lightning and Shaz, and she spills the beans that the reason she's on her journey is because she wants to save Sarah from her Lashee fate. Shaz tries to get Lightning to see the reality of the journey, explaining how even if she completes her focus, she's gonna be turned into a crystal. They eventually all meet up at the big center of the tower, finding Sarah sprawled out on the floor. Lightning, Snow, and Sarah have some final heart-tugging moments as she turned into a crystal, her parting words being "save Cocoon." The game instantly deflates this emotional moment by telling us that the crystal folk can be saved and the crystal represents eternal life. Lightning punches Snow for saying all of this out loud, however, and starts mauling because her sister is clearly dead in front of her eyes. This whole scene is something to say the least. Not the biggest fan of its execution, and I guess you could call it overacting. It made it come off really jarring, especially for a Final Fantasy game. Like, everyone in this game is so mad and at each other's throats, it feels like, except for Snow. That homie Snow is just existing, always seeing the positivity of a situation. Like, yeah, I get it. Grief, anger, Lightning just lost her dear sibling, etc. But you guys do know the franchise we're playing, right? Most of these deaths or character traits aren't handled in such a angsty way, at least not for the 12 other games I've played in the past. Not to say that characters don't lash out when homies die in earlier entries, but I haven't seen it this vicious and jarring since, say, Final Fantasy IV, and it just comes off kind of mean-spirited. Nevertheless, in true 13 fashion, you don't get much time to dwell on any of these plot points as they have to jangle keys in front of the player during every emotional beat. So next up is some fun action stuff. They try to box a Fal'Cie central console thingy, and when it's defeated, it shoots back ice beams and injects the party with their focuses. While they're out cold, we get a flashback to the time Sarah and Snow spent together, flying up through the fireworks, embracing each other, and getting excited for their future ahead. When awoken from their nap, the party sees that they've been branded a Lal'Shi. Now they have no choice but to fulfill their focus or die a sheath, the very thing Shaz and Hope at the beginning of the game bullied they've become. And so, on the run from the law, the party splits up with Shaz, Lightning, Hope, and Vanille fleeing from the scene, while Snow stays back getting captured as he tries to take on a fight to hold them back so the team can press forward, so to speak. So they hijack a ship, get the heck out of Dodge as they crash land into a rusty-ass scrapyard, splitting the party up yet again as Shaz and Vanille go off on their own adventure and Lightning and Hope stay on their own adventure. All of our party members being split apart for the next only 9 hours, all in an effort to find their focus and what it means and take out that big bad military. Now, similar to Final Fantasy VIII, this is an entry that I'm torn on because unlike Final Fantasy X-2, where I just didn't care for the game at all, 13 is maybe below average at best for me. The characters are pretty flat. They seem like they have a lot of depth on the surface, but it often goes unexplored or the game leaves it up to the player's interpretation and tries to use flashbacks to flesh things out. I don't know, maybe I'm missing some key character development for everyone in the data logs or something of that nature, but from the handful I could read, I didn't really pick up on much that the game itself didn't already add for me. Furthermore, the party spends a good 17-ish hours away from each other. Now, they are filling their own side plots and character arcs, unless you're Snow, but by the time the party does meet up, the game's plot feels like it's just going through the motions and hits this weird crawl. Like, I'm not kidding when I say the only homies that get fleshed out fully in this game to me are Vanille, Fang, and Hope. Again, it's really jarring. They're trying to fix a formula that doesn't need fixing in a franchise that already had these problems solved narratively. Lightning's the main character, I guess. She's on the box and the game starts with her, but her story is anything but main character energy. She starts off cold and bitter, upset with Snow for allowing Sarah to become a Lashee, which in reality is more of a deflection mechanism of her being upset with herself for not spending more time with her sister and being kinder towards her before Sarah turned. We see this via flashbacks. On Lightning's birthday, she goes off at Sarah and Snow. Sarah being Lashee, the two getting engaged, Lightning ain't having none of it and does not believe them in the slightest, causing Sarah to run out crying because her own sister doesn't believe her truth. Lightning begrudgingly accepts the gift that Sarah gives, but it's a bittersweet one. Around the 7.5 to 8 hour mark, Lightning starts realizing that deep down it was never really Snow's fault. And the reason why she comes to this conclusion is because she sees a bit of herself in Hope, which is why she gives him the knife that Sarah gifted her as a way of saying, I recognize your struggle and I apologize for leading you down a path of vengeance and revenge. Sometimes you gotta look inside of yourself to find the real issues. is. It's not a bad arc per se, dare I say decent, but I feel like it's just not well executed, especially for Final Fantasy. On a personal level, as someone who grew up in a family-first environment, I guess I just can't get it. Lightning and Sarah were orphans, alright? The two of them were all they had, so her being bitter and cold towards Sarah during these flashbacks because she doesn't like snow, I guess I can kind of get where they're coming from. Sure, the military does a number on people, maybe it could be a commentary on that whole child soldier thing Final Fantasy loves to do so much, but I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say, nah, the script called for Lightning to be angsty during these moments, so she has to be angsty. Maybe they're trying to show that Lightning's a selfish character, right? She gets this big news on her birthday and it ruined her celebration, and rather about caring about her sister, she's more upset about the fact that her special day was ruined, which I don't know, man, still doesn't quite work for me, because when your sister is begging for your help, going through her possible final steps on this planet, and your response is just blowing her off, it comes off weird. Maybe you could just say that Lightning's overwhelmed with emotions and doesn't know how to handle it, so she lashes out. But therein lies my issue with Final Fantasy XIII's writing. A lot of this game feels like it's just left up to interpretation. Like, I kind of like the concept of Lightning seeing the path Hope's going down and instantly pulling a 180 to prevent his rage from growing stronger, but it happens around the 8-hour mark and feels kind of sudden and abrupt, and like Lightning didn't truly learn a lesson and only did it for the sake of surviving. I don't know, man, I guess it would have just been nice to see Sarah and Lightning drift apart because of Snow, and why exactly Lightning has resentment towards him. Anything other than Lightning feeling like she just has the sudden 180 because she sees Hope going down a dark path. And eventually when Lightning and Hope do catch up with Snow, she's more warm towards him, and it just feels like way too fast of a development because the game doesn't give enough time for these character moments to breathe in an emotional sense. And while I can respect the tragedy of these events and why they're very real and emotional moments, I just don't see the characters handling it in a realistic way, making the emotional impact on me during these sections feel kind of weak. Like, bro, you gotta understand, this plot had to have something to pull at my heartstrings, and I was stone-faced the entire time. Then as y'all see throughout the marathon, I do be crying in these games. Darn near cried when Goluf got clapped in Final Fantasy V. Like, come on now, man. My biggest issue with Lightning's arc is, as a concept, it is interesting, but the execution of it leaves a little bit to be desired. It's not bad, it's not great, it's just average for Final Fantasy standards. And since we're on the topic of Hope, I'll tackle, in my opinion, the best character in the entire 13 saga. Now hear me out. At first, I was bullying the mess out of Hope, a typical whiny brat who blames others for incidences that were out of everyone's control. I mean, my homie was on the bridge across the way, watching his mom pick up a rocket launcher, shoot down a helicopter, still get blasted. Snow did everything to try to save her, and well, she falls. And he still has the audacity to blame Snow and make it like it's his fault. Now, sadly, I gotta play two minds here, right? On one hand, I completely understand that Hope is not a well-written character. If anything, the reason he is my favorite is because he represents 13's design philosophy to a T. Hope's motivations are misplaced. This character, after all he's been through, shouldn't be blaming Snow for what happened, as from a writing perspective, it doesn't make any sense. His mom is the one that led him on the train. His mom is the one who took up the guns. His mom is the one that shot down the helicopter. And his mom is technically the one who got the bridge blown up. So why in the world does Hope not once blame his mother who set this whole thing up? Or at least blame the military that is doing the purge? Having a younger character challenge the adults in the party's beliefs that are so black and white would have made for a really gripping narrative, as it would have literally shown the next generation of kids, showing these hardened elders, if you will, that the world isn't as cut and dry as it seems. And please, I'm begging you fellas to not use the cope that, well, Hope's a kid, how else is he supposed to react? Homie, have you been watching the video essay? Sorry to call anyone out here, but half these pro tags we've seen are quote-unquote kids, or at the very least ranging from the ages of 17 to in their early 20s. Had Hope been in any other Final Fantasy, his story would be A1, but in 13, it's just kind of above average. So barring that gripe aside, it's dope to see Hope turn his rage into something positive, choosing to finally talk things out with Snow and getting to understand how Snow, this big adult he's been trying to murk, is also full of regret and failure, but he carries it in a different manner. He doesn't let it eat him up and bog him down, because if that happens, Snow wouldn't know what to do with himself. It's a great Uno reverse card and gets Hope to see things in a brand new light. And when he's reunited with his father, we see his worldview shift, as his father is thankful thankful towards the party for getting Hope home. And Hope's own father agrees that he'll fight alongside his son even if he's a Lashee, giving Hope the resolve he needs to take life into his own hands and brave the adventure ahead, putting aside all the prejudices and learning that life is about the choices you make. And he chooses to help our party defeat the Sanctuary, one of the few good arcs in the game because it has an actual story beat. Mom gets clapped, wallows in self-pity, the will he murk Snow or not murk Snow, comes to terms with him being wrong for once during his conversation with Snow, and lastly, meeting his dad, bringing the whole thing in full circle. I'd argue his character is the best character in FF13, but again, in a separate game, it would have been handled so much better. Snow and Fang, I'm gonna lump into the same category here. See, Snow just really wants Sarah back and doesn't want to lose her because, hey, he was an orphan once, so him finding friends turned family is a big deal, and he doesn't want to lose a future family he made, being his sister Lightning and future wife Sarah. He beats himself up for not being strong enough or good enough to help out and prevent what's happened to Sarah, but as always, he tough guys it out to overcome sorrow. It's pretty basic, and they don't go nearly hard enough with his plot. Like, every scene he's on screen is just a pep talk to the party or him lamenting how he's not strong enough to save Sarah. It's pretty one-note dialogue, like Fast and Furious levels of mediocre writing. Sad because, again, had he been in any other Final Fantasy, we'd have a much better arc on our hands. I can't help but think about a character like Locke when I look at a character like Snow. It's literally night and day in terms of writing. Now, Fang is also a pretty good character. I actually have no complaints about her. She's the sassy, straight-edge gal of the group. Really love her design. She's got that Lancer vibe, so you know I'm a big fan. Her story isn't anything too crazy. Like Vanille, she's a person from Grand Pulse. Her goal is to do what she failed to do in the past, protect Vanille. There's a grander plot, of course, with Fang having memory loss due to past events. See, Fang was a Lashee and her focus was to become Ragnarok, a destroyer of Cocoon, but due to some higher powers intervention, Vanille and Fang got crystallized, preventing annihilation. Fang spends the game finding out about her past and realizes 1, Vanille can protect herself, but 2, Vanille's got a bit of a lying streak with Fang's true past and it greatly upsets her. It comes down to one really good moment where Fang tells off Vanille for keeping the Ragnarok part of her history a secret from her, telling Vanille that she should have trusted her. She's not angry with Vanille for keeping it a secret, rather just wants to reassure her that they aren't alone anymore. They have a new family being the party and together they can face anything. It's a pretty nice way to tie everything into a found family arc and I appreciate it greatly. What ruins the moment is Vanille, but we'll get to her in a second. Then are the things that I actually just don't like. Hey Shaz, you're up. He's a struggling black father trying to overcome his depression after losing his wife, and he's trying to be a positive beacon of light for his child. And just when things were on the up and up, his child gets turned into a Lashee, turning his whole worldview on his head. He thought that Lashee were enemies of Cocoon and Sanctum. Shaz says as much in the opening sections of the game, but now his son, he's a Lashee. And I'm not a big fan of that. So we have a black single father who lives in an extraordinarily oppressive environment, and he's very prejudiced. I mean, listen, dog, I'm not saying you can't write this story. I've met plenty of pick-me blacks who kiss up to the wrong side of history in an effort to get accepted into a community that doesn't love them. But in my opinion, I do not think it should have been written like this, or at the very least, this plot should have been saved for a team of writers that are up to snuff to tackle such heavy subject matter. Allow me to elaborate as to why design decisions truly matter. Everything about Shaz and Vanille that I'm about to say from here on forward are just my personal takes on the game and why I personally get upset seeing storylines and things like this play out, because I've not only experienced it in my own life, which is frustrating to an infinite degree, I've also seen it in so much fiction and media, especially in the fantasy or sci-fi realm, that I am fed up with it, and 13 just happened to be my breaking point and I want to talk about it, so here we go. So first off, Final Fantasy XIII's design team versus Final Fantasy VII's design team were clearly not on all cylinders. Alright, when I talk about a character like Barret and the things that I love about him, the reason why I find Barret so intricate and so unique as a character is because of the fact that his design does represent two things. I know my interpretation could be a bit far out there, him being kind of a black revolutionary, you know, with the machine gun, the eco-terrorist vibes, etc. But you can also interpret him as just a cool 80s action guy like Mr. T back in like A-Team days or whatever, and just say this is a dope character that I like to see on screen and it's cool that he's black. Barret, in my opinion, works better and is a lot more efficient in terms of getting the story across as a black character. I think it enhances him, but if he was white or Asian or Hispanic or whatever, he would still work. I think he would still be a fire character. That's the point. When it comes to a character like Shaz, I think specifically making him black in this situation does not quite work. The story, in all honesty, would barely work if it was a character of any other race, to be blunt with you, because it's so poorly written. But there's something about Shaz specifically that adds an extra layer that gives you a little bit of side-eye energy. So just walk with me here. You're telling me that this black character had to learn to not be a prejudiced person because of a fair skin or white girl that came down from Posh-Lashi and kind of inadvertently got his son transformed to begin with, and her whole arc boils down to whining about how hard the Posh-Lashi have it, feeling like she's oppressed, feeling like she doesn't belong in the world, and her constantly lying, stringing people along, and telling the truth under the veil of positivity because deep down she's really depressed and is going through a hard time and just wants the world to smile, and all the oppression she's dealing with is just too much. I'm sorry, but that particular plot point with a black character, the second, by the way, in the entire Final Fantasy franchise, so it makes me feel like it was deliberate, is pretty frustrating. It's literally just Karen versus me getting into my apartment energy for the entirety of Shaz's runtime, and it's infuriating. I don't know how else to explain it. It's not fun, and it's not something that I wanted to see, especially from a franchise that I truly enjoy. But that's not all. They have to keep hammering in other aspects of black character writing that I've never been a fan of, like the forced shock value and the forced trauma. Stuff like, after watching his son get turned into a crystal and learning that the person he's been traveling with has essentially been lying to him across the entire journey, he then decides to put a gun to Vanille's head and tries to kill her, adding to shock value and drama, and then instead turns it on himself and tries to kill himself with a corny fake out death. You 13. Like, I do not think that moment was warranted, and I know that suicides come up in the friendship with characters like Celis back in Final Fantasy VI, but personally, this moment just does not feel earned, and once again, I felt nothing spectating it. And when you get to the point where they talk in the prison, they don't even reconcile anything. He just kind of gets over it and they waltz out the door and move on like nothing really happened. He goes back to his jokey self. Shaz is so frustrating because he is easily the character with the most missed potential, and an arc that on its own would have been a fine and decent thing to explore if Shaz got taken instead of Snow. Imagine how much harder the plot would have went if he was working alongside Fang. He gets on the ship, he frame one sees that, oh, this is a Lal-Shi too. Like, can I trust you? Can I trust them? And Sid's there too. They're all learn that there's nothing different about Lal-Shi, and that helps him learn that his son might be in good hands. It might be something they can remove. It might be something that he can fight and change. Then from that point forward, show him slowly breaking out of his prejudice cycle via flashback, showing why he got in that situation. Tie it all into the fact that Fang was there that day too. They meet Vanille up in that carnival tower and they have their huge heart-to-heart, all three of them coming together, learning that there's so much more to life than what sanctum and the government and all the other societal implications brought with it. That would have been an extraordinary moment, and honestly, if it was any other Final Fantasy, it probably would have happened, but no, it's Final Fantasy XIII. It has the most disjointed, nonsensical storyline I have ever played, and there's no amount of dialogue entries that will make me interested in its world, its lore, or anything that it's building up, and this to me was the killing blow that tapped me out of FF13's story entirely for the rest of the runtime. So that means I have to finally talk about the poison that is Vanille's storyline. Now, before people start flaming, yes, I understand Vanille's motivations and journey throughout the game, but that doesn't mean I have to like or even sympathize with her. Every person processes grief in their own unique way. So when writing a character that is all about self-guilt, loss, and grief, it's gonna be hard for some people to relate or even analyze the situation because of how players interpret these types of plot points. That's why usually when characters deal with grief, they got something to offset. Cloud grieving Zack's death is offset with him absorbing Zack's personality. Squall offsets his trauma as a kid by being distant introspective throughout the whole game. Kryl in 5 grieves the loss of her grandfather, but by finding faith and trusting in her friend, she overcomes and moves towards a brighter future. There's usually something in a character to offset the self-inflicted guilt or grief, and it's almost always a multi-layered approach. Vanille has the offset, but it's under the guise of a bubbly personality and lying or misleading almost everyone around her, which is just an unlikable trait. Yes, Vanille witnessed extraordinary struggle. She watched her friend get turned into Ragnarok. She's technically the reason Daj, Saj's son, got turned into a Lashi, and well, that's about it. So she watched something bad happen to her friend and might have technically been the reason for something bad happening to a random guy she met, thus cue the line to her best friend in order to protect her? Protect Fing from what? Memories she doesn't have, seeing that she has amnesia throughout the game? It's only going to be a matter of time before Fing figures out. And as for Shaz, the situation makes a bit more sense. He's already mean towards the Lishi, but still, keeping that a secret for so long, then spilling her woe is me guts because being from Grand Pulse was so hard and life being so difficult as a Pulse Lishi, even though the only reason all this stuff is happening is directly due to her actions, just grates me. The icing on the cake that makes me really not stand her is the narration. Her telling the story through her eyes is infuriating because for someone that knows very little about her emotions and is again hiding the truth and even lying to her best friend, she has sure got a lot to say about observing others. I have a very difficult time suspending my disbelief in thinking any of her descriptions of the party are even close to accurate and not just her projecting her emotions onto others. I just do not think Vanille is a character for me. She's for someone, I'm sure, but the caring guilt tears do nothing for me. As for the setting and world of 13, while it's pretty, it's okay. We get some pseudo-Catholic imagery going on with the Pope motif and the big bad and the way the military purges people that have focus and the Lishi. I get it. It's commentary of all time, but the game does nothing cool with it. Hey, doesn't it suck that this government is taking agency from people and forcing them down to follow a rigid system that can turn on them any minute? Yeah, let's take it down. Cool, except unlike Final Fantasy X, you forgot to explore the religious aspect that you set up in the game. Like, there's so much you could delve into and say about sanctum and destiny and what it means to have fate and faith and etc. But no, they just treat this group like an evil mega corporation, not necessarily a religious movement. Once again, adding to 13 storytelling missed potential. The villains are also so forgettable. Like, they're evil, I guess. They want to destroy a world, revive a god. You've seen it all before. What boggles me about 13's story is it feels like a fake story a naysayer of JRPGs would make up on the spot when they're talking down on the genre. That's those games where people get together and bicker and then some become friends and go kill a god, right? I ain't playing those. I play real games like Mass Effect. Yep, that's pretty much 13 summed up right there. Personally, despite how negative I sounded, I can take it as a glass half full kind of story. It ain't deep, but that's okay. I got plenty of other deep plots in this franchise to enjoy. The characters are surface level and sometimes they'll break through the glass ceiling, but nothing I personally want or need to go back and analyze. The world is cool on the surface, but ultimately it's just what if Final Fantasy but sci-fi, and that's honestly all they got going for it. Even when you reach the primal-esque area Grand Pulse, they still can't beat the sci-fi allegations as you end up fighting rock robots and steam machines, and it's very underwhelming. Then we have the complaint of the game being linear, and well, that doesn't really bother me that much, I guess. It's what they do with the linearity that sucks. Like, homies weren't lying. You just hold forward on your control stick and click A to start a fight, maybe open a chest. There's barely any puzzles or things to trip you up. You just kind of, well, hold forward. Enemies also spawn on screen instead of random encounters, so the game can truly feel like cutscenes the video game if you're avoiding enemies. Now, it's not the end of the world, but definitely a weird departure from previous Final Fantasies, although in all fairness, 10 was also pretty linear for most sections, but it's all the stuff you get to do in between that makes it special. Gripes aside, thus far, I do understand why people enjoy 13. Nostalgia is one hell of a drug, and I'm sure people see something in this game I don't, and it's just so far not the game that lived up to the hype chat generated for me. So despite me sounding negative, I want you guys to understand it's from a place of me knowing this game could have been something so much more if they took a couple of different writing directions, and because of that, I'm feeling that this game is about a C tier. It's mediocre, but not in a bad way. The plot has potential, but just falls pretty short. The characters, while I do enjoy aspects, have one or two bad things kind of counterbalancing them, and the presentation at the end of the day definitely carries it, and locations that are pretty varied and don't come off feeling generic. I just think it lacks a little bit of that replayability that other previous Final Fantasies have. And all of that's what I would say, but I know you guys thought I forgot about mentioning 13's gameplay. 13's gameplay is, I mean this from the bottom of my heart, the second worst combat system in the franchise. You control one character in an active time battle system with zero, and I mean zero control over your teammates. Remember, all that stuff I talked about in previous Final Fantasies and why I like them so much gameplay wise, imagine if they just gut all of that. Firstly, we have how you level up. Similar to Final Fantasy X, we ditched XP. Instead, you get Crystarium points. These go towards your paradigms or classes, and every character starts with 3. And through the course of the game, you can gain more. For example, Lightning here has Ravager, Commando, and Medic. If I want Lightning to be a mage, I dump points into Ravager. If I want her to heal better, I dump points into healing. If I need a brawler to get things done, you put points into Commando. You guys get the gist. The game is an active time battle this time. No wait allowed. Everything is always moving, which, okay, fair enough, it's in the name, but due to it being a next-gen game, everything is fluid. How far your character runs up to attack, getting different attacks depending on if enemies are flying or grounded with armor. Cue another unique animation. Can you take a guess as to why I don't like this system? You guessed it! Taking control away from the players in a turn-based setting is insane! Brother, attacks feel straight up random at points of Final Fantasy XIII's combat. Sometimes Lightning attacks with her gun, and other times she runs up and slashes. Sometimes she launches into an airstring on a flying enemy. There's no rhyme and reason for the game's combat. It just kind of picks what works best depending on what the system feels that day. This leads to moments where a character will swing for attacks and due to it being a physical space, just run up and whiff because an enemy will walk backwards or move to the right or just be a pixel off, and it makes all that time I spent waiting for a big combo wasted. Yes, I know in JRPGs, moves can miss, but the frequency of moves missing, not due to a command in the game saying, hey, this is the hit rate of a said move, but due to an AI just deciding, oh, I'ma walk to the left someday, makes me extraordinarily frustrated with the gameplay. Then we have the stagger gauge, something that in an action game environment would go pretty hard, but in a turn-based one feels like an endless pinata fest. Just smack the big bear until it's yellow, then do my big damage. The game just boils down to play Ravager, build stagger, switch to Commando, dump your damage, rinse, repeat until the end. Now there are other classes, but those are the two you're probably going to be using when it comes to damage. As for the AI during fights, they're slow and bad. Most of the time, you're stuck playing vital support roles like Medic and Saboteur because you can't rely on the automatic system the AI chooses. Sometimes you're using Ravager and the wrong spell will go off until you rescan your enemy with Libra. The list goes on and on. As a player, I feel like I have to micromanage everything since I can't trust on the AI to pick up the slack, and they hamper more than they help oftentimes. And what's crazy is I'm not opposed to the idea of a single player Final Fantasy. It's a neat concept, and it would have been great if they did, oh, I don't know, the Gambit system from Final Fantasy XII, but no, you don't get that here. Instead, do with janky AI that chooses to do things whenever they feel like it. Then, the real crux of my gameplay gripes is the classes themselves. Just like Final Fantasy X-2, you're locked to that role. If you play Commando, you can pretty much only attack and blitz. If you play Ravager, you can only get magic moves, everything costing a bar of ATB. And yeah, they got rid of MP in this game, on top of making everything automatic. So the whole game becomes scanning enemies, revealing the weaknesses, and mashing auto battle to destroy a foe. It turns into a mash X fest right out of the gate, and any tension that could have been built from managing MP or HP from getting from point A to point B is wiped right away. It's an utter mess, and one that is only made harder because of the ultimate sin in this game, the paradigm shift system. Unlike Final Fantasy X-2, I can't believe I'm about to compliment this game. You can't have your team switch into any class on the fly. If you want Riku to play warrior, mage, and gunslinger, you can pick them at any point during the fight. 13 doesn't operate like this, however. You're locked into picking 3 classes per shift. So if it's Commando, Ravager, Medic, you have to play Commander, Ravager, Medic. If you only want to swap, say, Hope into Synergist for exactly one role, then you have to take up an entire slot where Hope is only Synergist, then you have your Ravager, then you have your Medic. It's cumbersome and unfun to bounce around all these different classes just to do something as basic as healing. What happened is giving me a white mage that can have access to attacks and buffs? Why is everything split between so many different class combinations? Constantly opening up the menu to set things just the way you want it before boss fights or when you're taking on a slightly difficult enemy. The builds in this game get boring really fast because of this. As for the Crystarium upgrades, they also suck. Remember how I praised the Spear Grid for bringing everyone together in a creative and fun gameplay way, melding the bond of their friendship together with how everyone leveled up? Sure, they may unlock similar abilities by the end of Final Fantasy X, but it feels more earned and less like they lose their unique properties that make those characters their characters, and more like they've been fighting together as friends for so long that they're taking up after each other's moves. 13 says, nah, hold X on the clunkiest loading bar you'll ever see and unlock tiny little upgrades for HP up and Firearga, etc. The worst part of all is, if you're nice, it locks you out of maxing the upgrade tree out of the gate. If you farm enemies or level up quick enough, the game literally halts your progress and waits for you to beat a boss. Then it expands your Crystarium to the next level, which in my opinion is a really cheap and lazy failsafe to prevent people from either A, actioning replaying the game and just getting through it, or B, punish people who grind out a skill tree in a JRPG. You also unlock every paradigm shift for every party member in the game so you can branch off the 3 that they start with, but again, it's underdeveloped. There's no joke, trees on other characters that have 4 things to upgrade, as if the game is flicking you off for even considering branching off the beaten path. Final Fantasy XIII skill tree is an abomination in JRPG game design, and I have zero idea how there's quote-unquote fun to be had in this regard. It is the worst part of the game, bar none. It punishes the player for simply thinking outside of the box. The gameplay contradicts with the themes of the game as it forces individuality, which in my opinion is the antithesis of JRPGs. I'm not saying that it's not about individuality or people finding their sense of self, but it's through togetherness and found family where these characters find themselves, embracing their individuality as people, not locking them into this awful grid. Heck, 13's even about found family, but the game systems fly in the face of that. Lastly, we have the convoluted accessory upgrade system, and honestly, this is one of the better things about the game. To level them up, you put in special monster components, and they'll give you stuff like haste, poison, resistance. Y'all get the gist. Now, again, this system is interesting in theory, but the rate at which you get components is so darn slow because enemies barely drop enough after fights for it to be worthwhile, and the devs are aware of this, so they put components in shops for you to buy. Now, leveling up your gear can get a bit addicting. You put in those monster components, and depending on which ones you stack, you'll get an XP multiplier. It's kind of fun to get said multiplier and hit max level with minimum effort, which is probably why components are so hard to come by to begin with. But if you're new and figuring things out, the first couple hours can be a little rough for you when it comes to getting your gear up to snuff. Overall, 13's gameplay isn't missing potential this time. It's flat out bad. The systems do not fit the game's narrative at all, and it should have just been an action RPG with what it's going for. Things like, if your leader character dies, that's it, game over. If the AI doesn't heal you in time, GG, reset from the start of the battle. It's not fun. It's punishing for all the wrong reasons, and it never, ever felt like I was working with a party, and when I died, it was never my fault. And all the characters here deserve to be put in a better Final Fantasy to get the proper story they deserve.
Oh, hey, a young Falcon from the future here. Just want to get something off my chest before the segment wraps up. FF13's combat animations are so abysmally slow. Everything you do takes years off of your life, it feels like. Just hitting a simple attack feels like an event. Trying to paradigm shift into a different job takes several thousand years, and there's nothing you could do to speed it up, unlike Final Fantasy X-2. On top of all of that, you can tell the developers know it's an issue, because if you look at your ATB gauge when you don't have haste, it's blue or greenish blue or whatever the heck. But when you equip haste, on top of the tiny little timer icon telling you that haste is up, your entire bar turns red, so at a first glance you can see that you are indeed moving faster than previously you thought. It is that slow. The devs know it's that slow. And you know what? That's how I feel about 13 in a nutshell. Don't think too deeply about the gameplay or the setting or the story. Just consume those tear-jerking moments and that flashy gameplay. Just be happy about the fact that we've got a new Final Fantasy. This game had such a hard development, so I could forgive it, right? Well, no, I don't agree. 13's gameplay loop sucks. Its story is average at best, and all the characters here deserve to be put in a better Final Fantasy to get the proper story they deserve. This is our first and last D-tier title. And they made 2 more. 13-2 is bad. There is nothing good about it. The gameplay is pretty much the same exact thing as Final Fantasy XIII, with even less control over your party, since instead of 3 members, we get these Pokemon monsters that just do 1 or 2 actions over and over, depending on what class they're set to, so, you know, that's annoying. They brought back random encounters, but who asked? That was one of the better features of 13, was having monsters out across the field. And to be fair, they did let us change leaders during combat, which is kind of cool, but in monkey paw fashion, it cost ATB to swap, so it really is just another lazy excuse to swap between characters in the rare case someone dies. The Crystarium is even more confusing than before, with everything bleeding into the same skill tree and making the level up screen look flat out awful. The game's tone can't pick between fun side sequel OVA and being this serious true follow-up to 13 vanilla. The main villain, Caius, is the worst in the franchise, with the most basic one-note objective I've ever seen.
And lastly, the addition of Sarah's friend Noel is pretty bad. The game is not good, and I'm not gonna waste any of my or your time further complaining about something I don't like. I already gave this game 19 hours of my life. I'm done giving it any more. The music still slaps though. It's actually one of the highlights. That music go crazy in 13 too. As for Lightning Returns, just no. Not even gonna get started on this one. Abysmal combat, a story that just feels like every character regressed, and one I don't even know if it's canon because 13.2 has all these non-linear endings. 13 as a saga frustrates me because barring these terrible sequels, it's got something deep down that could be a great Final Fantasy game. It just missed the mark so many times it got hard for me to overlook its various flaws. 13's story is around a mid to low C tier, but the gameplay is what brings it down to a high D. As for its sequels, they are going right in the trash bin right next to 10.2, and yes, if you're wondering, all 3 of these games are directed by the director of 10.2, so maybe my games and his directing styles just don't click. Regardless, next up is the big one, the massive, critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Final Fantasy XIV A Realm Reborn, a game that everyone, and I mean everyone, would not stop telling me to play back in the day. During that build up to Shadowbringers patches, I had fellows online always telling me to go play Peak Fiction, and when I asked them what made 14 so good, these homies would just tell me, go play it, find out for myself. So the free trial meme came around and I figured, bet, why not finally give this game a real honest shot? I booted up and unfortunately was gatekept by A Realm Reborn's relatively slow pace. What reeled me back into Final Fantasy XIV was all the hype the Endwalker trailer generated, with me stumbling across it either at one of Square Enix's conferences or via YouTube recommendations. And off of that trailer alone, the gorgeous music, the insane visuals, I knew that this was a game I had to beat no matter what. Which brings us to December of 2022, where I went out of my way to buy every single mainline Final Fantasy game, including a freshly on sale $30 complete edition, meaning I have 30 days to beat the entire MMO's MSQ. Let's see if I can pull it off.
That was so sick. Yes! Oh, it was so good! I get it now! I get it now! I get it now, bro! This game is so good! This game is so good, bro! Let's go!
The answer is of course I did, with around 9 days to spare. It took me exactly 11 days or 264 hours and 34 minutes to beat the MSQ of Final Fantasy XIV, with a couple of side quests done here and there like the Omega quest line. And I gotta say, this game's story surpassed my expectations. Final Fantasy XIV is arguably the best story told in the entire franchise, featuring the greatest antagonist I've seen in any RPG, with a world that I got sucked into very quickly once things got moving. All the themes and motifs we've been talking about with Final Fantasy come to a forefront here, as the game offers a deep dive into FF's themes as if the MSQ is a deconstruction of the franchise's values, even calling back and borderline remaking NES-era storylines through a modern lens. The game is ingenious in all regards, and I'm here to gush about it. Which means, yeah, disclaimer, I'll be doing this segment with the impression you've either played 14 or won't mind a brief recap of certain story beats, as 14 is a massive game. Essentially think of this as an organized rambling session about each expansion. So here's a quick couple of gripes before I start gushing.
Editing Young Falcon from the future. Final Fantasy XIV fixed one of my gripes, which was the fact that I felt like the free trial should have went up to at least Stormblood minimum, and they literally just did that.
On that note of accessibility, the game's earlier expansions can get pretty text heavy and are missing some key features to help disabled gamers. Text-to-speech for non-voice sections would be great, as I ran into several homies while streaming, including my sister that has dyslexia, telling me playing this game was a bit much due to all the unvoiced dialogue, and it can get kind of hard to impossible for them to get into due to that reason. And since a lot of the emotional beats are in these visual novel moments, I can understand the frustration. And before anyone asks, yes, this applies to all RPGs. I know it's not realistic to hire VAs and have them voice every single NPC in the game, but I think text-to-speech is the bare minimum we could do so people that do have these issues have something in terms of accessibility to play through such classics. Also, yes, I am aware there are mods for this sort of thing on PC platforms, and while that's great, they're technically against the game's TOS, and 2 doesn't help the booming console player base over on PS4 and PS5. Alright, so with my mini rant out of the way, let's delve into Final Fantasy XIV and all the beautiful stuff that's in it. So gameplay was the biggest shocker for me. When things get moving, it's pretty lit, right? I played as a Lancer throughout the whole game, who later turns into a Dragoon, finally being able to live out my Dragoon dreams, and they're kind of good in this game, so that's a huge W because we've seen how they're handled in previous Final Fantasies. Say hi to my Warrior of Light. Her name is Josid Youngkong. She's also literally me, so be nice. 14's gameplay loop has this nice rhythm to it. Enemies do this big wind-up attack, a giant yellow marker will pop up, you sidestep it like a Mario Party minigame and keep things pushing while you dish out damage. Sometimes they'll get creative and throw in magnets or tiny little mini games you interact with during dungeon runs, and that can get quite challenging in higher level content, but for the most part in the MSQ, it's a standard MMO fare. Attack the enemy with the big buttons and watch the numbers go up as they melt. 14's combat gets super addicting as you reach the next 10 levels in tiers, so 30, 40, 50, and so on and so forth. When you level up, you gain new moves or replace your old ones, giving you access to an expanded combo tree, or rotation as the community calls them. Boxing enemies in this game has this 1, 2, 3, 4 rhythm, each move kind of stacking onto the next. For Lancer, you go 1, 2, 3, 4 to buff yourself and have attacks deal a bit more damage. Then I rotate back to 1, followed by holding the shift button for my other set of moves, and I go 2, 3, 4 to dish out a string that's pure massive damage. It's a blast, and it gave me huge fighting game vibes, so you know I really started enjoying the combat being a massive FGC head and all. Other classes can get pretty crazy with the rotation, so keep that in mind when you go to play, but for most of us DPS homies, it's smooth sailing from what I understand. Now look at this game. Mind you, it was made for PS3, and technically speaking, it still holds up really well. I think the lighting and art style is drop dead gorgeous. Each locale is vast and really well crafted, as getting around on foot never felt like it was a slog in early game sections, and zones have incredibly chill music that always fits the areas I'm traversing, or sometimes during the emotions when they need to be stirred. Lastly, before I dive into the story, we have to comment on the music. It's truly, utterly majestic, man. It's beautiful. The new composer Soken has such a unique sound that even when remixing tracks, he carves out a new identity for the franchise moving forward. Dare I say, Soken's work at 14 is a contender for the best in the entire franchise. The biggest surprise from Soken being the large amount of vocal tracks that play throughout the game, going so far as when you look for these songs on Spotify, they're hosted by a band called The Primals, and I gotta say, all these songs rip. They're really, really great, and they fit all the different primals you encounter while just being banger boss fight themes. The battle tracks have a wonderful energy to them that gets me pumped every time I go in to fight random mobs, no matter the expansion. I love how Soken ties the battle themes into the expansion's motifs while also tying the battle theme itself into the boss fights motifs. And it goes without saying that all the cutscenes are scored insanely hard, with every single piece of music striking right at your emotional core when need be, and it makes an immersive experience enriched tenfold by such a beautiful OST. It's clear that 14 is filled with nothing but passion and pure fan service and respect to the lineage of Final Fantasy. I mean, look at all the beautiful worm or lancer armor we get to equip. This is some stuff right out of Final Fantasy IV, and I love it for that. As we delve into each expansion, I'm going to individually rank them along the way just for fun, and we'll total everything up in slot 14 where it rightfully belongs on our massive tier list. A Realm Reborn is a very slow burn. You first gotta watch a massive cutscene setting everything up. We see some old dude get hit with the ratio meteor, and ultimately the meteor hits everything and gets reset, which introduces me, the Warrior of Light Josid Youngkong, because Falcon was too long for a last name. We start as a fledgling adventurer in Gridania, doing fetch quests, beating up monsters, usual. The biggest takeaway from this setup is that we need to find one of the crystals of light, where we're greeted by Heidelin, who basically tells us it's up to the Warriors of Light, being me and some other bozos that go flying away, to push back against the darkness of the world. So easy peasy, it's just some Final Fantasy I stuff. During our crazy journey, we meet people that eventually form a super fighting team called the Scions. These people consist of Minfilia, Alfino, Ishtola, Ida, Papliamo, Thancred, and Urianger. Our team was put together to handle various threats in our fair land of Eorzea. The three biggest threats we face being primals, people who resurrect their gods via a variety of means, Ascians, a secret society of undead body hoppers, and imperialism and the oppression that the Garlean Empire is shoving down everyone's throats. Y'all know how RPGs go at this point. We tackle these objectives one by one for the next 50 hours. A Realm Reborn is, gosh, well, kinda great. Like, after I cleared level 30, I was locked the heck in. There was something nostalgic about the boots on the ground classic Final Fantasy I feel to it all. It's the the NES era with extra depth. We're literally just some random guy, chosen sure, but we still have to prove ourselves to the world around me. Even when I'm slaying primals, these godlike entities, homies still side-eye me and question if maybe I'm just a fluke, like so many adventures that have come before me. So putting in the extra work and going out of my way to help the people of Eorzea with all of these issues feels kind of satisfying by the end. Now, the questing itself can get a little repetitive. There's one really horrendous section in Costa de Coast where I'm just running back and forth across the map delivering packages to get information on how to fall a primal, and when it's all said and done, it leads up to a joke that was kinda whack and not really well executed. Like this homie just wanted to pull our leg, making even Ishtola rightfully pissed off. I do like the concept of primal's energy being so OD, it makes anyone who comes in contact with them a tempered being and turns their tribe instantly hostile. Taking them down always felt kinda sad, because on the one hand you're doing a good thing, especially when you get certain plot revelations later on. You're truly helping the beast tribes get out of their false brainwashed faith. However, it's also heartbreaking to see the aftermath. Now all these beastmen have to find new purposes or are flat out defeated by the loss of their god. It's always got me wondering if what I did was the right call. Once we hit late level 30 quest, the game's plot really gets cooking. Returning to our hideout in the Walking Sands, we see everyone slaughtered or missing, and that was insane. Dealing with the Garlean's Empire's might firsthand was crazy, and the flashback we get to see via the Echo was absolutely nutty. They kidnap Minfilia, Tataru, Urianger, pretty much the rest of the Scions, so you have to go get them back. It's a heavy section. There's even a main quest where I got to send off the dead bodies of our fellow Scions, and depending on the size of who I pick up, the speed will vary as we interact with them. It's neat touches like this to show the lengths the team goes to when it comes to making sure players are immersed and making sure my heart is crying out in pain. Now, when I knew this game was going to be something special was our time in Quartus. This questline was some Salem witch trial stuff. We run into these Ishgardians that are locked into a war among dragons, but pump all that, they got a heretic to rout. I really appreciate how everyone in this region is superstitious and diehard of their faith. It's got some clear Catholic overtones. I mean, overtones is a stretch, I know, it's kind of blatant, but it's refreshing to play a Final Fantasy after 13 that's not afraid to dive deep and have a commentary on such religious topics. And although simple in its execution, it still hits hard for me. We end up saving the framed Francil, even doing about a fisticuffs with this Gilmore guy who framed him. And I just enjoyed the plotline because it's a great tone setter for what's to come in the next expansion. They really get you to fall in love with characters like Harsherfront by helping his friend and showing off how much of a great guy he is, seeing how no matter what his people say, he will always chase the truth and puts his trust in the Scions to bring the true ne'er-do-well to justice. Ishgard also has an elite dragon hunting force called the Dragoons, which, hi, that's literally me, and the game offers class quests that I, as a Dragoon, can follow. Class quests are a great way to make your journey spent learning a class that much more personal, and I felt super attached to the people of Ishgard, and what's going to set up for Heavensward had me pumped. I get to physically train and learn with my mentors around me, and a lot of classes offer their own lore, which makes going through them that much more impactful. It's part of why I couldn't swap off during my playthrough. I was engrossed with the fact that I, the Azure Dragoon, will be the one to end Walk, and the Dragoon questline was quite good, especially the opening moments leading into Heavensward. Lots of interesting concepts and characters we get to meet, like Estinian, my rival, and the Alpha Azure Dragoon. Watching him slowly get corrupted by the dragon's blood was gut-wrenching, and it sets up for some excellent payoffs come the next expansion. The primal fights are pretty dope, the Gerudo one being a highlight for me. It started throwing in some tricky mechanics like hiding behind rocks from big ol' wind blasts, which I found pretty fun, and the music was jamming as always. I got the final crystal, all the puzzle pieces are being set into place, and we go to get our friends back. Then boom, the Empire pulls up again with the Ultima weapon, a mechanical beast that one-shots primals with ease. Gaius is an Omega level threat in this cutscene. I'm used to the Empire, you know, acting awfully, but it's rare do I see them murk gods or summons with such ease in the franchise. These homies wanted all the smoke and no ashes left. It ain't even dust to dust, homies. They just eviscerate these dudes and keep it pushing. The dread that washed over me was unparalleled. How am I supposed to infiltrate their base when they got a machine like that roaming the streets? Then they introduce this goofy Laha Brea guy, still stalking us because Asians always move in silence. Almost always. No matter for us, we hack into Magitech armor, get ourselves an Imperial disguise, and break into their headquarters. Cue the best solo instance in A Realm Reborn's MSQ as we go running through an entire compound, freeing our fellow Scions, taking down Magitech barriers, and being a right pain in the Empire's rear. We got our Scions back, And I love the interactions here. Like, even though we spent quite a bit apart from each other, the dialogue is spot on and it's easy to fall in love with the cast and feel like I'm meeting up with old friends. The twist here is too good. We see Thancred being controlled by the Ashian La Habrea, shocking Minfilia to the core, and the way my jaw dropped here, I was not expecting that, as Minfilia and Thancred have basically been taking care of each other for who knows how long. It's implied, but you're really seeing the devastating effects of it here. So, new objectives. Let's try to save our friend while also putting the Empire in the dirt. The ultimate weapon fight and leading dungeon was an awesome way to cap off the first half of the MSQ. We get to ride Magitech armor, blow fellas back during the dungeon. The ultimate fight was peak, and this moment here is when I knew I was in for an all-time classic. The music swelling and getting me amped up, the way it pitches down as Heidelin hits the hear, think, feel, and gives us the power needed to defend against the Ultima weapon's attacks, each time empowering us, draining her. The phase 2 of the Ultima fight is scary, as Heidelin uses quite a big chunk of her power, and we for the first time feel defenseless, making me play on point, like I can't have a single mistake or it's gonna be GG. And together with the Warriors of Light, I barely beat the Ultima weapon. As the weapon's beaten down, Gaia steps out and gives off a pretty good speech that ultimately ends with him saying that people around will only accept rulers that are strong, which is maybe why the Empire came into power to begin with. Is it subconscious that people of Eorzea want this? I don't know. But it's definitely great food for thought and a topic we're going to dive into during Stormblood. Of course, it's not the end of any RPG without one final boss. So La Habrea jumps down and starts spitting. He starts going off on our crystal goddess Heidelin, saying she's messing with the balance of the world, that she's a parasite who needs to be stomped out before the planet is destroyed. Then the bombshell that he drops, stating that he needs to bring back his one true god to completely exorcise Heidelin's spirit. And that had me instantly flash back to Final Fantasy III. I was like, wait, the balance of light and dark will play a factor? Are the Ascians the dark side? Who do they work for? And why are they so secretive? What did Heidelin do to garner this much smoke? Too many questions and all of them will be answered. For now, let's fight. Never mind, gosh darn La Habrea got hands, bro. After a retry, I put that homie in a box and pull out my Yu Yu Hakusho Spirit Lance and strike him with all we got. The Scions pull up, lending me their energy in the most anime thing imaginable, and we banish La Habrea's spirit to the Shadow Realm. It's a really impactful moment coupled with the phenomenal song here that builds up and ties into Final Fantasy XIV's theme motif. And y'all know I'm a sucker for those power of friendships attacks. Come on now. We make it out of the exploding base by the skin of our teeth, and the credits start rolling. ARR's first half of the MSQ is honestly great. It's the more grounded story throughout the game before we get to that super crazy stuff. You know, you're just an adventurer who happens to be chosen for greatness, and I'm going through the game proving myself, which makes the ending feel that much more earned. Now I truly feel like the Warrior of Light, an individual, nay, a group of individuals who can bring Imperials to their knees. Now as for the patches, oh boy, they are wild. I loved the Crystal Tower. It's a take on Final Fantasy III's story between Xande, Doga, and Uni. See, what makes the Crystal Tower storyline raw is the way they take a real complex topic being Xande's curse of mortality that was given to him and flip it on its head and reverse it while exploring why he made his empire the way it was, and also exploring why the concept of an empire in and of itself is so flawed. Here we have an empire that was all-knowing, rich, powerful, and even they were lost to the sands of time due to vain nihilistic ambitions that were not fully uncovered until another person of royal descent, being my favorite catboy Grahatia, came along and revealed the secrets for all. Xande's empire accomplished so much in terms of technological advancements, but it was never enough because that's how greed works. It keeps manifesting into more sick and twisted desires. So when Xande eventually dies and realizes that it's possible that everything he did was all for nothing, his years of conquest resulting in an encompassing black void, yeah, waking up from that is going to completely change a homie. He even defeated death and became immortal, and it still wasn't good enough for him because greed runs that deep when you run these kinds of regimes. So what's his next step? He wants to make sure the entire world could feel the exact emotions he felt as he died: melancholy, rage, and fear. He'll destroy the world no matter what. It's probably the best breakdown of nihilism I've seen in any piece of fiction, and why it's so easy for people to get attached to that ideology. As for my boy Grahatia, rest in peace to the goat, he dies way too soon. His arc is once again a pretty basic one. He's an explorer, bright-eyed, happy-go-lucky kind of guy who gives us access to the Crystal Tower, but has to seal himself off waiting for for the right day to come sometime in the late future, as he doesn't want anyone from the Empire getting their hands on such devastating technology. It's heartbreaking to watch someone with so much life ahead of him sacrifice himself for the greater good. And yeah, while I'm here, I kind of love the parallels between Zonde and Grahatia here. We have Zonde, a nihilistic and self-absorbed emperor trying to force others to experience the emotional anguish he went through as he died, versus Graha, who doesn't care what happens to him and is completely selfish and caring, willing to sacrifice himself to keep others safe because that's what heroes do. A man not tied down to the world his soul possesses, but putting his faith in the fate bestowed upon him. It's raw, plain and simple. The Crystal Tower Alliance raid was pretty neat to boot. It's the first large 24-person raid, and it's got some great remixes and fantastic music throughout. The battle gimmicks did get a little crazy though, and I felt pretty lost going through, but it was fun that I definitely had, and that's what's most important. Shortly after, I get the dragon companion Midgardsamir, and he's a pretty cool guy, the first brood of the dragon, and I had to prove myself to him as he believes in Hydaline's champion being us, the Warriors of Light. Then there's the Asian Pot, Nabrillis, or some guy wants Louis Swah's staff. He's trying to find out why Laha Brea wants the Warriors of Light gift so bad. Same with this other fella named Elidibus. Anyway, he gets jobbered. Oh, also Ritmun Bretta, we spent a little bit of time getting to know her, and she's one of Eurandre's closest friends, but she gets put out of pasture way too quickly for me to get attached to IMO. Now, Alfino really comes into his own during this patch set, as he helps set up Doma's refugee aid with the help of a Doman refugee, Yaguri. There's a couple of bumps in the way, and he tries to get more refugees to settle down in Uldal, which just can't happen in its current state due to politics. People vote against the very concept of Doman refugees coming in, and riots break out, further heightening tensions, forcing the Domans to seek refuge in Mordana. Now, here's where things get interesting. Emboldened by the big steps Alfie's been taking, he decides to start his own micro army called the Crystal Braves in an effort to be one, more like his grandfather, you know, that guy, and two, start giving himself a bit of independence. Guess how this all goes wrong? Alfie is blinded by his ambition. Arrogance? I don't know what you would call it. My homie's like 16 years old putting together armies. He's built way different than I ever will be. However, in naive child fashion, he loses it all in mere seconds, as most of the Crystal Braves were funded by a man named Telige, who, by the way, is the one that was masterminding all the riots in Uldai to raise tensions and kick out those poor Doman refugees, and he handles it successfully, orchestrating a murder attempt on the Sultana of Uldai's life, Miss Nanamo, which, by the way, I was in the room for, so guess who gets framed? Now, Telige is the perfect mastermind, right? He separated all the Scions just right before pulling off his big plan, sent those Guardians home from the function as a battle was raging in their territory, and it's truly insane. The tensions are at an all-time high. Alfie's surrounded by his own hubris, being the Crystal Braves, the Sultana is dead, I'm framed for regicide, and last but not least, my Grand Company leader Rabuhan is devastated, mourning the loss of his queen, all while Telige gloats and pokes the bear. So he promptly gets murked. I was not expecting this at all. It's crazy how far they're willing to get away with some of the stuff in this game. And with things moving quickly, I realized, oh snap, the death count's going to be quite high in Final Fantasy XIV, as the Scions scramble for their lives to get out of Dodge, seeing how they were well framed, and it's over. One by one, they fall, overcome by the very forces Alfino set to lead. It's a crushing blow, man. Seeing Alfino depressed and beating himself up over things that weren't completely in his control is just hard to watch. Furthermore, he's a kid. That's something I feel is important to point out. His whole life he's been held as a mightier than thou force, right? Easily top of his class, one of the best in the academic world, can even debate with the best of them in politics, his grandfather literally being the reason anyone in Eorzea is standing today. He's got some massive shoes to fill, and he tried his best, but ultimately was betrayed by the system set in place and him being a bit too ambitious for his own good. A powerful setup for his arc that we're going to be exploring throughout the entire game, and I very much enjoyed Alfino starting his self-growth throughout this playthrough. Since the bounty on our heads is massive, we gotta dip to the one place that has essentially no ties with the rest of Eorzea, Ishgard, and they welcome us with open arms. In turn, we help them with their problems. Going into Heaven's Ward had me amped. Estinian, my Azure Dragoon, in arms ready to tackle his rival dragon Nidhogg. We have much to uncover with Lady Iceheart, who's working with the dragons and seems to have Hydaline's influence being the echo, even telling us the whole hear, think, feel spiel, and of course trying to get entry back into Ul'dah after being branded criminals. Now, the second best part about FF14 is watching the trailers before an expansion, and I gotta say, Heavensward's trailer got me pretty pumped up. The Warrior of Light stumbling across the snow-barren landscape with dragons roaring in the distance as a bombastic opera score kicks in, us seeing the Warrior of Light sneaking and running out of Ul'dah. There's a lot of awesome beats here, and it gets me excited every time I watch, especially the shot with the dragoon standing on top of the tower. I really like that little motif they play when the Warrior of Light's looking out into the inn and you see all of Ishgard. It's just some dope stuff through and through. Now, actually playing through Heavensward left me a little bit torn. If you guys know anything about me, you should know I'm not the biggest fan of certain kinds of fantasy. The Game of Thrones and Harry Potter type stuff just never really spoke to me. And since that's the kind of vibe and overall aesthetic Heavensward has to an extent, mainly in the Game of Thrones direction, it was a little off-putting from a personal level. I know that may sound weird because, you know, I've played all these Final Fantasies, but to be fair, the settings in previous games get kinda crazy. You know, there's sci-fi elements, there's more whimsical medieval fantasy to a lot of the locales and set pieces. It's a lot less grounded. Now, that being said, this doesn't mean that's all Heavensward has to offer in terms of art direction. There's some standout sections that definitely gave me Tolkien/Lord of the Ring vibes, like Idleshire. And of course, we had our heavy heapings of that science and fantasy mixed with Azys Law. So it's not that there's things I can't appreciate. Most of the zones are well designed, and running through each location looks and feels great. The soundtrack in Heavensward I did find to be the weakest of all the expansions personally though. The battle theme Melt was kind of just not it for me. It makes me feel like I'm going through the motions in a fight and isn't doing much to get me pumped up for a battle. I understand the story reasons as to why, right? We're at our lowest point exploring uncharted territory kind of thing, but it still doesn't stop the fact that the battle theme just has a bit of a slower pace, not one I really want to listen to over and over. Now that dungeon boss theme on the other hand, that's a certified hood classic. There's so many tiny things I love about it. The little Battle 1 motif from the NES game, before it blossoms into a full-blown epic sounding orchestra with tons of horns and strings that fill me with so much energy. This song goes hard, no ifs, ands, or buts. All the zone themes are nice for the most part. I really like the one when we enter Ishgard for the first time. It's overall pretty great stuff. Okay, you guys are here to hear my thoughts on Heavensward's plot, and I thought it was pretty good at first, and then great when I got to post patches. Heavenward's story was one I felt kind of bad playing through. A lot of those emotional moments that happened in the game didn't do much for me, and I think it boiled down to me not really clicking with this particular cast of characters, barring a handful of characters like Estinian, Yasuo, Amaric, and Lusa being some of the standouts. The plot overall was just a good fun adventure with twists and turns that I enjoyed but didn't find mind-blowing like so many others. I know I'm tapped into grounded, so let's just dive into Heavensward's story. I really like the overarching themes of Heavensward, the concept of your history being corrupted to the point where over the course of years, you no longer can pretend things are just fine, whether it be your family tree as we see with Lord Amaric and his father, the Archbishop, or Estinian and his rightfully placed rage on the dragon Nidhogg, the very creature that stole his family from him. Both Nidhogg and Estinian fighting not to exact war, but rather to finally get the vengeance they so crave. Isal believes in Shiva's history, turning her worldview from the inside out, causing her to go so far as to literally summon Shiva and internalize a history that ain't even rightfully hers. And lastly, you have the history of Ishgard, a region that was essentially born from blood and mass extinction of the dragon race. I think one of the scenes that best highlight the philosophy of Heavensward is the campfire and Ragevogler's encounters. Estinian, being the go-to comrade he is, teaches Alfino how to start a good campfire. They've been bonding throughout the whole trip, and every time Alfie gets in his head due to the past events of ARR, Estinian is quickly there to check him and make sure he doesn't wallow in self-pity. Something Estinian's also trying to learn as his beliefs get challenge and his worldview expand, seeing that maybe things aren't so black and white between the dragon and human race. Isal's interesting because she just wants to create peace after so many years of bloodshed and disaster, of the Holy See themselves lying and expunging the truth from the Ishgardian people. Sure, Isal knows the lives she's taken away are wrong, and she understands that maybe it might not make her any better than the very people she's trying to take down, but it's either do things in the pursuit of peace and prosperity or continue chipping away at a never-ending war, further feeding into the cycle of violence, prompting even Estinian to accept aspects of Isal's truth, being the fact that dragons and humans did indeed once coexist. However, Estinian draws his own line in the sand, deciding he doesn't want to continue a war, but rather kill Nidhogg once and for all so he can finally break free from this cycle of vengeance. What makes Estinian's particular hunt for Nidgar so compelling is it's not just for himself, but so he can finally free his people and prevent any more Ishgardians from going through the pain he suffered when his village was burnt to the ground. While these two are having such a heated conversation, Isel and Estinian finally find common ground and understand that they both have some growing to do, that they're two people trying to find a fix to the same cycle of violence, and honestly neither are right or wrong in the ways they're going about it, they just have different ideals. Even Estinian agrees as much, choosing not to pursue violence against all dragons if Ishal can convince Reishvalgar of her honest conviction, which makes the conversation with Reishvalgar so painful. Ishal pours her heart out, telling Reishvalgar that she understands his pain, that Lady Shiva speaks through her in spirit, to which Reishvalgar instantly shuts down, immediately says, "No, babe, you're manifesting. That the Shiva we see summoned is nothing but a phantom, a projection of Shiva. Ishal is broken. Her calling a false Shiva, everything she worked for, it's wrong." Estinian gets challenged here once again as Reishvalgar recalls a story similar to Ishel's, and he questions if his versions of events are true or not, as the Dragoons were taught something similar yet different. Yeah, I already talked a bit about this particular topic in my Final Fantasy X segment, so refer to the notes when we talk about how legacies can be twisted and changed over times to fit people's benefit. Then we get the bombshell. The wyverns and lesser dragons we've seen throughout the game, Nidhogg's ever-growing army, they came from those so-called traders of Ishgard, as they have dragon blood running through their veins, so one little sip of dragon blood is enough to make these homies transform and seek out serving their true master. This gotta be one of the most elite twists in Final Fantasy. I can't believe the guts they took with this. All those people we've slain are technically your fellow Ishgardian people. Furthermore, now Estinian's faced with the terrifying truth that Nidhogg isn't waging a war. No, he is going on an eternal vengeance quest for his murdered sister. And Estinian, knowing that there truly is no end to the cycle of violence, he's convinced that he genuinely has to kill Nidhogg, which, hey, kind of works out in the end for him. It is his end goal. But now the whole party has to come to this terrifying realization. The realization that Ishgard is a country that's founded on bloody fights, death, and the eternal cycle of vengeance and violence. And that's super deep and interesting commentary on, well, how people colonize their land. Coming from an American perspective, I can definitely see the parallels, but on a global sense, this is akin to imperialism, the Crusades, forcing your culture and beliefs via means of murder and imprisonment, all while gatekeeping the truth of your vicious actions by reshaping history to mold your heinous deeds in a noble light. It's some extraordinarily heavy stuff, and I'm glad 14 tackles it and dives in depth. I also love how Estinian has to take all of this in. His slow progression from pure unrelenting vengeance in an effort to save Ishgard from its cursed dragons, and to him realizing it's more of a personal beef between him and Nidhogg, the dragon that ruined his life. And lastly, Estinian's vengeance tell is more about freeing the both of them from a cycle of violence the system has perpetuated. It's shockingly effective stuff, and what makes this plot that much better is the fact that they never try to break away from the fact that someone's gotta die. It's either gonna be Nidhogg or Estinian, but the cycle of violence will only breed more violence, and that's the exact type of story they're trying to tell. When it comes to the Bishop of Ishgard, he knows of the true events all along and choosing not to let his people know for the sake of comfort and keeping the status quo. And it breaks Amarik's heart, which by the way is his son, which has a heavy negative stigma on him due to being a illegitimate child. Amarik having to deal with Ishgard's lies and rumors on his name just because it's a part of Thoradin's history he would rather not confront. It's personal for Amarik. I really think that the constant deceit and tiptoeing around the fact that man is wrong, humans are fallible beings, it's unjust for the dragons to take all of the blame and be painted as the villains if they as men can accept their own truths and misdeeds. Now, while the themes for Heaven's Word really work for me, and the opening segments I liked quite a bit, pretty much after murking Nidhogg and getting the reveal that Ishgard was indeed founded out of shame for the people losing their king, the quest lines forward started to get a bit shaky for me. Okay, sorry, a lot of big life-changing changing character moments happen. Emmerich gets put into a vault for trying to convince his father to do the right thing. Hasselfront dies to one of the Archbishop's right-hand men, which was a heartbreaker for sure. Ishtola comes back thanks to the help of her friend Cryo and Matoya, kicking off the Scions aren't actually dead arc that will continue in patches, except for Minfilia. She's dead as heck. And we find Ishtola in some gosh darn livestream source like it's Final Fantasy VII and pluck her out of there. The livestream messing up her eyes for good. She's blind now and her life force is on a ticking time bomb, and I'm really excited to see how that plays out. Ishal sacrifices herself to save our heroes from an Imperial onslaught, understanding that she could be a new beacon of hope to usher in peace between man and dragon, not barred by the sins of her past, but determined by the future beliefs she instilled with us and the people of Ishgard, all while using Shiva's summon, which I found pretty poetic. It's a great final moment for her character and a wonderful send-off. The final dungeon was pretty hyped to run through. We boxed and finally put down the Ascians, being Laha Brea and some other girl who stalked us throughout the game. I found these two Ascians to be the weakest in the entire game, by the way, but I feel like the Ascians don't really get their shine until the upcoming patches and Stormblood, and they really pop off in Shadowbringers. I'm pretty sure that's intentional, you know, the slow build up and everything. Then there's King Thornton, already in his God King form, as he proclaims he'll end 1,000 years of conflict and take down any who get in his path, challenging us to a hefty duel. See, I 100% get where Thornton's coming from. While not my favorite villain in the franchise, he is a person that was born and raised in a system of corruption. So when he sees the chance to end the Dragon War conflict, unlike a character like Estinian who's trying to end it for personal vengeance and to right his wrongs in an effort to break the cycle of violence, the king's trying to end it so he can finally be a king that lives up to the title, not run away or get nothing done like his brethren before him. He set out to get Nidhogg's power and slay Dragonkind, so somewhere in history it can be written that a king has finally ended the Dragon War, strengthening Ishgard's beliefs. And while that's all well and good, it's a shame he has to fight my cute Viera self-insert OC, because I box him and stalk him like I'm working for Amazon. Homie states, with power and prayer, how could he be defeated? And it cuts to a close-up of us with a ton of menacing JoJo-like energy, kind of like what they do when you zoom in on the Ascians, and that part really stood out to me. The ending of the main MSQ was wild. Estinian grabs up both of Nidhogg's eyes, swiftly transforming into the foul beast, flying off and prepping to finish what he started, as he has full control over Estinian's body and his vengeance still needs to be quenched. On a lighter note, the bond between dragon and man can begin mending. Ishgard's elites apologize for their misdeeds, and they'll want to absolve them of their sins of their father or their father's fathers. Together they can make steps towards a greater future between dragon and man. Also, for a personal win for us, Ishgard ends up joining the Erosian Alliance. And y'all know I eat stuff like this up when everyone gets together in unison. It's peak. The only thing that's not peak about Heavensward is one of the big factors I didn't really mess with, and it's the instant detention that was everything major from ARR essentially being undone. Rabuhan is alive, just missing a right arm, no thanks to Ilberd the annoying jerk. The Sultana being poisoned? Oh, no, it was a sleeping potion that a different guy set up because he wanted the other guy dead and Rabuhan pulled the trigger, so yeah, actually she's fine. Ishtola? Just chilling in the live stream. A lot of characters get saved, and that was very Final Fantasy IV of me. Oh right, they had Heavensward characters themselves, and the House of Fortemps characters, yeah, those guys did not click with me. I'm sorry. I really didn't like Emilian. He's a return to this classic, annoying, pathetic, wimpy, yet somehow trying to rizz up woman guy stereotype, and he gets grading really fast. And no, the growth, if you can call it that, in post patches did not help. I don't really mess with this character at all. He's easily the worst in the entire game for me, next to Connie Senna. Edmont is cool. He's a dope leader, gets stuff done, goes through the ringer with the loss of his son, and even questions if being a knight is as cracked up as it's meant to be. I really love how he narrates our story throughout the game, writing everything down in a book literally titled Heavensward. Some of the twists were cool, like Lucia being from Garlemald, aka where the Empire reigns, and some stuff showing how Emmerich took her in because of the person she was, not necessarily the heritage she had, which again is a good coinciding theme with Heavensward in general, and it gave her access to a brand new life where she can do some right, just like Cid. Yeah, the MSQ overall was pretty strong, but those post patches, that's when they come out swinging. We get introduced to Alize, Alfino's headstrong twin sister, and have a fun battle against the other alliances of Eorzea, get the Ishgardian people to see, hey, dragons aren't that bad. Sure, they massacred and ruined your villages, but to be fair, your people did the exact same thing, so we should cut it out and find some common ground. Then Nidhogg attacks and everyone comes together to stop him, both dragon and man. At this moment is when I knew the patches were gonna be something special. As we're defeating Nidhogg, Estinian gains control of his body back, and his first move is to clutch his throat bleeding and begs for death, asking the Warrior of Light to end it. But I choose not to. We gain a victory without death, showing Estinian, Yashul, Harshalforn, and Ishgard that a world without violence is possible, as the ghost of Yishul and Harshalforn help us pull the eyes from Estinian's armor, and it's truly a touching full circle moment as we cast the eyes into the chasm below. With Ishgard back on track, it's time for us to continue the next phase of our adventure. So there's this group of people called the Warriors of Darkness. They've been walking around causing all sorts of problems, killing primals before we get there, and they're just here to, as the Warrior of Darkness puts, balance out the light with darkness. Our Warriors of Darkness live in a world close to the source. In their world, they were the Warriors of Light, slaying Ascians one by one until the job was done. They ushered in a new era of light, but it was blinding, flooding their home and ruining everything. The color, the nature, and the world was gone in this overwhelming light blood. The Gil heavily burdening them as they ruined their world, even siding with the Ascians to usher forth a calamity in an effort to rejoin both worlds if it can save theirs. The Scions all work together to beat the Warriors of Darkness one more time, which is admittedly a dope solo instance banger. The music is heat, and the cutscene pacing here is one of, if not the best moment in the entire Heaven's Word MSQ for me. The Warriors of Darkness recounting his tales of how he did everything right, slaying the foul beast, saved so many lives with his friends, but it was all for naught. They fell. Their world set to be erased, and with that, their history going away forever. Those good deeds they accomplished lost to the sands of time. It's a crushing tale made bittersweet, as the Warrior of Light brings the Warriors of Dark and the Scions into Hydaline's, or should I say Minfilia's realm. The Warrior of Darkness's fury is fully unleashed, taking it out on Hydaline, as now she's appeared. Now she wants to answer their prayers, and gosh darn it, does it pain me so. But Hydaline simply lets them know that the land that they came from, flooded by the light, the one known as the First, still might have a need for them. The other big twist is Urianger was working with the Warriors of Dark the whole time, because Minfilia, when she fused with Hydaline, knew about the Warriors of Dark from the start, having Urianger constantly playing two sides, sneaking in the shadows and playing espionage, if you will. That, and it's also up to him to send off our dear Scion Minfilia, as she fully gives herself up to Hydaline to save the world of the First, taking alongside some Warriors of Darkness. Minfilia parts with Thancred in a really touching way, and the Warrior of Darkness leaves with one of the best lines in the game, stating, "Remember, it's not about light or dark. What matters is how we use them." And that's what I love about Final Fantasy XIV's writing. Taking simple concepts like light and dark in Final Fantasy III and further exploring and expanding upon it with what's to come in Shadowbringers. It's very cool stuff, but we got a Griffin to stop. Who's the Griffin? It's Ilberd. We all know who the Griffin is. Ilberd, by the way, is tweaking. He found both of Nidhogg's eyes in a ditch and did everything in his power to summon resistance troops and get a whole full-blown skirmish going with the Garlean Empire, and essentially commits mass murder as he jumps off with both eyes in hand, summoning Shinru. It's probably one of the most brutal moments in the entire game, and Ilberd is just proven to be the worst, man. Ilberd's smug attitude and hatred towards Rabahan all kind of stemming from the fact that he's really hyper-focused on saving his home country. I mean, personally, I just wish they did it in a slightly different way. I mean, I get wanting to free his people, but technically he's sacrificing his own in the end, and I'm just a bit confused on his whole motivations. He's also just a very easy guy to not like from jump. I found him to be an annoying jerk, so seeing him jump off and do all of that was wild to say the least. Now, the next part I was also kind of split on. Papiamo goes out just like his mentor Louis Swall, and this scene was perfect. The music has those haunting chants from the intro of the game, the smile of satisfaction like his mentor, yet his voice quiver and shaking as he delivers his lines, and lastly, the desperation from Ida begging him not to do it because she can't lose any more friends. His parting words being, "Goodbye again, Ida." Gosh, what an insane end to the Lollafall Ghost. though. Also, wait, again? What do you mean again? Is he referencing the Calamity? I didn't really quite know how to feel about Papalymo's death. Like, part of me was sad. This is my Gridania homie. We ran through the streets together, you feel me? Same with Ida. I love them so much. But on the other hand, I don't know if he was gonna spawn back in or not. Okay, like, bro, after all I watched with these expansions, you never know who's gonna get plucked out of the live stream or something crazy is gonna happen to bring a Scion back. But after I played a bit further, no, he's really gone. So rip to the goat, I guess. The cutscene shortly after he sacrificed himself is way too lit, bro. Shinryu boxing the Omega Beast. It's some peak anime stuff, and the cutscene direction was hype. I'm absolutely here for it. So with Heaven's Word and ARR, it's been a pretty good time, but now stuff's about to get real. Now we're gonna get into the things I love about Final Fantasy XIV. The gang approaches Ida, and fresh after the death, she starts spilling her heart out, broken by the last of Papalymo's light leaving the sky. Tortured about her past, she cast off her mask. No, actually, her sister's mask. With Papalymo gone, she's forced to confront her future without that safety blanket that was her best friend. Ida this whole time has been using her sister's name and personality to be someone that she isn't at all. Why? Because her sister was strong and kind, and that was taken away from her as she was forced to flee from the Garlean Empire that murked not just her sister, but her father as well. She donned her sister's mask and took her sister's name because she was burdened by guilt, struggling to figure out how to keep her sister's memory alive. And now with Papalymo gone, she has to cast it away. Ida is Lise, and this next expansion is her story. Y'all know I love these kinds of plot lines, so once we hit this twist, I was basically up out of my seat and popping off. This is the type of stuff that I eat up all the time, baby. Y'all know how I talked about FF7, so here we go. It's time to see what Stormblood's cooking, baby. Gosh, the trailer was so sick. Peak cinema as per usual, and the song here is an absolute bop. It was really nice to see the samurai class hitting the one slice sheath and everything sliding down all anime-like. You guys know I eat that kind of stuff up. And the monk fight between Lise and the Warrior of Light was really dope. Now, as for the MSQ, oh boy, there's quite a lot to get into. Stormblood is by far one of the best expansions in my book, but to be fair, I'm mad biased. First, the elephant in the room, Ida turning into Lise. Almost everyone I talk to is not a fan of her quote-unquote sudden personality shift, and I just disagree. Listen, Lise is going through her Cloud arc right now. She lost her sister and used that personality and kindness as a facade to mask the pain. You really expect her to suddenly go back to being bright and peppy again? Lisa's switch up is fine, great even, because now throughout most of the story, she's conflicted and searching for that confidence she never truly had. So many great scenes have her asking questions on how to become a better leader like her father, or how to become kinder like her sister. And to me, at least, it shows she's trying her hardest to figure out how everyone around her figured out their lives so easily, and why is she struggling to forge a path of her own. Which is like the most important lesson in 14 thus far. Everyone in the game is trying to forge a path. Forge ahead, or the term forge, being used a lot throughout the game. I, for one, love watching Lise come into her own. She's headstrong and brash, throwing herself in harm's way, even if someone can easily defeat her like Xenos. And her actions have major consequences, getting her best friend, a fellow Scion, murked in the process like Ishtola. Furthermore, when she arrives in Garabania, she's met with instant discourse, everyone kind of rejecting her and saying they do not want her help as she's an outsider essentially. Homies don't want her to be a part of the resistance because she left to do work with the Scions deep in Eorzea, and they feel like they've been abandoned as they stayed and opted to fight boots on the ground in Garabania, whereas people like Lise and Rabuhan looked for external options to save their country. What's wild is they're literally rejecting Lisa's help due to those aforementioned circumstances, while they're bleeding members that can help out due to Ilbert's attack. And all of this because, again, she simply left to look for other ways. And I gotta say, read between the lines, like, be for real, people. It's an allegory for race and legacy, and it's something this franchise does a lot. Oh, and side note, Lise having a brown father doesn't automatically mean she's going to come out perfectly brown. From a game development perspective, she's a 1.0 character, so her model was designed and drafted up long before Stormblood, and I'm willing to hazard a guess that there'd be more controversy if Lise would just suddenly switch races halfway through Final Fantasy XIV. Lastly, we have the region they're in, Garabania, and if we're gonna get really technical, a lot of these people keep conflating dark skin with black Americans, and not the fact that they're clearly in a region that's inspired by the Middle East. Just want to clear the air before someone types in the comments why they couldn't connect to Stormblood because of race, and they are shocked that I didn't cover it as I talked about race heavy in previous Final Fantasies. So yeah, as you can tell, I have a lot to say about Stormblood, a expansion that I really love. There's a lot of elements of the writing that just work for me, and yes, that includes the villain Xenos. So I'm gonna highlight 3 of the sections of the game that make this MSQ a fantastic ride for me personally. Xenos is the perfect villain for an MMO. He's the son of the Grand Emperor Varus, and his childhood sucks. He was born into the world and got put right to work, training and learning the Empire's ways. Rarely did he see his father. His mother passed early on. One of his trainers tried to kill him in his youth. Xenos is just going through and is jaded by war, and most importantly, jaded by death. Xenos now only lives for combat, as it's the only thing that will give him that rush of being alive. So when he encounters me, the Warrior of Light, it's like a challenge he has to crack. We box a bunch of times throughout Stormblood, and every time he's kind of like, not strong enough, but soon, and holds on to hope that we're gonna reach his level. Dare even I say surpass it. And when we get to that point, I as a player feel like I put in the work and progress to finally put this jerk down once and for all. What makes the final battle so fascinating is the fact that it's a mutual battle to see who's the strongest. Not a battle of ideals, not fighting for what's right, literally just a good old-fashioned Western duel. See who's stronger, who will come out on top. And to be honest, that's kind of rare for Final Fantasy. He's a boss that I didn't feel too bad about murking because he wanted this. He wants to die, and honestly, I kind of want that too. I want someone in this game to challenge me, because gosh darn, is Final Fantasy XIV easy. Giving me this Virgil-esque boss fight to build my way towards as I gain new abilities and start becoming a stronger person, leading to a guy that's ultimately similar to me in terms of build and fighting style was honestly kind of hype. And what's great is he represents one of the best parts of Final Fantasy XIV, the fact that he's a double entendre. See, as a Warrior of Light, I am disgusted and creeped out by Xenos' actions. I'm annoyed with him as he's an awful person who hunts down regular people for sport. He sees life as a genuine game, some Kraven the Hunter stuff. But as a gamer, I want this challenge. I want to put the little homie in the dirt and put him out to pasture. The biggest issue is he's a tragic Sephiroth type, and once again I'm seeing a lot of Final Fantasy VII comparisons in this particular expansion. And Homie had one of the best boss songs to boot, on top of the game introducing far more unique and fun mechanics that threw me for a loop a ton of times. And the ending is so satisfying. Xenos is done with our fight, satisfied with our battle, and this homie game ends himself, as if literally representing that his hunt is now done. And also through that, the Resistance gains control of Girobania again, granting their freedom. It's great stuff overall. Doma is the second best location in Stormblood. The story mainly focuses on Yosetsu and the civilians of Doma. They've been overrun by Imperial rule for a long time. It's why Gosetsu leaves with his people, because things were getting way too harsh. The civilians you interact with here are so afraid of change. If anyone in the party even infers that they should start a revolution, it gets them extraordinarily upset or so scared over that very ideal that they flee for the hills because they don't want to be in contact with anyone that could ruin their already dreadful way of life. People let themselves get captured and locked up to protect loved ones. It's an absolute police state. You don't got the funds or resources the Empire needs? Electric chair. What's shocking is the person rounding up these people and putting them down is Yosetsu, a woman of Doma and Xenos' right-hand man, as she leads the charge against any undesirables or traitors in her eyes. She's a really complicated character, as I'm sure you all know. We'll cook with it in post patches, but what sells this area is the world building for me. We learn of the Kojin, who placed their faith in the Kami, giving us access to breathing underwater. There's a recurring NPC who my heart broke for. He wants nothing to do with us or our cause, and every time we help him, he gets angry and pushes back, only for the big reveal to be he was trying to protect his sibling from tyranny, afraid his sibling might get sent to the camps and killed. And it hurts to see a brother trying to protect his sibling having to make such extraordinarily difficult choices. Then we got Gosetsu and Yaguri finally having a shot at getting back their king, and you can tell they both feel immense guilt letting their king down during the Empire's invasions, the king being forced to retreat to an unknown location. Now Yaguri, you could argue, was a little bit of a retread on the revenge plot that Estinian had, but it doesn't really bother me. She has opportunities to take Xenos down, tries and fails, and realizes she needs friends and power to get back at him. Pretty positive message to send towards tyranny. Eventually, through the aforementioned finding of community and friendship, they do get back Doma my castle and rat out the Empire. But I am getting a little bit ahead of myself because they need their king to fully get that power back, and we get a tip that he's in Azim Steppe. The Azim Steppe is easily top 5 sections in Final Fantasy XIV. It's a very slow, more personal, introspective section, but I love it for 2 reasons. One, it's an area that the Empire kind of deems undesirable due to its climate and conditions to get to it, thus it's untouched or unburdened by the Empire's oppression, so the people of the steppe kind of live their lives freely. The steppe is made up of many tribes, each with their own belief and customs, which means it's kind of hard to govern over so many differing ideologies, which is why they have a big community battle called the Nadam, where whichever tribe comes out on top essentially ends up being their guiding leader of the steppe. What I love about the steppe is how they explore spirituality. Serena of the Mole tribe believes in fate and visions, as a vision leads her to saving King Hein in the first place, their lives seemingly made up of the destiny that's set for them, granted via the visions. They expand upon this as Lise talks to the children of the Mole. Lise, confused on their tribe's customs, wonders why they are the way they are. As the kids explain, the gods via the visions tell them where to move. They are a nomadic tribe, constantly roaming and spreading nature across the land. Lise comments on how hard that must be for them, but the children quickly shut it down. It's not hard for them, it's just a different way of life. It's all they know. Lise, realizing this, talks to them about the difference between their culture and her nations and what they mean to people, the connections they form, the legacies they leave behind. Even if it's one stationary area, these nations are ever changing, and they find common ground in how their lives ebb and flow in a beautiful way. Sadu's Dorthal tribe is beautiful, Sadu being a male spirit reincarnated into a woman's body. It's their culture, and no one in the steppe bullies or judges them for it. The tribe still goes out of their way to emphasize community through caring for the young ones, respecting boundaries when they're overstepped, and always pushing their tribe to put their best foot forward and never settle for less in life. Next, we have a relatively prideful tribe being the Ornir, led by Magnai, who's definitely got a bit of an ego and gives me royalty vibes. But I mean, hey, he's earned that. He's the lord of the other tribes, even asking us to prove our strength. It's a sliver of what the world would look like without hatred towards beastmen, without an empire's corruption, if people could live freely. It's even heightened when, after we become victorious during Nadam, we join forces and beat down the invading empire, as if to actively participate in defending a sacred land. It's by far my favorite section in Stormblood, and I can't wait to 100% revisit it another time. And all in all, Stormblood is just incredible. There's so many things I didn't even touch on in the main MSQ. What makes Fordola such a great yet flawed character, which we'll talk a bit about in the post patches. Kryle's energy being harnessed by the Empire, giving more people access to the Echo, including Xenos, who has like a negative Echo or evil version. The Ascians moving in silence as per usual, and of course I enjoyed the national anthem ending. They routed out their Imperials, raised their gosh darn flag, and we're proud of what they accomplished. Truly peak Final Fantasy, and if you disagree,
if I say what I think, I'm suspended 6 months.
Now, as for patches in Stormblood, oh boy, once again, they go sicko mode. Y'all know we gotta talk about the best part of post-patch, my girl Yosetsu. Yosetsu Brutus grew up only knowing pain and suffering. After her parents passed, she was forced to live with her aunt and uncle, where all they did was abuse her. When they were done beating her, they decided next to ship her off and force her to get married to another abusive man, so the aunt and uncle can make some money off of her. When that abusive man died, Yosetsu was then moved to a brothel house, where she then experienced not just physical, but sexual abuse as well. Crazily enough, it's here where she meets Xenos and becomes the Viceroy of Doma. What makes Yosetsu's backstory so tragic is she's literally not once treated as a human being. She was only made to be an object, something to beat on, something to have sex with, something to release frustration on. And that's her own people treating her this poorly, dehumanizing her, taking away any ounce of her humanity. This makes Yosetsu being such a vicious viceroy make all the more sense. She's cold and cruel because that's all she knows. It's because of the systems that are in place for a young woman in Doma that she easily went down this road of cruelty because of her own people, mistreating her, making her less than human, making her an object, all because she was a young woman that they saw only profits off of. It goes into that treat people how you want to be treated, but if the only treatment you get is abuse, how else is Yosetsu going to find out how to treat others positively. And the only person to finally let her become someone to get a little bit of power that she's seen everyone else have is Xenos. That's the most fascinating case study as to why people go down such cruel roads against their own, with the people that don't even know her story further adding fuel to the fire by saying things like she's not a real Domin. A real Domin wouldn't do this. That how dare she hurt her own people. It's kind of a similar thing they did with Fordola, but a different stroke of the brush. Regardless, she ends up getting crushed under Doma Castle along with Gosetsu, who by the way is just a jolly good samurai. So the both of them, gravely injured from being crushed underneath the castle, end up washing ashore where Gosetsu loses all of her memories. And guess what? She was shown kindness via Gosetsu. She becomes a much kinder person, offering to make meals, help Gosetsu live his life, patching him up when he's injured, even being nice towards others while out and about. It's jarring to see, but gosh darn is it nice to see her have happiness for once. And though it doesn't absolve her of the sin she's committed, the villagers made her known of that, you can see deep down she's a good person. And I think the point they're making here is everyone has the capacity to be good, but if you aren't given the tools to move past your upbringing or seek out the ability to move past your trauma in a healthy way, it's easy for us as people to end up like Yosetsu. Case in point, the worst villain in 14, Asahi Brutus. Asahi is just irredeemable because he represents the worst decisions to make as a person, which is choosing to look up to the Empire and Xenos instead of helping his own people strictly due to the fact that he's jealous that Yosetsu's Xenos' right-hand man. And if you guys don't mind, I'll read a little deep here. I think there's some misogyny in play, right? Him, a man full of ego and pride for Xenos, losing to his stepsister is truly outrageous for him in his mind. It should be him standing side by side with Xenos, not her, thus leading him to manipulate Yosetsu into rediscovering her memories and setting her up to turn into a primal as he finally gets to fulfill his dreams of working alongside Lord Xenos, who is technically not even really Xenos, which is a whole other ordeal in and of itself, but I do find it ironic that he still couldn't win in the end. Now, Yosetsu's fight just broke my heart, man. I straight up cried mid-trial and could barely push through the tears. There's a section where Gosetsu comes to save Yosetsu, and I'm like, come on, bro. Like, that's just not right. And the song Wayward Daughter, gosh darn, man, what a hood classic. Everything about this particular trial was executed phenomenally, and I was left sobbing by the end of it. I'm gonna jump the gun a little bit here and say Stormblood is no joke my second favorite expansion in Final Fantasy XIV. There is so much I love and want to unpack with it, and I feel like it's severely misunderstood. The post patches are fire, and don't even get me started with the Garlean versus Eorzea conversation. Truly the most brutal deconstruction of how all colonizing is bad colonizing. Eorzea saying to Garlemald, look at how they stole land and killed their own citizens, gentrifying and desecrating sacred land. Then Gaius hits him with the Uno reverse, dropping bombs about how Eorzea was built off of the killing of beastmen, pushing them out of their villages and homes, reshaping their land to fit their needs. It's the exact similar thing that Garlemald is doing. How can Eorzea say they're better than the Empire when they're built among the same bloodied lands? And what's insane is there still is a bit of a difference between Garlemald and Eorzea's colonial conquest. See, Eorzea is recognizing the sins of their past and working with those communities to give back land, you know, freeing the beastmen, reuniting with the dragons, doing what they can to make up for their father's sins. And while it should have never happened in the first place, these are indeed the steps that need to be taken, recognizing a bloodied and flawed legacy and moving forward with the next generation to patch things up for a healthier future. Garlemald, on the other hand, is on some one true race eugenics nonsense, trying to create a quote-unquote perfect world filled with average people using resources that deplete the Earth's energy as they don't have any magical abilities. This entire MSQ line is a deep analysis on the cultural effects of imperialism, with a final act that's gripping and full of twists and turns that caught me beyond off guard. This climactic showdown between Garlemald and Eorzea, people stuck in the past bound by imperialism and colonialism versus a group of former colonists trying to move past the sins of their fathers. It's riveting and powerful to see everyone come together for a common cause on both sides, and the final battle is straight up epic. Some cinema Lord of the Rings stuff, man. Our Warrior of Light is struggling to move as an outside force claws into our minds, disrupting our echo. We limp to the battlefield ahead, being able to play as other characters like Hind, fighting alongside Lisa and Yuguri, holding things down against a possessed Xenos. And finally, Josid, our Warrior of Light, arrives bloodied and bruised but determined, and the fight with the possessed Xenos was draining, bro. Like, I felt like like I couldn't keep up with it, and when giving it my all, Josid, my warrior of light, just felt so weak in comparison to Xenos' possessed strength. And as we go to deal the final blow, we pass out mid-fight, and I hear a mysterious voice talking into a white void. And we're here. The expansion everyone told me is peak fiction, and judging by that trailer, they ain't lying. Showing the warrior of light body Xenos moving slowly through that blinding light as the enemies dropping from the skies above are angelic yet sinister feeling, and that song. Bro, I'm telling you, this song slaps. And did I spot a new race we can finally play as VIII? Like, I guess this is the expansion where it got revealed, so needless to say, I'm ready to go. Just like Stormblood, I'm gonna break down the section of Shadowbringers I think hit the hardest for me. Again, it's a massive expansion. I want to dedicate more personal time towards all of these expansions sometime in the near future. So Nordvon is drop dead gorgeous. Like, for a post-apocalyptic wasteland engulfed in light, it sure do be pretty. The purple flowers and blooms scattering in the wind. The Sin Eater's designs go ridiculously hard. The fairy village of Ilmeg, which feels like it being transported to something straight out of Tinkerbell's land. And I couldn't get enough of the desert region Arang, which brought a track so chill I almost passed out on stream. No cap. Just listen to this. I only selected some of my faves, but the entire expansion is full of beautiful locales and callbacks to previous Final Fantasies. And speaking of which, so many references in this expansion. The Final Fantasy III Mystic Wind playing as a motif when the Crystal Exarch is involved in cutscenes. It's also used as a tension breaker during the more emotional beats. Final Fantasy III's light and dark motif in general gets flipped on its head here, literally asking the question, what if we played as the Warriors of Darkness? Final Fantasy IX gets a reference with the Gesture Gals outside of Yulmore. Then there's a 10 Santa card allegory with Emmett's Dream City. Final Fantasy IV gets a direct call out with the dwarf city of Tomra. And last but not least, the jungle location where the VIII are from is straight up a throwback to Final Fantasy XII. Why I love the references so much in Shadowbringers is even though they're throughout the entirety of Final Fantasy XIV, is because I played all the games prior, so I can see the story is directly inspired by a lot of what Final Fantasy III was trying to cook back in the day. It's like a case study on FF3's themes and has a lot of callbacks to the plot where they add their own Final Fantasy XIV spin on it while fleshing out a lot of these simple concepts revolving around the light versus dark balance. Now, Shadowbringers objectively might just be the best storyline in the entirety of Final Fantasy. Like, where do we even start? It's a story about overcoming guilt, doing what you know is right no matter what, a battle of two differing ideals that want the same exact outcome, that being the salvation of their world, and all wrapped up in a nice heaping of religious subtext and imagery that y'all know I'm a sucker for. I mean, come on, the Sin Eaters are these literal twisted, biblically accurate angels. The very concept of light versus dark, with darkness being something people in this world worship and want, not out of typical edginess, but because they miss and yearn for that balance to come back. And for the first time in 14, this feels like a storyline that we directly impact as a warrior of light. Like, we make so many mistakes, not just the scions around you, no, like me directly, the player. Each scion gets a phenomenal plotline that's wrapped up at the end of the MSQ in a neat little bow, having their arcs grow and flourish throughout the course of the game. But minus Y'shtola. We gotta have a talk about Y'shtola someday. I like how the game alleviates some of the darker moments with humor and wit while still tackling really harrowing subjects like an apocalyptic environment and faith. It's truly a breathtaking plot that had me feeling a wide range of emotions, from quite literally crying and sobbing like a baby on stream and being so hyped I jumped out of my chair by the end of it. And while the overarching plot and themes are great, what really ties it all together is how masterfully written the characters are. Alize and Alfredo had some really great arcs here, and don't get it twisted, but it's here where I finally took notice of how much Alize has grown into a true scion. Alize is a headstrong fighter. She puts her 100% into everything she does, even if she doesn't fully understand it. Like when she first came to Eorzea with a bit of an ego and chip on her shoulder, but she was more than willing to help others out and realized how important it is to keep those people safe and protected when they lack the power to do so. As the foes got tougher, she had a harder time keeping up. Countless times in expansions, happens to see her get injured or hurt, or see her lose people she cares about to a primal's thrall, while being outclassed in warrior capabilities to, well, me, the player. Now remember, time in the first moves like Narnia. Every scion has already been here for months, some have been here for years. Alisaie has been honing her skills and sharpening her techniques, all in an effort to save the people of the first. She wants to protect us from that rejoining. She wants to prove her skills to us, the player, and lastly, she's tired of living in her brother's shadow. But it's rough. She can't save them all. Some people get infected by the Sin Eater's disease, and she has to feed them one last supper, killing them before they turn. Her close friend Tessaline gone because she couldn't save her in time, piling onto the guilt. Alisaie is always a little too slow, never quick enough. It eats at her, and that's a feeling I definitely understand. It's a moving arc for her to go through, and it's really satisfying watching Alisaie overcome the guilt, the self-doubt, and the personal burden she puts on herself to become a stronger fighter. Then we have the Crystal Exarch, a man who gives off the vibe that he's seen it all, seen the Sin Eaters ruining Nordvant, taking care of the Viera Lara from a young age, a man who set out to build a sanctuary in the Crystarium so people of Nordvant can be safe. Exarch is intriguing because of how he quite literally lives on borrowed time, yet still puts his all into becoming a hero, having faith in the Warrior of Light, hoping one day they'll come and stop the rejoining and bring darkness back to Nordvant, restoring that balance. He's great and represents one of Final Fantasy's core pillars, that of which being faith. He risked his body and soul because he truly believed in us, the Warrior of Light, built a plan around our very existence, and was ready to sacrifice himself to save lives. Exarch's a real homie, and I love him for that. But Emmett Selk is the character that steals the damn show. Every time Emmett is on screen, he eats up the scene and leaves zero crumbs on the plate. It's that sass, man. His personality for a villain, actually, sorry, wrong word, an antagonist, is so varied. Homie is cold and calculated one moment, then the next he's having a laugh, and his aura gives off this vibe of, I already know I've won. What's intriguing about Emmett is how it's not really a battle between him and these scions as people, but rather a battle of wills and ideology that they both represent. Emmett follows us throughout the entire campaign as an observer. He simply wants to show us why our goals are futile, and why the Ascians were low-key spitting this whole time. So we trekked throughout the expansion uncovering secrets, many uncomfortable secrets, until I reached the moment that made me say, I get it now. Josid's in some cavern filled with murals of the past. We see how the worlds got split into shards, sundered if you will. Now this battle happened between Zodiark and Hydaline, who are both primals, and my mind was blown, bro. I couldn't believe it. Hydaline is also a primal. Is she controlling us technically through the vessel that's the Warrior of Light? Are we just another pawn in this game? Am I just the reverse version of Zodiark's goals and beliefs? So many questions flooded my brain, and Emmett doesn't even give us a chance to think it over. He just keeps laying facts down throughout, how Hydaline's actions mess with the balance, splitting man into so many different races across all of these shards, when previously there was one race, the Ascians. Emmett sees all of this as genuine flaws in the shards. They aren't man or human, they're just mere fragments of a bygone era. He feels no remorse for killing them, for destroying millions, because they should have never existed. Emmett is so firm in his beliefs that I can't even be mad at him. His ideals make sense. Do whatever it takes to bring back his intact world, to remind man of how it should have been, to resurrect his memories, and to end the suffering and troubles other shards have been dealing with for years. Bring about the rejoining, and he can set everything back to the way it once was. See his old friends and go back to the life the life Ascians should have had. And he's trying desperately to get the scions to see his side. And from a personal perspective, this is eye-opening. How does one answer the call of bringing back their old world? Do you sit back and let these worlds wallow in war and destruction, in imperialism and colonization, disease and plague, watch us all suffer and hurt others, but what if you could speed up the process to obtain peace? Even if lower beings are sacrificed, is it worth it for the greater good? I mean, technically as the Warrior of Light, I've done something similar, right? Slaying evil in the pursuit of light, saving only those I can, dare I say, ones that you deem worthy. Are those acceptable ways to end the suffering, and can I even make the bleeding stop? Is our only choice just to kill the bad villains? Emmett Selk is challenging my mindset in ways I never thought possible, but that's part of what makes his character so great. It also is why his character is such a heartbreaker.
I have broken bread with you.
fought with you, grown ill, grown old, sired children, and yes, welcomed death's sweet embrace.
With a massive revelation coming at the end of the game, where we enter the city of Amarant, the city backed with this beautiful ticking clock motif for its zone music. Here we see other Ascians from before the end times, an almost perfect recreation of Emmett's capital city. The Ascians here feel robotic, like they're fragmented. Some repeat dialogue, others are unaware of our presence, and some are fully thought out. It's all like they're ghosts. They know we exist and even give us a bit of backstory on the lead up to the end days, but they don't quite recognize us being there. Emmett has been holding in thousands of years of torment and grief, and he finally gets a shot at showing off exactly what the world should have had, and we, the Scions, explore it. This section is a masterclass in world building and character motivations. Then Emmett's speech. He lays it all out and straight to the point. Emmett's been at this rejoining for thousands of years. He's seen the warriors of years past try to stop him, but this time, maybe this time, it will be different. He showed them how great the Ascians were before the Sundering, but it ain't enough though. In the end, I came to the conclusion that Emmett isn't just doing all of this madness for a return to the status quo. It's because, try as he might, he doesn't have faith in us so-called heroes. Emmett wants someone to hear his story, to preserve his memory, and he knows with the race of man that forgets so easily, that moves past their own history at such a rapid pace, how could he ever entrust the last of his people, their stories, their fates, to someone as fallible as man? He has no choice if he wants to protect his people, but to rejoin and bring everything back to the status quo. In truth, similar to the Scions, Emmett is scared of losing his history he's fought so hard to protect. This is why I love Emmett, because he's the most human antagonist you'll ever encounter in a game. He's someone who's like the Scions, a man who will do whatever it takes to bring back his friends, his loved ones, family, give them the world they deserve. It's why he gets so ticked off at Alfie when he runs his mouth. How dare we, lowly creatures, a mere fraction of the men we should have been, even suggest that the people of Eorzea are worth protecting, setting up for a final fight where we prove to Emmett that they are worth protecting. I show him, the warrior of light, that I am worthy of inheriting this star as the gates to oblivion open, and Emmett is waiting at the edge of creation, so to speak. It's a powerful moment that goes above and beyond in making me personally feel like I am a part of this particular story, and it helps too that Shadowbringers, more so than any other expansion, and even unlike previous Final Fantasies, has your warrior of light choosing a slew of dialogue options throughout. Not to mention, if you're like me, you've been ad-libbing and adding your own dialogue when your warrior of light speaks. So yeah, I may be a self-insert OC in the main story of 14, but hey, I think that makes the game all the better in my book. Emmett is a wonderful antagonist, a character I understand and respect immensely, but the way he's going about his mission ain't right, and I gotta be the one to stop it. So I get moving, tearing down monsters in my path, all while Emmett is narrating about the end of days. I reach the end of the world, and despite giving it my all, I can't take him down. Choking on all the light I've absorbed, battling the light wardens. It's over. Emmett has won, I thought to myself before blacking out. We're reintroduced to the Warrior of Darkness in Shadowbringers. Ardbert is your ghostly companion throughout the adventure. First encountered in our tiny little inn, Ardbert has been wandering around the first as a lingering soul, not an eye that could see or an ear that could hear him. We know of the pain Ardbert went through, thinking he was doing everything good for the light, only for it to end up ruining his world via the flood. Now, here's the catch. His friends went on to help Minfilia stop the flood, but Ardbert, nah. He's stuck here, lingering for hundreds of years, waiting and wondering when he can rest. Why couldn't he join his friends? And what is Hydaelyn planning for him? When will he stop feeling like a pawn in everyone's game? It's a realistic, devastating look at that deep guilt, regret, betrayal that people suffer when they feel like life is out of their control. Just like you, the warrior of light. The game gives you a slew of dialogue decisions, and I felt really connected to the people and the world of the first, which made my actions moving forward that much harder. Slaying the light wardens, filling me with light that I couldn't contain. Scared I was going to turn into one of those light wardens. Afraid I might ruin this world's balance and take away the night sky I just granted. That dread was overwhelming. But these moments, these convos with Ardbert as I struggle to find out which side of history I'm on, help ease my mind. There's a really poignant section where Ardbert points out that heroes and villains in the world are all a matter of perspective, fueled and shaped by the memories or nightmares of whoever is observing. But we're just a couple of people trying to do what we think is right, trying to be in comfort to those around us and provide some quiet after the storm. Ardbert, seeing us interact with his past companions like Seto or learn from Heidelin with Rhine, he comes to understand that not everything in the world is black and white, and that's raw. As a player, things clicked into place. The next moments were painful, however. I slayed the light wardens. I trucked on absorbing all of that light, having faith that somehow, some way, I'll be protected by my friends. And though they tried, Emmett had other plans. I failed. I let everyone down. The people who build the tower, the people who helped me fight VIII, the world I've been trying so hard to keep safe, I ruined it. The light is back, and worst of all, I'm sick and diseased with the poison of light. But Ardbert, after all our struggle, after all he struggled with, believes in me, the player, believes in our commitment, and reminds us of the one thing that the previous heroes never had: help. Help from the Scions, help from our fairy, help from our loved ones. Together, we can rise to the occasion no matter what. Prove to Emmett we are the chosen few that can carry on his memories and protect his star. Together, we bond through hardships and rise above, forging ahead. I wake up surrounded in a white void. I'm stunned. Is this it? Is this how Shadowbringers wraps up? And I hear him. Ardbert reaches out to me through the light, asking one simple question.
If you had the strength to take another step, could you do it? Could you save our worlds?
Ardbert shares his axe with me, and we fight as one. Ardbert talks through us towards Emmett's cell as we define our future. Emmett, seeing our resolve, gets flashes of a previous Ascian named Azum, and cue the most hype boss I've ever fought. Exarch summoning the other warriors of light as we work together to win, each of us showing Hades, our power and defeating his challenge. It made me so excited and felt like a bittersweet ending to Shadowbringers. And also, once again, mega shoutouts to the Shadowbringers theme. I love how the song lyrics represents all sides of the story. It could apply to Emmett, the Scions, Exarch, and Ardbert. No matter how you flip it, the song just works for them all. And yeah, we beat Emmett, and Emmett leaves us with one simple, devastating request.
Remember us.
Remember him. Remember the Ascians. Remember the city he's shown us. Shadowbringers is a superbly personal story, a tale of a past long gone and a future that needs saving, a story of self-acceptance and learning to not look at the world as black and white, but as a rainbow full of many choices. It's a tale that one must simply experience. And yes, there's so much I didn't dive into. There's the post patches with Elidibus, whose tale was just heartbreaking, as it seemed like an Ascian that wasn't really doing things because he felt like it was right, rather doing them because it's the only thing he knows, his memory clearly fragmented from living from so long. Then there's Grawha Tia and Crystal Exarch rejoining as one, which was pure pain as he has to say goodbye to the first, and that was bittersweet. Seeing him finally return to the land of Eorzea, but leaving his people that he's been with for so long is heart-wrenching. And yeah, there's a lot about Shadowbringers that I kinda glossed over. I didn't talk about Thancred and Rhine, VIII and the false idol symbolism, Fandaniel, the Ascian that's introduced into the mix, and now we have a way to cure people of primal tempering. Xenos is hecking back, and his father gets murked by him. Alphino and Alize's dad is even introduced to the mix, and it looks like we're bound to head to Sharlia. My homies, the build-up for Endwalker is insane, but alas, I dare not say anymore or else this video is gonna get insanely massive, and I gotta get some of this footage off of my PC to get storage back. Just know that Shadowbringers is very clearly peak fiction. I'm out of words. Endwalker to me is the perfect send-off to 14 Saga. It was utterly beautiful. Every emotional beat hit me at my very core. The story, man, I felt like the stakes were massive. Eorzea is going through some real hellish apocalyptic stuff this time round. These cutscenes are among the darkest in the entire franchise, and of course they contain some of the most hopeful and uplifting moments throughout the entire franchise as well. And just so you guys know how I'm doing this, Stream and I made the decision to hard stop at the final quest of
6.0.
Seeing how the patches aren't even finished yet, and as of the writing the script, they just hit patches
6.4.
That's why I've been saving a lot of my heavier critiques for 14 for future videos, because I'm definitely going to be returning to this game no matter what. So, Endwalker, it's best described using its title song lyrics, which by the way is my favorite song in the 14 trailers. I adore the way they have blended all the expansion themes together, how the lyrics are about persevering through the hard times no matter what, and the intensity of how the lyrics work with their wordplay. Like instead of walking to the end, it's walking to another end, forging ahead, tales of loss and fire and faith. All of it is great, and once again it highlights the 4 pillars of Final Fantasy I've been talking about since the beginning of this video. For the first time in a minute, the Scions are all back together in Eorzea. We have Estinian joining the ranks along with our boy Graha Tia, aka Mr. Crystal Exarch. We go on a massive journey exploring parts of Eorzea I never could have imagined. We get to visit the twins' hometown of Sharlayan, meet their parents. Yes, I said parents. I was shocked that they had a mother because, you know, most RPGs, they're... Anyway, it's dope. Just like Shadowbringers, I'm just gonna ramble on about my favorite aspects of this journey for me, so let's get right into it. Fandaniel was by far the most eccentric Ascian in the game for me. Homie would always have a quip ready to go, had theatrics on standby, and has the ultimate goal of wanting to destroy the world. On the surface, this homie is just straight up throwing hands, no ifs, ands, or buts. That is until we learn there's a deeper side to his antics. While Fandaniel the Ascian is from the ancient area as a man named Hermes, and don't worry, we'll get to him, at some point during the Sundering, his soul got split apart and put into some dude named Amon. Now, Amon is part of the Allegan Empire, and well, remember my spiel about how Zonde wanted to make the world feel the embrace of death that he did? Let's just say Fandaniel really believed in that message. So he summoned Zodiark like the first 20-ish hours of this expansion, and we murk him, and well, it triggers the end of days. He really set out to accomplish what he wanted, and he pulled it off. Homie is the ultimate nihilist terrorist, and I kind of love him for it. This is kind of a second verse, same as the first situation. I just love how Xenos is on pure demon time in Endwalker. Homie wants a true battle so bad, he switches bodies with us just to get a feel of our power level, to test his sick hypothesis if it's the spirit or the body that makes one truly powerful. Xenos to me is a lot more compelling in Endwalker, as his character serves as a force of nature that answers Endwalker's ultimate question: what is the values of life? And with that, what values give you meaning? Xenos is the answer to that question. The Scions fight for the fate of the star, to protect it and keep as many safe as possible, save the world with minimal damage. Julius, a Garlean who fights for his empire, is to protect and preserve the Garlean way, even if it's flawed and he doesn't completely understand it. As for me, I'm here to become a hero, the #1 hero of Eorzea. So what are Xenos' motivations? His life goal and motivation is to complete his hunt, and when he comes across the finest beast, no, finest specimen he's ever encountered, aka Josid Youngkun here, he has found a new purpose in life. Duty, morality, honor, they're all just means to an end we give ourselves as a reason to justify our actions, whether they be right or wrong. Xenos is doing just that, living life by his own code. The difference is Xenos' code is purely selfish. He's specifically putting the fate of the star at risk just because he wants this final fight with our Warrior of Light. And Alize comes into her own with a really powerful speech telling Xenos to basically try being nice and listen, keyword, hearing other people's plights for once. Not sympathize, not relate, but for a second, sit down and stew with the fact that the world doesn't revolve around you. And this, for the first time, causes Xenos pause, and he walks off. Why I love this moment is this is the first time Xenos has to truly take an introspective look at what his dreams are and why they will never be accomplished. And it's because of how he was raised. He never once had to think about his fellow man.
And when you're brought up in a tyrannical regime where the pursuit of power is absolute, obviously Xenos is going to be extraordinarily selfish and do nothing but pursue that power because it's all he's known since birth. And that's why Alize's words hit so close to home here, because here Xenos has the chance to fight the ultimate
ultimate warrior, someone at the top of their craft, and it should be an easy accepted duel. But no, I turned him down because we have bigger fish to fry. And if Xenos for once thought about the circumstances leading up to this moment rather than just pursuing his next selfish desire, then maybe he would have gotten a lot of the things that he wanted in life much earlier and have some peace of mind. Alize speaking those words struck a chord with this homie.
Yet if you only pursue your hedonistic pleasures and pay no heed to the plight of others, then no one will give you the time of day. You will never get what you want, not even the battle you pine for so dearly. You'll be alone for an eternity, and you'll deserve every agonizing second of it.
And made him leave the game for hours as he thinks deeply about his own meaning of life. And by the end, Xenos understands the concept of help. Loosely. By that I mean he selfishly flies into the final fight, helps a Warrior of Light box the little homie that is the final boss, and then challenges the Warrior of Light to one final true duel because I'm literally at my peak. And you know what? I gave it to him. I finally put this homie in the dirt permanently. And through that, I feel like we both gave each other meanings throughout our long journey. It's a great moment, and as a player, I was left satisfied. I went from this fledgling adventurer to a primal slayer to a warrior of darkness, and lastly, a warrior of light who walked to the edge of creation to save mankind and give the hunter that's been hunting me for what feels like an eternity one final fight fit for a king. Now, y'all know I love the spiritual imagery and motifs that Final Fantasy puts into their games, and I really appreciate how they handle it at Radzaha. Here, the people have a different interpretation on the energy that flows throughout the world. Most consider the world to be built all off of ether or mist, the source of life and magic. But the people at Radzaha, while completely respecting ether, have another understanding called Akasha, an energy surrounding the universe that's based on emotions. Stronger positive emotions and willpower are seen throughout the game, usually in the form of limit breaks, and I'd argue a case for the Warrior of Light trial with the Ludwig being a representation of that. We also learn how the opposite in increase in negative emotions can turn others into foul beasts, the likes of which we see in Death when Zodiark falls and the area is overcome by Hellfire and the End Days. It's the darkest section in the game. Children turning into beasts are getting crushed, families are split apart, heck, even babies aren't safe from turning. But despite how gloomy and downright apocalyptic it is, what I love about this area is how even with everything happening, they turn to hope, believe in their satrap, and have faith in their fellow man, and of course the Scions that they'll make it out okay, rise above the occasion, and once again, forge ahead. While our time in this area is brief, it's impactful and left a lasting mark on me. Also, honorable mention to our first time in Garlemald. This section is so insanely layered that I ain't even gonna start dissecting it here. I love the themes and exploration on a society that's essentially godless, choosing to believe in a country's beliefs that are inherently flawed and people rather than gods. I think what Endwalker does with this section is fantastic, but getting into it in this particular essay would feel a bit out of place. This moment right here is when 14 became one of my favorite gaming experiences of all time. Earlier, I gained a flower from Heideline herself. This flower is called Elpis. It reads the emotional state of whoever it's targeted towards. When it's positive or happy, we get a yellow glow. When there's negativity, a black glow, etc. However, Elpis is not just a flower, but a place. Using a fragment of Elidibus' soul, we reach into a familiar past featuring two goats, Emmett and Hythodius. Here in Elpis, we learn it's a breeding ground of sorts for creatures of all makes and shapes. They get created, tested, and then released into the world if they're great or get destroyed if they're failures. Leading the charge and soon to be the new member of the Convocation is Hermes. Well, kind of. He's torn by the proposition of joining the Convocation as he just lost his close friend Fandaniel to him sacrificing himself to the star. Fandaniel still had so much time left, so many ideals to give the world, and instead he just chose to return. Understandably, Hermes is upset and scared at that very prospect, sacrificing his life and future work for a greater good that may or may not be achieved. It's some heavy stuff. Medeon, made of dynamis energy, or Akasa as previously mentioned, reflects on Hermes' emotional state. This one right here, where we have our talk with Hermes, all of his feelings laid out there, is when Endwalker went from a great game to a masterpiece for me. Joe said, no, I show Hermes my pain. The flowers turn black, getting him to open up as now finally someone's here he can confide in, and he lets it all out. His conflict, torn between wanting to live for the star, give his life for the star, but at the same time finding it unfair towards all life that doesn't have a choice to live for the star. The ones killed with nary a second thought as they scream out in confusion and anguish before met with sorrowing silence. The lives created are forfeit because they aren't deemed necessary for the star's survival. And Hermes, seeing these creatures die day in and day out, I can only imagine the emotional toll and suffering that it takes on him. And it begs the question, is Hermes one of the aberrations for being afraid to confront death? Is he the odd one out? My answer is simple as the warrior of light, and it's no. I share with him through the flowers my suffering, the lives I lost on this journey, overcoming the pain and the sorrow, the regret and my failures. We bond over a common emotion, suffering. Him seeing me standing despite all of that pain I've been through, that gives Hermes a new perspective on it all. We look over towards the stars, pondering over all the life that each star could contain. What purposes could they strive for? What is the meaning of their life? To explore those questions, Hermes creates Medeon. She has a couple of siblings in space that are looking for those answers, and boy is Hermes excited to share the answers with us. Quickly, Hermes goes through it. I mean, it's an RPG after all. We gotta see him go through a pain arc. He loses a close creation. The speech about him living for his own sake and not the star's sake really resonated with me. And his wavering thoughts on life having to die to keep a star safe hit home. What happens when it's perfect? Why must we replace the same beings over and over? Where's the individuality of it all if all life is sacred? And if all life is sacred, why does it feel like there's so little life to count? As he goes off on his own, alone and afraid. Later on, we encounter VIII, a woman who's been watching us for a very long time, as she has a traveler's word on the Warrior of Light. With no choice, I fill them in about everything. The Ascians, Hydaline, Primals, Emmett himself, Zodiac bringing the final days, and it's all quite overwhelming. Doubts pile up in the crew, especially Emmett. Homie's basically melting down over these future possibilities, distraught over the stories we recounted of him in Shadowbringers. VIII is a lot more understanding with Artel. Throughout the journey, I get to open up and share a bit more about my life, my burden being a warrior of light to VIII, the joys and hardships alike. It's kind of like having a vent session with your parent. Then we have a duel, which was so much fun, as the piano medley that played during cutscenes transforms into this awesome rock anthem track called Flow Together. I couldn't quite make out the lyrics with all the boxy good sound effects going on, but once I looked it up on YouTube, I cried. It's a song about me. VIII's been waiting for us for thousands of years, pain, torment, all leading up to this iconic duel. I love it so much. It was difficult to fight past the hype, and it's gonna be hard going back through the tears. Moving through Opus, we learned that something out there is harnessing negative dynamis and spreading it out into the world. Medeon knows this pain all too well, as her status report overflows her with hate and pain, soon revealing that all the civilizations out there have lost life, had no life forms found, civilizations wiped away by a single beam. This report being Hermes' breaking point. Here we have a man who understands that something is fundamentally wrong with the Ascian way, picking who lives or dies, creating creatures that can contribute or hurt society, and thus being in control of their life. No, their outcome? Everywhere Hermes looks around is contradictions and suffering, sorrow and anger. So when Medeon seeks out these civilizations and you're greeted with nothing but sorrow and sadness, Hermes can't cope with it. He can't cope with the fact that any moment in life you'll be filled with these oppressive, negative feelings, sometimes with no way out. Not even across the universe will people appreciate life as much as he's trying to do, torn between his Ascian ways and his genuine belief that all life is sacred. I 100% understand Hermes and his motivations, and they are by far the most compelling aspect of the game for me. Medeon, overcome by the negative emotions, chooses to harness Dynamis and make the executive decision to destroy Aetheris using all of the negative energy her sisters and herself have stored over the years. And Hermes traps us. He makes a stand to side with Medeon. If the Ascians can determine what life is sacred, then why can't he judge mankind? So he does. He sends Medeon off to sing her song of sorrow, saying that if mankind truly cares for others' life, they'll find some way to stop it. Then this homie reconfigures Emmett and Hythodias' memories, so they will never remember this moment. Instead, they'll get a vague remembrance of them testing Kaios. Hermes, despite sending off Medeon, doesn't follow with her, deciding to stay on Aetheris as a man, as if he can't oppose the incoming oblivion, then he's not worthy of living, holding true to his conviction that man has to find better ways to live. Truly a goated antagonist, and I love that he stays true to his ideals up until the very end. And with all this happening, I'm panicking, bro. Like, how in the world are we going to compete with a flying songbird and a ticking memory erase machine? The answer is breaking a hole through the tower and having Venat and I dip through the crack before the memory altar goes off. And now it all makes sense. And from a meta level, this is a really neat way to go back into the past and come back to our own time without any plot holes or retcons. And it doesn't feel like a wasted plot device. Armed with the knowledge of Medion's whereabouts, I say my goodbyes to Venant and make my way back to my time. As I'm drifting through time and memories, I see it, how Venant became Hydaelyn. The song from ARR's first trailer begins playing. The song I first heard when I started this game way back in 2019. The song players around the world heard in 2013. We're about to witness Hydaelyn's answer. Venant walking through, sees Emmett and Hythlodaeus say their goodbyes, sees half of man just gone in an instant, sacrificed for Zodiark, more suffering to stop suffering. Venant tells these people something powerful. We have to live with suffering as a companion. We can't forget and move on past tragedy. No, we have to accept it, embrace sorrow and the bad that comes with it, so we can learn the reasons for joy and tranquility, happiness and love. We cannot live in eternal bliss. Venant decides to believe in mankind's potential, believing man can walk on and forge a path ahead to greatness. Venant sunders herself, walking through what seems to be shards, worlds full of suffering, disease, anger, war, heartbreak, and death. Venant walking and mirroring Josed's footsteps towards Emmett in Shadowbringers.
Quest to find your purpose, knowing your end is assured when all strength has left you. To find joy, even as darkness descends. And amidst deepest despair, light everlasting.
Chills, just chills. The song backing the scene being a perfect representation of Venant's answer to life. To suffer and follow is to feel. Promise and wonder is to think. Witness the people around you. Never be afraid to stumble. Learn from life, and with those experiences, teach others. Listen to others' plights. Reason with their frustrations. Hear, feel, think. Venant's answer to the meaning of life is to respect and empathize with the people around you, to take the good with the bad, to know that even if you're at your lowest, it's not all bad. It's only understanding these concepts that you'll discover your own personal meaning of life. And that's why it's by far my second favorite section in the entire expansion. The first being the end of Endwalker. The Scions meet Hydaelyn, or should I say Venant, and we challenge her to one final duel to prove that we are worthy of going to the edge of creation to beat Medion. And with the last of her power, we have an epic bout with all the Scions, Hydaelyn's life flickering from our very eyes as we lay the final blows. Satisfied, she gives us the key to hopefully beating Medion, and on our arrival there, it's terrifying. The second we get near Medion, we're filled with dread and despair. Thancred sacrificing himself to light a way through. Estinian, after years of vengeance, understands the dragon's plea and gives himself up to forge a path for us. Urianger and Istrola give their lives up to help a group of nihilists continue down the path to hopefully find some purpose worth living for, opening a new zone for us to explore. Grahatia helps some robots break free from their scripting and instead find new ways to embrace their own personal desires. And lastly, yes, even the twins give themselves up in an attempt to show Medion the power of courage and perseverance. After all that suffering I just went through, I have no choice but to forge ahead alone and attempt to show Medion that there are other reasons to live. Just because all is hopeless now, heck, even if it feels that way forever, there's other aspects to life. The joys, friends you make, family, those peaceful moments. I tell her that I'll reach out and find a way, summoning forth Emmett and Hythlodaeus so we can remind Medion of hope through the Elpis flowers.
Meteor, though I gave you these wings to soar the heavens, I did not teach you how to walk the earth. So loath was I to find another living being.
Gosh darn it.
In the course of your long journey, you will learn from those you meet. Learn to walk and run. So much more. A flower. return, I will gift you a beautiful flower.
As you can see, I cried so hard at this moment, man. At the end of the day, what hurts the most throughout all of this is Hermes. He's a man who is tired of seeing so much life thrown away so suddenly, of a society who chose which life is more important to live and which life deserves to die. These burdens weighing heavy on his mind, afraid of death because of the sorrow that follows. Thus, these feelings are transferred to Medion, who is just a scared kid, afraid of dying with sorrow and pain. A kid who was recently born into this world, sent to travel the universe, and can, through programming only, come to the conclusion that life is not worth living because the sorrow and suffering that surrounds them is endless. A poor child that sadly only came to this conclusion due to Hermes' depressive state. Thus cue our final fight. Hands are thrown, but it's looking dire. Despair fills us, and Medion's power is too great for us to bear. Struggling at our lowest, I think it's the end. But we're not alone. I'm not alone. I can always count on my friends, the Scion's prayers filling us with strength, and through those prayers and dreams, we defeat her Song of Oblivion. And I run towards Medion. She's crying, lost, distraught as to why, no matter how far they flew, they couldn't find the answer. All they wanted was to feel others' emotions, the myriad of emotions life can bring. That was their original purpose, so I give her that. And I just can't, man. It's just too much. Like, Medion comes to the crushing realization that through the hardships, there was good. Through the bad foes we encountered, there was joy to be had. That life's meaning is something unique for everyone to discover, and it's such a bittersweet moment for her, all while the song Flow is playing in the background, which I'm now dubbing Venant's lullaby, as it holds a double meaning. It's a song both about us finally meeting Venant, her appreciating how we, the player, have overcome hardships and struggle throughout the years, and secondly, it's a song for Medion, as if Venant's telling her how proud she is of her for enduring so much suffering and pain, for holding on, waiting for the moment that we could help answer the question, showing her that even life may come to an end. Medion has helped put in place a step forward towards the morrow. Medion glows gold, now bursting with hope, singing one last song about the beauty of light, of gentle winds, of soils bountiful, and one day, sometime, no matter how long, life will fill the universe yet again, and Hermes somehow will see it all and smile. After all, miracles can happen any day. This writing right here was pitch perfect, and this is an accumulation of everything Final Fantasy has stood for. To me, this section is the definitive Final Fantasy experience. Oh, right, and we go fight Xenos. Not much to say about this one. It was just hype, man. It was lit. I was pumped up, man. Endwalker is the best song, baby. Let's go. To me, this game is the definitive Final Fantasy experience. Okay, well, like second best, because gosh darn do I love Final Fantasy VII. I am biased, but I mean it. Final Fantasy XIV was a wonderful experience that had me feeling every emotion at the perfect time. I hope I got the gist across to you guys as to why this is one of my favorite entries in the franchise. This game ranks among my top 5 favorite video games of all time officially, and it's an experience well worth getting into.
And now we've arrived at another end. Final Fantasy XV, a game I have quite a bit of history with, which means we gotta do a little bit of a retrospective again here. Reaching all the way back to Versus 13's reveal in 2011, my dad and I would always watch trailers for the various game conferences, and growing up, this was one game in particular that always caught my eye, and by the time I was old enough to use the internet, I was stalking it like crazy. Versus 13 later got revealed to be Final Fantasy XV, still keeping its dope Kingdom Hearts style combat system if that UI is anything to go by. The game had a really slick cinematic charm, Noctis running through buildings doing all sorts of flips and dips, man, it was art to me. Now, throughout the years, we got more and more trailers, each making the game look better and better, and then around 2015, I got my hands on a little known game called Final Fantasy Type O,
and that gave me access to Final Fantasy XV's Decidueye demo. It was kinda cool, had performance issues and felt a bit jank at times, but I could feel an awesome game in there. With 2016 around the corner, things could only go up, and oh boy, Final Fantasy XV started looking a little rough to my young mind. The game had an anime movie and a novel drop around the same time, along with a slew of DLC confirmed via a season pass. And lastly, the infamous Ride Together trailer featuring Bad Meets Evil Fastlane. Yeah, interesting marketing, but hey, it's finally in my hands and I get to play it, and I detested it. I felt so lost in the story, the characters kind of came off one-dimensional, and the abrupt ending hit me like a ton of bricks. And like, why? I watched the prequel anime Brotherhood, which, trust me, I had my own slew of gripes with. Maybe I'm just missing something? That's when I learned I had to do more research. I had to watch the movie Kingsglaive, watch a playthrough of the Platinum Prologue demo, and wait for the DLC releases. I was fed up with this game feeling like an endless money pit, and I traded it in, never looking back. Eventually, I did end up playing Royal Edition because it was free on PS Plus alongside my shiny new PlayStation 5, and giving it a second chance in 2020, I thought the game was honestly a bit better in some areas. This time, I beat it in around 20 hours, and I had a semi-change of heart. Long-winded backstory aside, how does this game hold up on my third replay? The game comes out swinging. The boys are fighting a fiery beast who I'm assuming is Ifrit, and then we get a message stating that it's before the fall. Noctis and his friends Prompto, Gladius, and Ignis go off on a road trip. The reason for this road trip? Noctis wants to marry his childhood friend Lunafreya. Now, just bear with me. The next part of the synopsis are going to sound a bit fast, but seeing how I beat this game in 14 hours, you'll understand it's not me, it's kind of just how the game functions. Are you ready? Okay. Insomnia, Noctis' hometown, gets blown to smithereens by the Empire, killing his father in the process. Some citizens escape like Gladius' sister Iris, but the bulk of Insomnia is gone. Noctis is clearly devastated by this, but he is determined to carry out his mission and reunite with Lady Lunafreya. Noctis has to look for the Royal King's arms, aka his ancestors' weapons. While doing that, he also finds various summons he can call upon for help. These are all scripted, by the way. They just kind of pop up randomly during battles. At least it feels like that for me, but darn do they look cool. There's some Empire guy ruining everything for Noctis called Adrian. His goal is to make Noctis' life very, very hard. Throughout Noctis gathering these weapons, the party members will come and go. For example, Gladius will leave to go become a better knight after failing to protect Noctis in an encounter with Ariana. A bit later on, Prompto will leave, where he deals with an existential crisis of his humanity being challenged as he's torn between the friends that he thinks he deserves, but is conflicted because he's the result of an Imperial cloning program. And since he's technically a robot, he shouldn't be able to form these connections and crave the friendship that he wants to crave. Of course, his friends reassure him, and they don't care about any of that because they see Prompto as, well, Prompto, a great upstanding guy. And while it's a simple arc, I find it very effective and went a long way making Prompto's character that much better. Ignis is the last of our party members here, and overall, he's a great friend of Noctis, a guy who's been there since day one. A phenomenal cook who stands by his king through thick and thin. Honestly, not too much to say on this guy aside from the fact that he puts his life on the line and goes blind, all because he cares about wanting to protect Noctis that much. Continuing on, once everyone is buffed up and we've had our individual side stories, we head out to Lunafreya's kingdom, where Leviathan is summoned, wreaking havoc on the Poor Sea City. During the chaos, Adrian murks Lunafreya. Noctis tries to help and gets a bit of Lunafreya's power as Adrian swoops behind, getting ready to go for the killing blow. Ignis thankfully pulls up last minute and loses his eyesight as he uses the Ring of Lucy to protect Noctis from Adrian. Next, we get this Uncharted-esque train sequence that ends with Prompto falling off the train, cueing his DLC story that we talked about earlier. Later on, we head back to the train, where it then later gets frozen over due to Shiva's power. We exit and grab the Ring of Lucy to slurp up on Demons of the Night, regroup with our friends once again after being split apart, and Noctis gets into a scuffle with Adrian, and since he's still just a bit weak from all the stuff he's encountered, he gets knocked out for 3 years! Noctis wakes up in overwhelming darkness and has to go reunite with our friends again, and he proceeds to fight the final boss, being Adrian. Noctis has to then sacrifice himself to save the world so he can return the light, following his destiny of which being Noctis fulfilling the role of being the one true king of Insomnia. 15 story felt as fast as I described it, clocking in at a whopping 13 hours and 55 minutes. The main reason we sped ran through the plot is because aside from those pivotal moments, the bulk of this particular particular entry in Final Fantasy is character writing. You know, the party talking amongst each other mid-quest, having heart-to-heart moments at the campfire, and bantering throughout traversal of the game. I won't say the story takes a backseat by any means, but I will say it is a bit disjointed. A lot of those major character building blocks I mentioned are locked behind DLC, and while Royal Edition fixes it by making the DLC available to all, it still feels like a half measure. These story DLC should take place during the gaps of time, in my opinion. Like, when Noctis is knocked out by the Leviathan during this climactic boss fight, it shouldn't just hard cut to Ignis losing his eyesight and everything being hunky-dory on a train, making us the players scratching our heads trying to fill in the blanks. Somewhere in the section it should have you swap to the Ignis DLC mission to fill in those gaps. It hurts even more because each DLC is like 30 to 40 minutes long, minus Promptos, who's around the hour-and-a-half mark, so it comes off feeling less as an expansion pack and more like a necessary piece of storytelling that just got cut due to time constraints. If I could play this game on PC with a mod that seamlessly tied all these stories together, I think the story would be much more cohesive in my opinion. As for the story itself, it's completely fine. Good comfort food. Honestly, I think I treated 15 like a sprint towards the end of my marathon, but as I went through, I learned to slow down a little bit, not worry about getting first, and just enjoy the scenery and smell the sights around me. The overall plot is safe and nothing groundbreaking, especially for Final Fantasy standards, and it's a bit of a tonal whiplash coming off of 14, but the game is meant for first-time enjoyers in the best way possible, and as an enjoyer of the franchise, more of a long-term fan, I think it's perfectly fine and suitable. I don't know, man, I just think the game lives and dies on if you're going to enjoy the character interactions and end up falling in love with the party members or the main antagonist. Which, sure, you could argue that's all Final Fantasies, but here I would argue more so. I mean, every combat interaction has non-stop, and I mean non-stop dialogue throughout. Everything you do with this game is going to have a character yapping your ear off, and while I'm fine with dialogue in my games getting a bit wordy, it would be nice to at the very least have a little bit of peace and quiet while out and about in the open world. But hey, the constant banter may work for some, I'm one of those people, but I definitely understand and sympathize with people that think it's just a bit overbearing. The characters are endearing, if not a bit one note. I think they turned the cheesy Final Fantasy tropes up to 11 on the dial, but for me it works. My favorite of the group has to be Ignis. I really love how he's a ride or die for Noctis, and his cooking skills are through the roof. That with the dry British charm, and I don't know, he just does it for me, man. Gladios would probably end up being my least favorite, no particular reason, I just think he's super dry compared to the rest of the cast and comes off as a little bit of a jerk at certain points of the story. Gosh, I love Noctis, really outstanding chap. I thought he was going to be an emo type, but he's kind of not. He's actually a really endearing guy who's just really into his interests. He's a fisher, he's a guy who wants to help his townspeople, he just wants to do what's right and have some use to the people around his life, which I could definitely relate to. Prompto is the goofy, fun guy of the group. He's just taking pictures throughout the battlefield and cracking jokes, and man, those shots go hard, so I'm never gonna flame my photographer boy. The sidecast is also pretty standard this time. Genuinely, no one really stands out aside from a select few, and they don't really get to interact with our main party that much. I'd argue collectively from the sidecast, aside from Ariana Highwind, they'd get at least, what, an hour or so of screen time, if that, throughout the main quest line. That being said, however, 15's story is overall just fun. It has some great set pieces, the characters vibe well with each other, and it sucks you into the open world easily. I think a huge part of why it works is because most of the cutscenes in the game and those big set pieces are you controlling the game, or at the very least in engine. It's during gameplay. It goes a long way making the game feel that much more grounded and like you're in control of all these actions. 15 just invokes these warm feelings in me, like I'm hanging out with the homies, traveling around Eos and the Regalia, helping the townspeople, eating good food, and bonding over tragic events as we experience the craziest yet comfiest road trip of our lives. So then that leaves the gameplay, and here's where I actually have some gripes. Traversal is decent. The driving aspect is cool in theory, but it feels heavily on rails. It makes driving when controlling in manual really stiff and unnatural, especially when you unlock the flying regalia, because oh boy can it go off the fritz. Like, it's on rails, but it's not at the same time, so when it's coming off of that and going into the on-rail world map segments, it doesn't quite know where to land, and you often overshoot your landing, and then you have to turn all the way around, or you land into a curve on the road and you get a game over. It's kind of frustrating stuff like that that makes traversal just a little bit too hand-holdy. The combat, however, will and still is pretty much my biggest gripe with 15. I was beyond ecstatic for a mainline action RPG entry in the Final Fantasy franchise, especially because back in the day they had that shiny little KH battle UI, so that got my hopes up massively. Upon playing the combat though, and revisiting it 3 times, I still think it's just kind of bad, mainly when you're going up in group fights boxing. So in 15 we have a defend button, 4 weapons of your choice, 3 companions to help you out during fights, and of course the good old attack and warp button. Noctis could throw his sword around to whatever he targets and he'll teleport towards his weapon, causing a lot of damage, and it's super fun and honestly never gets old. Essentially sniping monsters halfway across the battlefield and getting a good chunk of damage with a multiplier on screen, it's just super satisfying. Warps are great for positioning as you can teleport to high places to restore MP during a fight, and then warp back down to the battle to get right back into the action. Here's the catch though, attacking enemies is no joke done by holding down one button. When it comes to defending enemies, you can either hold down the button to defend at a minor cost of your MP gauge going down, or you can time your dodge perfectly to conserve MP. When it comes to parrying big attacks, that however does not need to be timed. You can just hold the button down and then counter while holding the attack button down. And therein lies kind of my problem with the combat in 15. I think it's way too automated. I feel like none of my attacks or actions carry that much weight or oomph aside from the point warp, because that's the only action that it feels like I'm actively doing something in. Doubly so when you're just holding down that attack button, because everything is so long and drawn out and the animations go on and on, it leaves little room for creativity or combos. And well, to be fair, there's basically no combos in this game. No launchers, nothing. It feels like this weird half step forward into the action RPG genre, and they were kind of scared of committing fully to that game design philosophy. And personally, it does hurt a bit. Like, sure, we can call in the homies and have them use their special attacks, but I often forego this mechanic because it's already lengthy, animations are even more drawn out, and your team's called out so often when you're just doing regular gameplay. Hit a backstab, blindside, long drawn out animation. Use a weapon from your companion's link strike, you know that's a long animation as well. Activate a bonus objective during combat, cue that mini QTE. The combat, similar to driving in the open world, holds your hand a bit too much for my liking, and it makes the overall combat feel like I'm not in control of my actions. That said, despite my nitpicks, there's something oddly relaxing about it. When you go through clearing post-game content, cleaning up side quests, getting new weapons and recipes, the game just kind of clicked into place for me, and it's easy to not necessarily shut your mind off and grind, but relax and take a load off and just fully get immersed in the game's vision. I will say 15 nails that aspect of the game easily. Couple that with graphics that are stunningly good, and it's a darn shame, by the way, that Luminous Engine is being put out to pasture. The outside environments are breathtaking, the hair renderings on point, the textures on clothing look super realistic, and the armor designs go hard. 15 is just a gorgeous game, and it runs buttery smooth at 60 FPS if you have it on PS5, which I'm guessing most of you guys do as it was free on PS Plus. Oh, and while they are drawn out, the animation work and character interactions are sublime. It does get old after seeing it 30 plus times, but you can't help but pop off a little bit when the boys are high-fiving each other after a good battle, or trading weapons in and out back to back, things like that. It looks really cool. I also really dig that Royal Edition added the ability to swap between characters during fights. It's especially useful when you swap to someone like Prompto, who can hit gnarly crits if your aim is nice, and it turns into a bit of a third-person shooter. The dungeons were my least favorite part of the gameplay easily, mainly because they were a huge pain in the neck to navigate as they lack verticality, so point warping is rare and cover spots are also pretty rare. So regaining MP is basically void down there. It also removes, like I said, one of the fun aspects of the game, warp striking, going around, going nuts with Noctis. In these dungeons, you're really forced into that cutscene simulator gameplay as you just hold the attack button down, let the game kind of run for itself, and occasionally perfectly dodge or hit that parry button to get a big attack. Oh gosh, and the camera in the dungeons, it kind of made me nauseous. Constantly bouncing around locked on targets in a tight space is no fun due to how the camera constantly get stuck behind stuff. Thankfully, most of the game is in the open world, which sure isn't the most dense or rich in terms of exploration, but since this game is literally a road trip simulator, and I might get some flack here, I'm kind of okay with the game not having quote-unquote much to do. I like driving around and helping the little town people and chatting with the bros. It's fun, it's relaxing, and the open environments and dense forests make hunting for foul beasts that much more fun. The game's music is fantastic. Yoko Shimura puts her all into it, and I personally love a lot of the tracks. I guess what I'm saying is, all in all, is 15 a bad game to me anymore? No, actually, not at all. Despite some nagging here and there, I really had fun with it. And at the end of the day, this game came out. Despite the development hell and the multimedia smorgasbord that is 15's story, it's playable and it's got like few to no bugs, and there's a ton of content to do. These characters, if the fandom is anything to go by, clearly speak to people along with the game's story, so while it's not my favorite in the franchise in terms of how they told it, and I wish it could have been executed a bit better, there are for someone out there, and that's all that matters. So 15, it's a popcorn game, a rainy day game, something comforting I can boot up knowing I'll get exactly what I want out of it. I think this game deserves to be in A tier.
Well, chat, it's done. Now it's official. Now it's official. Every mainline FF is done. In under 2 months, could you beat every FF before 16? The answer is yes.
Every single mainline Final Fantasy ranked and kind of reviewed. Sorry if it feels like your favorite game got glossed over. To be fair, this is just a bunch of main quest only playthroughs, so my critique of each game can only judge what I've played, and for a lot of these games, I'm gonna go back to either complete additional side content or try and give them a second chance. On some real stuff, I made friends through this marathon, found new all-time favorites, and gained a deeper understanding of not just this franchise, but its themes and why they're so darn important to the JRPG and gaming landscape. Final Fantasy, no matter what the entry, is all about coming together with friends and pushing past the pain and sorrow and suffering we deal with on a daily basis so we can learn to appreciate the joys and wonders life has to offer. It's about these heroes who, no matter how big or small, seek the little things to look forward to on their trek throughout life as they go out to save the world and spread that positivity and hope towards others. I also just really needed this deep dive in exploration through Final Fantasy's themes during a stressful and hard time. I mean, as you've seen during this very marathon, my physical health took a dive. Things just have been a bit scary, you know, so it's nice to have games like this always telling me to keep your head up and move forward no matter what. Final Fantasy has become my all-time favorite video game franchise. I don't think I'm ashamed in saying that, and I'm hoping this video can give you a glimpse as to why I love it so dearly. It's been quite the adventure, and if you made it thus far, whether it be my marathon or the essay you're watching right now, allow me to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you, and I can't wait to ride with you all on Final Fantasy XVI's launch. Editor's note, as you guys can see, it's way past FF16's launch day. This video took me a really long time to come out. I apologize for that. My name is Young Falcon, signing off. Thank you all for watching. Please like, comment, subscribe. Bye-bye. Have a good one. Bye.